That's correct.
So he wasn't a body.
Right.
He was safe in an ambulance on the way to the hospital, and we can dispute about it, but the information you had was that he had not been injured. Okay? So there was not anything about the situation requiring immediate investigation, correct?
I'm sorry, ask that question again?
Sure. Mr. Brady was, as far as you knew,
Mm-hmm.
in the ambulance on the way to the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
The information that had been provided to you was that he was not a victim of violence. So there was nothing in that scenario requiring the immediate investigation.
I don't think I could possibly disagree with you more in that there was no competent information that I was given that assured me that he was not a victim of violence. The only competent information that I am aware of when investigating crime scenes would be that of an experienced law enforcement officer or perhaps a coroner investigator. I could not take the word of a non-law enforcement or coroner's investigator that, hey, don't worry about that, you don't need to look into that. Imagine if Mr. Brady had been determined the next day he had died of a homicide and I had just taken the word of his brother. Then I would have deserved that suspension, in my opinion.
Well, but the rule here says there's no crime scene exception to the search warrant requirement, so you would have had to have gotten a search warrant if you were going to go with that home. Isn't that right?
Well, if you'll allow me just a moment to talk about the crime scene exception to the search warrant requirement. I'm pretty familiar with this one. I tend to be a Fourth Amendment geek, although I'm not going to claim to be an expert. There is no such thing as the crime scene exception to the search warrant requirement. That was decided Thompson versus Louisiana in the Louisiana Supreme Court, which found the opposite way, which was ultimately overturned by the U.S. Supreme Court. I have taught this subject in the past. Sir, please don't interrupt me and allow me to explain my answer.
Here's the thing.
You're- Mr. Chairman, am I allowed to explain my answer? It seems that if I begin to give an answer that is not liked, I'm interrupted. So I would just like a ruling from the chair on this instead of an argument with counsel.
Actually, he's a fact witness, he's not here to give legal opinion.
Well, Mr. Chairman, he's a fact witness with certain skill and experience that this city gave him. He's testified, he was a homicide detective for 11 years. I assume if he continued to testify, he would testify about having was a cold case detective subsequent to that. So this is not Joe Blow off the street. These are issues for at least 11 years he dealt with day in and day out.
I'd say bring it up with him and let him explain all this during your examination when he's your witness. I also want to point out that General Order number 319, item 4B, in its entirety, I'd like to read it in its entirety, just because it's kind of glazed over. In cases involving the injury or death of someone in a home and no one is available to give consent, the public safety exception to the warrant requirement gives the police the right to enter. You know, and that's when you said, i.e. neighbor says there's shots inside the house and whatnot. So I think you keep asking him whether he had the right to enter, and I think policy dictates that he did because there was an injury which resulted in a death.
Actually, there wasn't.
There was no injury, so the guy just wanted to go to sleep in the ambulance. I don't understand why.
Illness
When you say there was no injury, what do you mean?
Illness is not injury.
If you didn't know that, I mean, injury, the man ends up in a
Look, we'll put out plenty of testimony about this as far as the violation of policy and why it was sustained.
Okay.
But you don't get to assume that it was an injury and just enter someone's home without a search
Well,
warrant.
then let me ask you this. Why are police called medical calls? What's the point of it? Like, why on earth does our department, as policy, we go to 60s they're called? Why on earth would we ever need to go to a code 60 call or a medical call? For one reason and one reason alone. Mr. Daly.
To determine if a crime of violence has occurred is the same reason we investigate reported suicides, because they're not a suicide until we determine that no one has hurt that person.
So
It's
whether
the-
it's a heart attack, an illness, or
The
whatever.
reasons for which you can't enter. And that is why the court says first, you must have a reasonable belief that a crime has occurred.
So a man in the ambulance is not a reasonable belief?
No, sir.
No, it's not.
No, sir, it's not.
I can respond to that by asking the very next question.
Perfect. Let's move forward.
Overdose. Every time someone is brought to the ambulance, to the hospital in an ambulance, you don't run into their house and start searching, do you?
9 times out of 10, when we have a call like that, it's very rare that we arrive and the patient has already been loaded up. We generally go in with the medical personnel and we make that determination based upon what we see. 7 times out of those 10, we will back out and notify the homicide detective if the person is either deceased or has life-threatening condition, whatever that condition may be. And they will come out and assume investigation of that scene until such times it's determined whether or not a crime has been committed.
But you do not just go into someone's home because they're going to the hospital. They could have whatever it is, stroke, heart attack, whatever it is. You're not going inside their home to investigate because it could be a crime scene. You don't do that. It happens every day, all over the city.
We do that. We do it every, sir, I'm doing the job. I don't believe you're a police officer. I'm here to tell you we do it every day, sir. And beyond that, I'm just a little confused about where I barged into a home and why we're even discussing this when no search was ever conducted. But go ahead with your questions, Mr. Raines.
Well, you went into her home, crossed over the threshold 2 times during that video. You recall?
I recall that I reached across the threshold to secure a person who was retreating into what could possibly be a crime scene. Heck, she could have possibly been a suspect. And I'm trying to understand how you are drawing a correlation between that and anything related to something that is called a search under the Fourth Amendment.
Here's the thing. You can answer my questions if you want to talk about that with your lawyer, you can, but you don't need to ask me questions.
I'm trying to answer your questions, but once again, it seems like sometimes you just don't like them. I understand that. I get that it's an adversarial relationship, sir. I'm just trying to answer your questions based upon my experience, 30 years of law enforcement.
So here's the other time.
Okay.
Do you recall in the video, once you have her in handcuffs and she's in the chair, you walk back over to her door, you put your arm through, your hands are in the blinds, and she starts screaming about a search warrant, and that's when you stop and you turn around and go sit down next to her and start talking.
I don't think she was screaming about a search warrant. The reason I stepped back and moved those blinds back, is because I was making sure that there wasn't someone else in there that I didn't know was there with a shotgun or a pistol or in any other way that could possibly harm us. And I believe that that's actually defined in the policy that you said I violated as something I can actually do.
So you disagree with me about her talking about a search warrant when you put your hand through? I mean, I can play it if you want to hear it.
If you want to play it, that's fine, but nothing that Ms. Smith said to me made me do or not do something that I've been trained to do and have done hundreds of times in my career. If it does line up with the fact that she said search warrant when I looked in, I can assure you it wasn't because it wasn't because I trusted her. At that point, I needed for the public, for the safety of me and my officers to make sure that no one was in there who could do us immediate harm. I did look back in there for a split second. Sir, that's not a search. That's officer safety to make sure we're not about to get ambushed. That's not a search.
If you return the page, go to page 3, room number 5 at the top, exigent circumstances.
Sure.
We talked about this a good bit on the video that we watched.
Right.
All right, number 1, under public safety exception.
Mm-hmm.
An officer has probable cause to believe a person inside a house or other structure or a car may be in danger. The public safety exception justifies entry without a warrant, consent, or any other exception to the warrant requirement. You would agree with me that there was no probable cause at this point to believe a person inside the house was in danger because Mr. Brady was already gone, was he not?
Oh, no, everything changed when we arrived, expected to find no one, and we're met by Miss Makia Smith. Everything changed in a split second because I was operating under the belief that what you just said would have been correct. Well, now there's a person present. And yes, we were at the wrong place. That's never been in dispute. Everything changed at that moment. I had no idea. Could there have been somebody else injured in there? Was there? No, so everything changed. I don't agree with that premise because everything changed when Ms. Smith made her appearance known to us.
Well, so under exigent circumstances, you have to have probable cause to believe the person inside the house was in danger. At that point, you didn't have any information telling you that there was somebody in danger. You had to have probable cause for that.
Right, probable cause for the public safety exception to enter and search a residence that was never entered and searched. No search was ever conducted. No allegation of that has ever been made. Even Ms. Makia Smith says that nothing was searched. So I'm not sure how to answer your question.
Right. So is your testimony then that you didn't meet the requirements under A1?
No, that's not my testimony.
Number two, if the circumstances of the public safety exception no longer exist, officers must obtain a search warrant to conduct any further searches. You would agree with me that if you don't meet A1, then you have to get a search warrant, correct?
No, there are multiple exceptions to the search warrant requirement. Only one of them is exigent circumstances. There's consent, there's plain view, there's the automobile exception to, so no, sir, I don't agree that if two, you can't do two if you one. Any other of these number of exceptions to the search warrant requirement existed. So no, you're asking me to answer something that I don't believe would be a correct response.
Clearly in policy, there are multiple exceptions to the search warrant requirement, but in this circumstance, talking about exigent circumstances, if you don't meet A1 under exigent circumstances, and you're just looking at that part of the policy,
Mhm.
then you need a warrant. Turn to page 5, please.
Yes, sir.
Paragraph C, it will be the responsibility of the officer's supervisor to ensure that the warrantless searches are conducted in accordance with this policy. The supervisor that day was you, correct?
I was.
So to the extent that anyone believed that there was a warrantless search, then it would have been your responsibility to verify that the search was conducted in accordance with 319.
If there had been a search that day, yes, this says that I would have been responsible for it. But again, sir, I take the position that there was no search.
I understand. Well, for that is General Order 319, S 13.
PD 13.
Let's go to Exhibit 16,
Mhm.
page 3.
Okay?
Well, and you testified to this. You believe that there was no search. You would agree that if you don't have a warrant or some exception to the warrantless search policy, that you just can't go into someone's home.
If you don't have a search warrant, and if you don't have an exception to the search warrant requirement, generally, though anything other than that would be considered unreasonable in the absence of a search warrant. I do agree with that, sir.
Now, when you went over to Arthur Brady's actual residence, we saw that toward the end of the videos, you found a lock on the door. You didn't try to force entry into the house, right?
No, sir.
If you thought that there were dangerous circumstances before, those went away by the time you got over to Arthur Brady's house.
Was that a question? I'm sorry, or could you rephrase, please?
did your exigent circumstances disappear? I mean, you walked over to Makia Smith's house, thinking it was Arthur Brady's house. You opened the door, you were gonna go in. Once you figured out you were in the wrong place, you actually go over to Arthur Brady's
Mhm.
house. There's a lock on the door. You don't try to go in there, correct?
I believe that you keep stating that I felt that I had exigent circumstances to go into Mr. Brady's house prior to me running into Miss Smith. I have never said that I recall that I was going in there under exigent circumstances. I was going in under a completely different philosophy, if you will. Would you like me to explain that?
You can explain it yours.
Yeah, okay, I understand. But I did not believe I was entering there under exigent circumstances.
But you thought that when you were looking into her trailer, that it was a possible crime scene, but by the point that you got over to his house with the lock on the door, it was no longer a potential crime scene?
Nope, that's not true at all.
But you never went in?
Nope, the door was locked, the door was padlocked, and Homicide Division had been contacted. They had already said that unless they had some additional information, such as me telling them, hey, I found a bloody bat or some other horrible act of violence, that they wouldn't be responding to the scene. When we got across the street, the door was locked, and the only way to gain entry would have been to then break into it. Yeah, that did change things, that's correct.
There's another bit of information that you had as you were on scene. You recall your statement on the body cam video once you saw Mr. Brady's home, you saw what it looked like. You said it made more sense because the fireman told you that the place looked unlivable.
Oh, I remember that, yes, very well.
Now, Ms. Smith's home did not look unlivable, right?
Well, first of all, I didn't really see the interior of Miss Smith's home. I mean, maybe for a split second as I walked up and she presented herself. I assure you, I was focused on what could have been a possible threat, not the TV that I heard earlier from testimony that was on. So I didn't look inside. And then when I looked back inside for a moment to see if anyone else was there, I assure you I was not looking to see, nor could I remember what the inside of her home looked like, whether it be livable or unlivable, and depending on how each individual would define that term. The fireman did make a comment to me as I was first arriving and everyone was leaving. There were several people making comments to me, and I remember him saying something to the effect of, man, that place is really unlivable. Barely processed that information until we started walking up the steps to what was actually Mr. Brady's home. And then you see this condition that, I remember what I was told 20 minutes ago now, the unlivable thing. So it was just something that was said in passing that I remembered later as I walked up and started seeing something that made sense to me. For all I knew, his unlivable condition statement was based upon what he saw inside the trailer, which I never saw. So,
You saw the outside of the trailer, flowers on the porch, car.
yeah, it was very nice. It was very nice.
If you would go to page 2, so the page before you can one year ahead.
Okay.
This is one of your explanation of 209 on arrest.
Okay.
Now, you state that Ms. Smith was not arrested. She was lawfully detained based on the information you reasonably relied upon at the moment she was temporarily seized. That's your explanation, correct?
Yes.
And then you talk about General Order 209 allowing for exactly what occurred that day, specifically section, 6A allows officers to restrain someone while investigating suspicious circumstances, correct?
It also says this generally means being handcuffed, but yes, sir, you're correct.
Right. Now, when you went to Ms. Smith's home,
Mhm.
you were investigating what?
We were investigating the possibility that a gentleman who had been found unresponsive in his home could possibly have been a victim of a crime of violence.
And then you say in the next paragraph, Ms. Smith was restrained under suspicious circumstances when all the officers at the scene believed were going to the residence. Now, your investigation wasn't about her. You weren't investigating her being in her own home. You were investigating Arthur Brady potentially being the victim of violence, despite the fact you had already been told he wasn't, right?
Again, I had been told that he wasn't the victim of violence, or that the gentleman did not see any from a non-competent source. Every time you point that out, I would like to point that out. But no, sir, that's not true. Once Ms. Smith appeared in that doorway, everything changed. She could have been a suspect. She could have been hiding in a back room when the ambulance people had been there taking care of Mr. Brady. So everything changed. Until we knew better, I was absolutely considering the possibility that Ms. Smith might have to be investigated. I'm glad it turned out it wasn't, but absolutely everything changed when she appeared.
Now, after you found out where Mr. Brady lived, you walked back to Ms. Smith's porch, explained to her what happened, right?
Yes, sir.
And when Corporal Wood Robinson went to remove the handcuffs, once it was clear to her that you were all in the wrong place and had no reason to keep her in cuffs, he said, hold on, I want to finish explaining to her first, I want to make sure she listens. Those
Right.
were your words, were they not?
Right.
My question to you is, once you were aware that you had the wrong house, what rights did you have to keep this woman in handcuffs?
So we've all seen that video, and we've all seen where Corporal Woodard gets up, and it's very plain to me here today, looking at that video, or in the days since, that that's what she was doing. She was standing her up to take the handcuffs off. We all have the benefit in hindsight of 2020, looking at a video and able to make the determinations of what we did in every second. In that moment, while I was standing on that porch, when Corporal Woodard said, stand up, I wasn't thinking, hey, she's about to take the handcuffs off of her and she doesn't have the right to have the handcuffs taken off her, because she absolutely did. In that moment, what was going through my mind was, hold on, I don't want her to go anywhere because I need to finish apologizing. I need to finish giving her resources for her complaint. So I think she was inadvertently left in handcuffs for what was another 60, 65 seconds. And for that, I'm sorry. If that is fatal, I don't think it is. But understand, in that moment, I see it differently looking at the video, just as you do. That day, I was only suggesting, hold on, I don't want her to go anywhere yet, because she had been very hostile previous, because I've got to finish explaining to her why we did what we did. I need to make sure she understands we're sincerely sorry, and I need to make sure that she has the resources she needs to take her complaint where she needed to if she wanted to complain on us. So we can focus on the fact that for 60 seconds or whatever it was, the handcuffs weren't removed. I considered that 60 seconds of, we need to do whatever we can to repair the situation with this citizen, because this was bad. We were in the wrong place, but we did act appropriately under the circumstances we were faced with. We have to make split-second decisions with less than perfect information every single day. And when we screw up and we make a mistake, it is incumbent upon us as police officers and human beings to express our condolences, sympathies, whatever the word is, to the people that have just had to go through something horrible. So that was my intent in, hey, let me finish explaining to her. Not, hey, she needs to sit there and be punished for an extra 60 seconds. In hindsight, I see it, but you have to understand what my intent and my frame of view was at that moment, sir.
So let's back up in time.
Okay.
As you were walking to the porch, already knew that she was wrong person, wrong place, you were very aware she was still in custody. You said, "What's your name, dear?" And you immediately started talking to her. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. You went on for a couple of minutes before Janelle Woodard stood up to take her out of the cuffs.
Okay.
What right did you have to keep her in cuffs at that point?
The last thing I was thinking as I walked up, as she's sitting there on the porch with the blanket that we put on top of her shoulders to make sure she was warm, was that, hey, she's still sitting there in handcuffs. She was sitting there, and I knew I needed to explain everything. So the first thought in my head was not, let's get her out of those handcuffs. That wasn't even in my brain. We handcuff people every day. And so perhaps at a fault, we consider that a routine thing that happens, and it's just something that we accept as normal. My focus when walking up there was to explain to her that we had made a horrible mistake, why we had done what we had done, apologize to her, and give her resources to make her complaint. I was trying to be the community police officer. I wasn't thinking about the handcuffs. There was never an intention to intentionally keep her in those handcuffs for 1 second longer than she needed to be. And I know it's easy with the hindsight of 2020 and the ability to watch these videos over and over and over and over and try to find some fault with any little thing. But I think you need to look at my intent. And I ask that this board does that.
Okay. What right do you have to force a citizen to listen there, to sit there and listen to your apology? while
Sir,
in handcuffs?
I believe you've asked this question and I've answered it. I explained to you my reasons for telling her. I felt horrible for what had happened. I have true compassion for the people in the communities that I serve, and you may find that hard to believe, especially if you listen to everything you see on the media, but I'm one of them. I think I've explained my intent was not to enforce some governmental right to restraint that doesn't exist. My intent was to try to do whatever I could to make that horrible situation right for that citizen who had just gone through that, I would imagine, a pretty traumatic experience. Again, you have to look at my intent.
But you would recognize that keeping the citizen in handcuffs for about 4 minutes after you were aware that you were in the wrong place and had the wrong person be perceived as a violation of civil rights.
Sir, I don't know how else to explain to you.
Are you aware of that? That's the
Sir, let me finish.
He's
I don't know how else to
answer
explain.
it. Let's move forward past the handcuffing. He's answered it. He's apologized for it. He understands that it was wrong. Got it.
Well, for that is Exhibit 12, that is General Order 209. I'm not going to, you don't want me to get into all of the handcuffing and stuff. That's the arrest policy. We can let WGP talk about that. Well,
PD 12.
yes, yes. You understand, under the law, that in order to able to be, to validly use force, if you're effecting an arrest, and I understand there's a difference between detainment and arrest. If you're effecting an arrest on someone, use force, the arrest has to be lawful, correct?
No, I would completely disagree with you there. And I think you're getting into asking me some legal questions that I would actually really love to debate you on, but you're going to say I'm not an expert witness in case law, and I would completely disagree with what the premise of your question is. But if you'd like to go into it further, I'll be happy to do that with you, sir.
Turn to Exhibit 19, please.
Okay?
Do you recognize that trailer?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, that's Ms. Smith's trailer, correct?
Yes, as I recall.
All right, you see the black mailbox in the front with the 556 on it?
Yes, sir. Well, wait. Black mailbox with the 556. Oh, I see, okay, oh, I was looking for it by the road, I got you, up by her stoop, gotcha. Yes, sir, I see it.
Readily visible, correct?
Not when an ambulance is backed up against it, but in this picture, it is readily visible. I would agree with you on that one.
So on the video, walked several times right past this area. You never independently confirmed the address to which everyone was dispatched, correct?
Sir, I was not dispatched to this call. I was requested by my officers as a supervisor because of the critical incident that was possibly occurring. I knew that they were in the 500 block of Alice Street. I pulled up, seeing numerous fire trucks, ambulances, or whatever, and my people. I walked to my people. No, I did not pull up and say, all right, let me make sure which address I'm at and that everybody who's here and has already established what's going on is in the right place. You're right, I didn't do that, sir. I walked straight to my people and started getting information. It's pretty common, I think.
Turn to Exhibit 7, page 13, please.
7, page 13.
Yes.
Did I do this? I got it back there.
Four lines up from the bottom, this is your discussion of the body camera issue. Okay? And I'm going to start with I was under the belief that there was no reasonable anticipation or interaction with the public or any law enforcement activity other, I assume, than observing the scene. You talked about the numerous exceptions of the body camera policy that apply to the incident.
Which page is that? I'm sorry, Mr. Reed.
Yep, sorry, that was tab 7, page 13, at the bottom, last 4 lines.
Got it.
Yes, sir. At that point, you stated that you did not believe that you were going to interact with the public, right? Go to, if you would now, Exhibit 14,
Mhm.
page 3.
Right. Okay.
All right, this is body worn camera policy, correct? Of the department?
Yes.
If you look at Roman numeral 2, section B, when safe to activate BWCs, the body worn cameras shall be utilized to record the following types of events. 6, all calls for service, including backup officers. 7, any contact that becomes adversarial when the BWC had not previously been activated. You would agree that the general policy, if you're on a call, is to have your camera on, correct?
Unless one of the exceptions exists. This policy, and I want to point you to what I'm talking about because I don't want the board to think I'm making this up from my own exhibit book. This policy, wow, it's all over the place. It's very hard. It tells you what you can do here, but then it gives you an exception to do exactly that over here. So you do your best to try and figure out what all these words mean when they constantly contradict one another, but I need our book if you don't mind. But I want to answer your question, Mr. Rhines. I just want to make sure you have full understanding of my understanding of the policy, and if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. Okay, I apologize, sir. What was your question again? We were on page 3?
Yeah, you're on 14, page 3.
Yes, sir.
And I think my question was, you would agree that the general policy regarding body worn cameras is that you should wear them on a call for service or when contact becomes adversarial, per page 3.
I would agree with you that it says that there, sir, but if you flip 2 pages over to recording guidelines, and you'll see what I'm talking about with if you're an employee trying to decipher this policy, how it seems to tell you you can't do something in one place, but it allows you to do it in another. Under recording guidelines, number 8, activation of the body worn camera will not be required while engaged in any of the following activities: while discussing a criminal case or investigation with other officers or supervisors, which is what I believed I was doing as I arrived to the scene and all the medical personnel were on their way out from the information I had. So you can point to page 3 and say, shouldn't you have had your camera on? And I can point to page 5 and say, well, isn't there an exception over here? I like to follow rules. I just need to know what they are. I just need them to be clear, you know? And I thought I was operating under one of the exceptions. That's my defense to it, and I hope that answered your question.
Well, I understand what your defense is, but when you got to the scene, one of the things you did was communicate with Officer Brady's brother, right?
Didn't know he was there. In fact, he wasn't there when I got there. He had been parked around the corner, and he was gone. His car was around the corner. So as I was getting the information from Corporal Woodard and Trent Alexander, she mentioned about the brother. I said, has he left already? Because the ambulances were literally pulling off now. She goes, oh, look, there he comes now. So, oh, Lord, there he is. Okay, I thought, ran up, stopped him in the road, had a real quick discussion with him because he was trying to follow the ambulance. So that was certainly contact with someone that I did not anticipate, reasonably did not anticipate, based upon the information that I had. I clearly intended to turn my body-worn camera on when necessary, as evidenced by the fact that at the moment I could, I did. So I think we're kind of splitting hairs here to try and, but that's just my opinion.
Well, just asking you about policy, so page 3, number 7,
Mhm.
let's go to B7. Any contact that becomes adversarial with the BWC is not usually be activated. You would agree that your contact with Ms. Smith was adversarial, was it not?
Yes.
So at that point, it should have been activated?
Again, understand that I'm standing at a door about to walk in to what I believe to be an empty home. I'm presented with what could possibly be a threat. I am focused on what that person is and what that threat could be. The last thing I was thinking about at that moment was to turn my body camera on. As soon as I realized, I did activate. And I don't think it's unreasonable for this board to believe that when I was faced with an immediate threat that I was not expecting, the last thing I was worried about was turning that camera on. I wasn't even thinking that. I was thinking survive.
You were thinking survival.
You better believe it. Don't even, Mr. Raines, I've had a number of close friends ambushed and killed that work for this department, especially in the last couple of years. You better believe that every time I encounter something, especially something I didn't expect, you better believe I'm trying to survive. I'm trying to go home to her, to my kids. You better believe that was what my instinct was, survive.
And when she's in handcuffs, your instinct is still survive.
I turned my body camera on, sir, at the first available moment that I recognized it. If you think I violated policy, I understand that, but I've given you my defense to it.
Go to page 5, please.
Yes, sir.
Sections A through C.
Mhm.
I'm going to read these. Supervisors shall ensure officers utilizing BWCs adhere to established procedure, guidelines, and policies. At the start of each shift, supervisors shall ensure each officer has his or her assigned BWC and the device is operational. C, at the start of each shift, supervisors shall ensure each officer has conducted a BWC function check and reported any equipment issues. Those were your responsibilities that day as supervisor, correct?
Yes.
One of the things that you complained about was Ms. Woodard Robinson not having her camera on that day.
Mhm.
Had you done these things listed in paragraphs Roman numeral 7, then you would have addressed that with her, correct?
Mr. Chairman, at this
Yes.
point, I'm going to object insofar as if they're trying to specify this, I mean, in fact, I know this is kind of generalized, but there's absolutely no indication in any notice, be it the pre-dis or the ruling letter, that Sergeant Dovier somehow failed in his supervisory duty with regards to Officer Robbins, Officer Woodard, under this particular provision.
If you remember, he claimed earlier that he's trying to show disparate treatment between himself and another officer. So I think I can at least point out briefly that this was his responsibility for policy.
Continue.
Did she tell you at the start of the shift that day that she did not have her camera with her?
She didn't tell me, but there are a couple of other supervisors on the shift. I'm not sure if maybe she spoke to one of them. I'm not the sergeant that generally opens the shift, and by that I mean I usually get there at the time roll call starts, and there's what we call an opening sergeant who gets there about 45 minutes earlier, and he deals with the day-to-day issues that come up prior to the start of the shift. So if she had come in and said, hey, they're having issues with my camera, I don't have my camera, or whatever, it would have been handled with Sergeant David Verrett on that day as well, because he was there at that day. So if she spoke to him, I don't know.
So if it's her testimony ultimately that she told you earlier in the day that she had left her camera at home on another uniform, do you dispute that?
If she testifies to that, I don't recall that conversation at all.
Let's go to Exhibit 20, please.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what?
20.
20. This is a general order regarding report requirements, correct?
Yes.
All right, if you would turn to page 2, you got paragraph E toward the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Reports have to be submitted either by the end of the shift, the following day, or some circumstances, they may be turned in within 48 hours of an incident, correct?
That's what it says, yes, sir.
All right, we saw your report was approved by Lieutenant Clarida on March 23, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You would agree that it wasn't timely submitted, I mean, it wasn't, it's over a month after the incident, correct?
Yes, and I want to explain that answer. I completed this response to resisted behavior form immediately upon returning to the district when I was completing my end-of-week paperwork, which, as a sergeant, there's generally a lot of traffic paperwork and things of that nature, and I have a stack on the side of my desk for miscellaneous forms. So I went back to my desk, immediately filled out that form, and then I started processing my end-of-week paperwork, and there was a lot of it because this was a Friday and we were off for the weekend. Apparently, what I learned later is, as I was shifting papers, instead of taking that form and walking it over to the lieutenant's box, I inadvertently set it under my miscellaneous stack form, and then by the time this was all over, 45 minutes paperwork, it was covered up, and I didn't turn it in that day. It was completed, and I misplaced it. I discovered that it was misplaced and turned it in before the interview, well before the interview in this investigation. So yeah, you got me. I filled out the form as required before the end of the day. You got me. I put it in the wrong stack. 20 years on this police department, this is the first time it's ever happened. I gave a detailed written explanation to why it was turned in late to the Assistant Uniform Patrol Commander. He accepted my explanation and said, no worries, we should be good. We have that email, I believe it's in evidence. But you got me, I put it in the wrong stack. It did get turned in late, sir. You got me on that one.
Let's go to Exhibit 16, please, page 1.
Exhibit 16, page 1.
I'm going to read the last couple of sentences on that page.
Okay?
Your explanation about the completion and submission of required forms. The mistake was discovered before I was notified of this investigation and corrected, and was also addressed with the Uniform Patrol Assistant Commander Lieutenant Clarida on March 23, 2021. Lieutenant Clarida apparently accepted my explanation for the mistake. That's what it reads, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, now let's go back to Exhibit 5, please.
Okay?
These are the emails you mentioned in your explanation that were provided to Sergeant Beard between you and Lieutenant Clarida, correct?
Yes.
All right. The first email we have from you is on March 23, 2021.
Right.
Now, the email looks like it's in the middle of the conversation, the way it reads. Did you have a verbal conversation before that?
No, sir. I was notified by my district commander by telephone, or it could have been email, that Lieutenant Clarida wanted an email explanation for why he was just receiving on his desk the form, which is what I just explained. So the very first communication in this chain is, hey, it was inadvertently misplaced, because he knew I was about to send him an email.
Sure. All right. Last sentence of that page. I believe that it was this past Friday, March 19, that I was sitting at my desk having a discussion with Corporal Hoover, Sergeant Barrett,
Mhm.
So there you said that you discovered that it was on, that you misplaced it on March 19th, correct?
Right.
Now, let's go back to exhibit 4. First page.
Okay?
What was the date that you received notification from Sergeant Beard of the investigation?
March 16th.
So, in exhibit 16 in your letter to the chief, when you said that you discovered it and corrected it prior to notification of the IA investigation, that's not correct from a date standpoint?
No, actually it is, and perhaps the wording could have been better, but when I said before I was notified of this investigation, I was notified on March 16th, and you're right, March 19th. And I see how they were going to try and make this a truthfulness issue, but let me explain it this way. Sergeant Beard notified me on March 16th that I was under investigation for a citizen complaint. Zip, that was it. What I should have said before I was notified of the content or the direction of the investigation. I didn't know I was under investigation for failure to submit forms until we showed up on, what, April 8th? So maybe I should have added another word in there, but there's no intent to be untruthful. Not at all. What I meant was I didn't know I was under investigation for that. I just knew I was under investigation for something. I didn't know what. So, yeah, we're not gonna bend those words. I want the board to be clear that one extra word in there would have, but as you can see, this is a pretty lengthy document, and I left out a word.
Let's go to exhibit 11, please. If you want to go to page 17.
Okay?
The last charge that we haven't talked about yet is conduct unbecoming an officer. And that policy reads, every member of the department, whether on or off duty, in an official or unofficial capacity, must conduct himself at all times in such a manner as to set a good example for all others with whom he may come in contact. He shall in no way through actions or neglect bring dishonor or disgrace upon himself or the Bedford Police Department. This is Court General Order 112 on discipline, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And we'll offer this as exhibits 11, PD 11. Would you agree that if you did violate the citizen's civil rights, if that happened in this case, that would bring dishonor on the department?
Sir, are you conflating to what we all watched on that body camera as a possible civil rights violation? Is that what you're asking me? Because you're asking me a loaded question. You're asking me to admit in so much that I violated her rights, and I would wholeheartedly disagree with that. As far as I know, no civil rights lawsuit has been filed. So what I would answer your question with is this. As I said earlier, we make split-second decisions on a routine basis with less than perfect information. Were we at the wrong place? We absolutely were. Did we strike? Did we curse? Did we mishandle Ms. Makia Smith? Absolutely not. Once we realized our error, if what you saw on that body camera video is not the exact opposite of bringing dishonor upon this department, rather bringing honor upon it, then we're on different pages. Because I don't know how else in that situation I could have done anything better to shine a more positive light on law enforcement and the Baton Rouge Police Department. When we make a mistake, we admit it. We don't try and jam you up and throw you in jail and cover it up, and we acknowledge it, and then we stand here and we defend ourselves. Dishonor upon the department and myself, sir? I believe I brought honor on both.
I'll point you to the point. Once you were notified and were aware that you were in the wrong place and had the wrong person, she remained in handcuffs for another 4 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
question asked and answered. I'll get a little bit-
If you would have sought a warrant to search the home for Brpd, at that point, you likely would have realized you were in the wrong place, wouldn't you?
Trying to understand your question. Did you say if I had secured a search warrant and gone into Ms. Smith's trailer, would I have realized I was in the wrong place? Is that what you, I apologize, I didn't understand the question.
You believed that you needed to search his home, and if you would have sought a warrant to search his home, at that point, you would have determined that you were in the wrong location. You would have likely secured a warrant for the correct address, the house to which you were dispatched.
So we would go from Ms. Smith being in handcuffs for 4 minutes to the hour and a half it would have taken me to secure a search warrant? Is that what you're asking? Because that's what would have happened. So we would have gone from 4 minutes to an hour and a half of detention. I don't think that would have been best for us or her.
The point is, you could have determined the correct address had you done that, correct?
I would object as far as this calling for speculation. I mean, we're speculating about things that didn't occur.
You get a dress when you go get a warrant?
I'm sorry?
Do you get a warrant for a specific address?
Yes.
Do you typically confirm the address is for whom, who lives at that address?
Generally, that is considered a fair practice.
Thank you. Go to the last page of tab 11, please. There are multiple category 3 charges that were sustained in your case, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize that the typical penalties allows up to a dismissal for the charges?
Yes.
And you were not terminated in this case, correct?
No, I was.
the person what their rights were in order to file a complaint against you. I think that shows those that going above and beyond, right? So our board exists to afford you the opportunity to exercise your Bill of Rights to appeal a possible decision that was rendered to you that you felt was unfair. But it's also our job to protect the rights of the citizens that are involved. I don't know why my mic is going in and out. Some of the problems that I have as a supervising officer, right? No one checked the actual 911 address of the place that you work, right? Whether it be verbally to when you said, hey, look, we're investigating such and such. Is this such and such address? That was never done. It's simple. Why wasn't it? Is that a question you can answer?
Yes, sir, and I think what happened was, understand that prior to my arrival, it had been determined by my officers that were there that this lady had been, this gentleman had been pulled from the trailer. I arrived, I see the ambulance backed up to the front door of this trailer. They explained that to me, and we think we're in the right place.
But we're in the right place of an investigation, correct?
Sir?
We're at the right place of an investigation at this point,
We believed we were, yes.
correct? Because that's everything that your actions that follows after that. So, the other problem, supervising officer, 2 of the 3 people who were there don't have body cameras on. One, whether they reported to work or without it, even if you made that IA didn't investigate it, you should have disciplined your subordinate for not coming to work ready for work. Is that correct?
If I had known about it,
Well, this
Arguably-
is a big
arguably-
thing. We're looking for information, and we can't obtain it from one of the people. It's not there, because she doesn't have it on. At no point, once it was been, you were made aware of it, did she get disciplined for not having her body camera?
Now, and it goes back to something we talked about in during my last hearing
The
with.
class 3 offense.
Yes, sir. We returned to work that next Tuesday, and that's when I heard Monday that she had actually complained, and that Internal Affairs was going to be looking into it.
She complained before.
The grandmother apparently complained on the 22nd before we ever returned back, because we all left to go home an hour later.
No.
So as I returned to work the next day, it's my understanding that Internal Affairs is in some way involved in investigating this. And like I said before, Internal Affairs is investigating it. I assume they're investigating everyone, and I don't.
But isn't that a key that you can't give a total reproduction of what happens if part of your subordinates didn't have the necessary equipment to even confirm? I'm just saying, as a supervisor,
Yes,
was it a problem for you
Was what a problem for me?
that one of your officers didn't have the camera?
Well,
at
sure,
all?
sure it
Okay.
was.
And so nothing was done about that?
No, sir, but I also want to be, in all fairness, and I think you've been very sincere in your questions, and you can ask any question you want, obviously, but I wasn't disciplined for this. None of this is in the four corners of the letters or why we're here.
Well,
If I had failed my duties as a supervisor, I would expect that we would be answering for those charges. But I'll be glad to answer your question.
I'm trying to create a picture from a common sense approach. That's it. I'm not into the letters of the law. I'm just saying, you're an officer, I'm a citizen, right?
Right.
And this could be for your protection. If it was an angle that could have only been shown by her and it's not there, it's a problem for you, right?
Right.
Okay, so let's just proceed. All right, you mentioned a possible threat, right, earlier, and that's present every day you go to work. I respect the job of the policeman, right?
Right.
But when you know, not to diminish your job, but you have 3 officers present for one pregnant lady, right? She's a pregnant lady, that's obvious, right? So the threat, I understand your mentality is your mentality. It's like somebody, if you're at war, you're at war, right? You can't check out of that. I'm just making an assertion as to what steps, we're at in the process, right?
Okay.
So again, it goes back to her saying, look, I don't know what you're talking about. There's no man that lives here. So of course, you're not used to dealing with people in the public who always tell the truth. I get it. So you're not gonna take what she says for face value. But there was no question and answers response as to, am I at the right place, right? And another problem is if the police were able, the paramedics were able to go in, get this guy who was non-responsive. I would imagine they did some prep work on him before they left. And like you said, he was put into a bag to carry him out of the house. Still at this time, no officer was present to see any of this process, which would have said, hey, this is the house that we're looking at, right? So we have to time this issue as what the response was versus where we are now, which we don't know what house we're at, right? How does that happen?
You're asking about our response?
Our timeliness of the response, how does the paramedics arrive, work on somebody? We don't have them here, but I'd like to have that information as to what the duration of time that they were there before the police showed up, because that's why y'all didn't see what house we were in, right?
Right, but there could have been any number of reasons, and I can't tell you precisely, but I don't know if you're familiar with our manpower issues. You can regularly get into a car and look at what we call our CAD screen and see 10, 12, 14 calls holding. And we get to them, and we prioritize them and get them there as quickly as we can with all of them. That could probably be the answer, because Corporal Woodard, she's not a slacker. So when she comes in here, if that was her call, and it was, and the ambulance beat her there, it's because she was busy on something else and she responded as quickly as she could. That's the best answer I can give you. I don't know.
So you're saying it's possibly a staffing issue as to why that happened?
Sir, I wish that we could immediately.
Right?
I wish that every time a call popped up on that screen, we could respond immediately, but you could go grab an officer down there right now and look at his CAD screen. I guarantee there's 7 or 8 calls holding and everyone else is assigned. That's more than likely what happened, but I can't tell you for certain.
I'll give you an even more likely scenario. EMS is responding to code 3 because there's a person down. These are lights and sirens are going in and blowing through traffic as quick as they can. police or when they go to a medical call in this regard, go to.
All right.
Because that means they don't run red lights, that means they don't run their lights, sirens, all that stuff. So we get there, and also remember, a medical call for EMS is not a, oh my gosh, someone's gonna die. It's a, someone's hurt, EMS needs to get there. I'm a police officer, I'm only going there to ascertain if there has been foul play committed, and then that's it.
Okay. All right. Well, to speak to that point, that would lead me to say that, hey, how many officers are there in the second district, and how big is second district, to give you an accurate idea of how you can respond to something.
Let me ask you something. I mean, are you saying that he was for supervision, that they weren't there?
No.
I'm just trying to understand.
No, I'm saying that it had to be a delay in the time that the ambulance was there, that nobody saw the traffic going to and from the house, right? I'm thinking, I've been, my dad had a heart attack, I saw the process, right? So I know who comes and how long it takes. They come in, do some work that they can't inside the house. And I'm just saying, there has to be some kind of time delay in which no activity happened in the house that we're talking about until all the activity takes place in the vehicle. Not only that, there was no conversation between the paramedics and the police to even ascertain which house it was. They had been there, right? So what were we looking at here? That was, but I digress, right? The other thing is, after we realized the mistake was made, right, and the lady's still in handcuffs, I don't like the way you word and it's not about just my opinion, but you don't handcuff somebody so they can pay attention to you. That is directly usurping the rights of the citizens that you are here to protect. You can't say, let me handcuff you so you can pay attention to what I'm saying. That's not right at all. All right, another thing. We had when you got there, you said there was a need for immediate investigation of the residents, right? That you were doing your job to investigate a potential crime. At what point did it change? We went from, hey, it's an emergency that we got to investigate, to, oh, the door's locked, nothing's going on. What happened? What's the difference? Because we're pulling somebody out of the house at one point to say, hey, look, we need to protect the crime scene and what's going on. To, okay, guys, let's go home. Nothing left to see. What changed?
A call was made to the homicide division, and they said that based on the information they had, they were not coming out. So we were not going to force entry into something. If there was an open door on this house, and I wasn't going there only for that. I told that gentleman that I would secure that residence for him, so I was trying to do a little community policing there as well. So,
well, he said it was open, and it would remain open until the sister came later to lock it, based upon the testimony I heard.
right, that's correct.
Right.
We were going to make sure that all the doors and everything and windows were locked. That was just secondary to it. That was, an offer that we made to make sure it was secure. I said, you want me to lock it? No, leave it open. So we were going to make sure as well that, a window wasn't open or something that the paramedics missed, so that nobody comes and breaks in.
Why wasn't he subpoenaed? He's the only one who pointed or alluded to that this was the residence that you were supposed to be going in.
I would have thought that he would have been investigated or interviewed in this matter.
But he wasn't, by either side. Nobody talked to him.
Are you referring to the brother?
Yeah, the brother who said, hey, look, he pointed to the trail, this is a trail, right? He pointed to it and said, hey, he lives there. But nobody brought him in to say, hey, look, this is what I told him in error, this is how we got here.
Why they identified him? You don't have any name, address, anything. None of the officers had an identification of this individual. What we knew is what you saw on that tape.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, that could clear up a lot of things, guys, if we had some of this information. And I think if there isn't a protocol on identifying, I think we've seen in the media on how, in fact, not long ago, within the last year or so, the Brpd actually performed a no-knock warrant at the wrong location, ended up doing structural damage to a home and had to repair it, right? So if that wasn't a point that you put policy in place to properly identify the location of the address that you're at, then, this certainly is, we gotta stop having the same problems, guys. Somebody gotta say, hey, this is where we're supposed to be.
Sir, I agree with you 100%. We made a mistake. We were at the wrong place based upon the information we were given. Everything you already know. I fully,
You fully took responsibility.
100%.
I saw the sincerity.
when we make
in the video.
mistakes, it's the way we handle those mistakes, I think, that makes us professionals. And I hope you will see that that's what I did to the best of my training and ability.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, sir. In his comments, Mr. Williams covered a couple of my questions, so I won't repeat those. But you indicated that when you arrived, your thought process was that a crime may have been committed.
It will.
Well,
It's always a possibility, and that's the whole reason we go, so we have to consider that as a possibility.
right. But once you got there and found Mr. Brady in the ambulance, did anyone bother to ask the EMTs if there was any evidence of a crime or any injury to Mr. Brady?
Yes, they were asked, did you guys see anything that concerns you about violence? And again, that is something that we take into consideration. But we're the authority that goes in there and does that. If I were to have gone up there or one of my officers and they said, no, we didn't see anything, we wrote a report, fire department told us they didn't see anything, and it turns out that he had a bullet in his back when they got him to the hospital, and this crime scene, then you're talking serious culpability on the police department. So, yes, sir, they were asked, and no one saw anything, but just because they don't see it doesn't mean that we're not required to go in there and put our eyes on it. We are the authority that looks at that. We're the ones with the experience that looks at that. We do take that into consideration, but ultimately it's on us, whether they tell us there's a crime scene. I've had it 100 times where they told me. I've had a bunch of times where they told me there's a crime scene, turns out it was medical, and I've had it vice versa as well. Many times. And that's, we use especially me, my experience on this for the decisions that I made that day.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm a little bit confused, because I think I read testimony and we watched on the video, that Mr. Brady's brother, I think, someone said, maybe you, that his home was unlocked, that his sister would be coming later to secure it. But when you went to the house, the door was locked.
The door was locked, right?
So any idea of
Yes, sir.
how you got out of the house?
Well, my best guess is that they went there and the house was open, and as they were leaving, there were a bunch of firemen and stuff that all go in there. One of them probably locked it, just out of courtesy for him, because hey, I'm the last one out, went ahead and did that. And the brother probably didn't know that. That's why he thought the door was open. And that was the only entrance to the house.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other board members?
I do want to say something, John. I've been in many situations. I broke down doors next door to apartments where we had a down patient that couldn't make it to the door. Broke in one right next door. Guy came out, possibly was breaking in there. It's not uncommon to get an address wrong. We do it so many times, we get used to it. You know, we take the word of people. He responded to the 500 block. So he was relying on his officers. They responded to the address. He responded to the block of 500. I heard you ask about when you seen him in there, we knew he wasn't a threat, but he wasn't a threat. But we didn't know if this girl had came into his house and was moving stuff around. So he wasn't expecting anybody to be in that house. When he opened the door, somebody was there. He was in the defense mode. I'm sitting here defending you because I've been in that exact same spot. Except I don't have a gun. You know, but, you know, police and fire, we find ourselves in some peculiar situation sometimes. We know the rules. We don't sit there and study them in a pamphlet. We don't actually think of them every time an incident comes and, oh, I can't do that because of this procedure, or, oh, let me turn my camera on. But, I know we are trained to follow the rules. The rules are written for a purpose. There has to be consistency in following the rules, or we would have chaos. So I just sympathize with you and all our brothers, because I know it's a hard spot to be in, and we pray each day that we do the right thing. Sometimes we don't, myself included. But
Yes, ma'am.
I agree. I mean, you're a superior officer, you've been on the force a long time, so you have to make calls in the morning. The address wrong, mistake. And then we went to a house that you thought was empty, there's a person in there. So you have to, I'm not gonna tell you what notes you need to take, because if you see the threat, we didn't know. You were thinking you were at the right house, but the wrong person in, so I think you acted accordingly. And assessing what the next steps were. So, and I appreciate the fact that when you realized that you made a mistake, that you apologized for it, you even offered up to her, this is what you do to fall against me, or go for it. My small problem is, I'm with you the whole way, but to hold a person in handcuffs, once you knew that it wasn't her, I just felt like immediately where he went wrong to me, you should immediately, she stood up, like you said, that you weren't taking, you wanted to sit down. I think that should have been her relief for you as a supervisor. And training, because you're also training your staff people, and I thought you did a good job with that. But my only thing that I can't is to have, for me to be set in handcuffs when I know, she had to take your lead, you're a police officer, so she has to take your guidance when you say, hold up, and help you, so I find out who you are. I agree with you. But when you found out, I thought you had enough time to release her. That's what's bothering me. That's what I'm trying to understand. Again, wow, when you walked across the street and the lady told you, no, this is where he lives, the neighbor, I think it was. You knew, even walking back, that she was not it, it was not her. And then even when you came, you still allowed her to send handcuffs. That's what's bothering me. But everything else you did, I think you did your job, except for that.
I appreciate that criticism, and, I've been doing this a while, not as long as others, but more than some, and I certainly don't know everything, I probably don't even know 10%. In every situation you go in, whether you do right or wrong, you learn something that you would never do the next time. And certainly, if this were to happen again, that's the first thing I'm going to think of. I just want you to understand, and I think you do, that there was never an intent in my brain, I'm going to hold her here in handcuffs. That wasn't. I see how it looks with the hindsight of 2020. There was no intent to deprive her of her freedom or any of those things. And yes, I won't do that quite the same next time at all. But there was so much going through my head, and I was so angry that we had made this mistake. And at first I was kind of angry with my folks. I've never even told them this because I calmed myself down and I remembered I've made this mistake too. I was so angry about the mistakes we had made. I was so angry about the fact that we had violated this woman, although it was lawful but awful. I was mad about that because I truly believe in treating people the same. And if you go watch anybody, I don't know if they went back and watched 6 months on video camera when they do, you'll find that that's how I treat people on a regular basis. So I was focused on, I've got to make this right. I'm angry at my people and then I'm angry at me for relying on them, but that's what you have to do because you can't stop and verify every doggone thing. And I'm angry about what this woman's gone through. It wouldn't happen next time. But there was no intent to hurt this woman, deprive her of anything. I appreciate your comments.
I'm sorry, one last question. Why did you choose not to attend the pre-disciplinary?
Very good question. So, a pre-disciplinary hearing is an opportunity for the employee to respond to charges. Lauderdale hearing, right? The pre-disciplinary hearing is not a required thing. An employee has the option of going or not going. In this particular case, when I was served with the notice of disciplinary, that I had a disciplinary hearing, the first thing that struck me was I've had 3 Class 3 charges added to this thing that I never knew about and never had an opportunity to respond to. Call me paranoid, whatever. I felt there was a reason for that. I had concerns about the possibility of not being able to get a fair hearing. So I said, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to write down in this letter very detailed explanation of what I assume they're telling me I did, because there's nothing specific in there that tells me you violated the arrest policy this way, you violated. I'm just hearing today some possible suggestions of what they might have thought a search was. I didn't do any of this. So I wrote this letter so that there would be no misunderstanding of what my position was, my words, so they could, when it's in writing, you can't dispute what's said. So I presented them a detailed explanation in writing in lieu of my appearance, because I felt that was the best opportunity that I had to get my point across without emotion and to let them know what they needed to know. So that's why we took the opportunity to not appear.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Raines, Mr.
Yes, we're calling, Chief, Deputy Chief James. Oh, yeah, we're back from the break, because it's gonna be a long one.
It's gonna be a long one. Go ahead and reconvene at 5 o'clock.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Point it out to me. Which slide? No?
State police crime lab. I went to that ATL, I worked with the guy. Yeah, yeah. I lost my excuse.
I got some grain-free bars. You want one? I saw it, but it looks unhealthy. I got blueberry bread. Blueberry banana bread. I made it at home.
Every time we go. Oh, no, any of y'all want coffee, she said? No, you like coffee? John? Y'all want coffee? I'll talk to you all the time. Come on, get the man. I grew up with John. I grew up with John from Charlotte. He's there.
This is the guy from Hawaii.
Okay, Deputy Chief Daniel, would you please take your full name and business address for the record?
Yes, sir. Myron Daniels. My business address is 9000 Airline, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 70815, Suite 3000.
Okay, and your present position with Baton Rouge Police Department is Deputy Chief, is that correct?
That is correct. I'm the Deputy Chief of Administration, Chief of Staff.
Now, how long have you been in that position?
At this time, just completed my first year.
Are you familiar with the charges that Corporal Gautier was asked to address in the pre-disciplinary hearing, which was held on May 27th?
Yes, sir, I am.
Now, did you have any input in the drafting of those pre-disciplinary notes?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, I'm gonna ask that you take the exhibit book and turn to exhibit number 10. No, number 9, I'm sorry. Now, is that the, predisciplinary hearing notice that, you did have some input into?
Yes, sir, it is.
And can you just briefly explain what input you did have into that?
Yes, sir. Just to give you, familiarize those with the procedure, once a internal affairs case, has, been investigated, it's submitted to administration. It's submitted to administration for, input. And there's a form that's attached to the actual folder, which allows deputy chiefs to actually, make, comments on, the investigation itself.
And obviously, the deputy chief did make input to this particular, draft, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we did.
Now, if you look at same book, exhibit number 10, you guys have, the ability to review that while you're reviewing the file with respect to the pre-disciplinary notice.
It is actually in the file. Not sure that I would focus on this, document while reviewing the case itself.
Okay. Now, just to make note, there are 3 charges noted within this guarantee notice form, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the pre-disciplinary notice that we just hit on at exhibit number 9 has additional charges to it. In fact, it has 2 additional class 3 charges, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, is it normal for the pre-disciplinary notice to have more or less charges than the guarantee form, which the employee is to sign off on in his initial interview?
It's very possible that that can happen. Just a reminder, this form, the officer's rights form, would be signed prior to any statements made by the employee. Of course, during those statements, additional information can come out, which would, again, that may not be covered by the charges that were listed here initially.
And when the completed investigation is put before the deputy chiefs and administration as a whole, are you guys looking at the videos as well as the documentary evidence, the interviews?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Now, with respect to the pre-disciplinary hearing itself, what generally is the role of the deputy chief?
The deputy chief's roles in pre-disciplinary hearing or Laudermill hearing, as you may hear said today, our roles are to listen to all evidence provided, and that includes statements from the officer who may be the target of the investigation, as well as any witnesses he may bring to mitigate the allegations made against him, as well as any information that his attorney may provide on record. Once that occurs, we take that information, which includes also watching videos if it's available, and we make a recommendation to the chief of police. That recommendation is made, and ultimately the decision is the chief's on how discipline should be handed out.
Now, the role of the deputy chief was somewhat different with respect to this case, though, wasn't it?
Yes, sir, it was.
And why was that so?
Actually, Corporal Dothier and his attorney made mention that there were some concerns regarding Chief Murphy Paul overseeing his disciplinary hearing. As a matter of fact, they filed very specific paperwork in the 19 JDC in an attempt to prevent it. And so based on that, the chief decided that he would recuse himself from the actual hearing, and he appointed me to facilitate.
And in his appointment of you, what precisely was your role?
My role was to conduct the hearing. We have a pretty standard procedure to conduct that hearing in that standard procedure. And once it was over, to have discussion with deputy chiefs and come to what we decided that would be a disposition and or a punishment if we ruled against Corporal W.
Now, would you describe the other deputy chiefs as being long-term officers capable of interpreting policies and procedures of the department?
Yes, sir, I can. As a matter of fact, even though I'm the most senior deputy chief, one of the deputy chiefs has the identical amount of experience as me. We came through the same academy. The other two deputy chiefs are actually senior as far as time-wise on the police department too.
So would you say that you had a group of officers or deputy chiefs who were familiar with the issues that are raised in this case?
Yes, sir, I would.
Now, during the course of your tenure with the Baton Rouge Police Department, were you ever provided training regarding how to determine whether a situation constitutes a crime scene?
Yes, sir. So that's actually something very basic that starts off as a required, it's actually courses within the Baton Rouge Police Department's training academy.
And generally, can you provide this board with an idea of how the determination is made?
There are quite a few factors that fall into determining a crime scene, but just specifically relating to the training speaks in general terms on crime scene investigations, things to look for, how to preserve those crime scenes, and it goes even further into specific courses such as homicides, robbery, those sex crimes, those types of scenes where those instructors come and also give instruction on securing those types of crime scenes information that they would be looking for.
Now, when an officer or officers are called out on what would principally be or initially be thought of as a medical call, how do you determine whether that medical call will put you in a situation to determine a crime scene?
Okay. Oftentimes, if we are dispatched to a medical call, it comes in as what's called a public assist. The initial gathering of information actually starts well before we arrive on the scene. The initial gathering of information starts when the call taker, dispatch correction, every time I say dispatchers, they chastise me. Our communications officers, they take the time to gather information over the phone, and they categorize that information to help officers assist in their response. So when we are dispatched to a call, we have an idea on what type of call we are responding to. Once you arrive at that call, you then start with your on-scene observations, and you look for things that stand out. For one of the first things, you want to ensure that the scene isn't chaotic itself. Even on some of the most basic calls, they can be chaotic. From there, you start looking for obvious things associated with crime scenes, whether it's shell casings, broken glass, damage to a home or a vehicle. You also look for blood, those things that are obvious that you are walking into a crime scene. Once I would do that and none of that existed, I would locate the victim or the complainant in the case, and you start looking for those. If first responders are on scene, those are great sources of information, and I would probably go to see exactly what they're doing. And once you determine that, you would also look for other witnesses, neighbors, to gather information that you would need. And from that, all those things combined together, you'll make a determination on whether, you're moving toward investigating a crime, or in this case, it was a medical call.
And how much value would you place in information that is provided by either a witness or just an observer who's on the scene?
I'll be very honest with you. I place quite a bit of information. Fire and EMS are some of your best resources. When I say best resources, they respond to scenes very often, and they get to see those crime scenes. So if something stands out, oftentimes those guys will notify us and let us know that, hey, guys, you got something over here you might need to go look at. As far as a civilian or a citizen on scene, absolutely. I would, at least, you have to give their testimony or what they provide, the information they provide, some credibility, because they were there before you and they would have better firsthand knowledge than you would. But it all goes back again to those who are arriving on scene. If there's more information needed, you just have to ask the questions.
Now, is it normal to enter residences if you get to a crime scene, or rather, if you enter a circumstance, an assistance call, as you say, where an individual has been brought into an EMS or rather in an ambulance when you arrive?
It would really depend on the circumstances. I would almost immediately walk up and look into the ambulance to see exactly what I had and start that dialogue with those first responders who are working on that patient. Because, you know, if there are obvious signs that a crime has been committed, such as injuries, there's bruises to the head and face, or as disfigurement of the face, or there's open gash to the head, those are things that lead you to believe that an actual crime has taken place. So absolutely, that would be one of my first steps.
So in every situation, is there a rule that you must make a determination of whether or not?
Absolutely not.
And why would that not be the case?
Because the law may not permit you to do so. We still have to provide, we still have to proceed under law. And we just can't walk into a residence just because we're dispatched to a call. There are rules that we have to follow and to ensure that that standard has been met before we do so.
Now, you're familiar with Corporal Dozier, right?
Yes, sir, I am.
And as a long-term veteran police officer and a supervisor in uniform patrol, was Corporal Dozier expected to understand all the factors that you just discussed with us?
Yes, sir, absolutely, he was.
Now, it's been made clear that Corporal Dozier did not attend the pre-disciplinary hearing, which was scheduled in the matter. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But he did send correspondence laying out his defenses to the charges that were listed within the pre-disciplinary notice. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Now, I'm going to ask you to look at exhibit number 16.
Taking place and all who are a part of the hearing, what happened on that day. Since Corporal Dozier was not there and he sent correspondence, we still wanted to hear his voice. So at that point in time, I read his entire letter into the record for everyone present.
Now, it appears that he attempted to address every charge that was presented. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir, it is accurate.
Okay, I'm going to ask that we also look at a document that's already, I think it's evidence, which is
Yes, sir, I'm there.
And number 11 is the general order with respect to discipline within the department, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is, General Order 112.
Okay, and if you turn to page 13,
Yes.
and look at paragraph 1:7,
Yes, sir.
completion and submission of required forms, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, that is one of the charges for which Corporal Dozier had responded, is that accurate?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, if you go back to, I'm gonna go in between both. Page number 1 of Exhibit 16,
Yes, sir.
that is Corporal Dozier's response to the charge, is that accurate?
Yes, sir, it is, it's accurate.
Now, explain how you and the other deputy chief responded to Corporal Dozier's explanations for his actions as presented in this letter.
Reviewing that section of his letter, we took into consideration exactly what he said, but we also focused on policy. And the policy is very specific. His accusations did not address the fact that he failed to meet the required time frame to submit such reports. It only gave reasons why it wasn't necessary or that he shouldn't be held accountable for it. And when we reviewed it and we based our decisions purely on policy, and even though some of the statements we felt were made were somewhat untrue in his letter, we based our decision on policy, and we found that he actually violated the policy. The policy is very specific. It requires that a use of force form or a response to resistant behavior is submitted at the end of the shift.
Now, you obviously expressed some concern about the veracity of some of the statements within the letter. I suspect you're concerned with the provisions of the first sentence, where Corporal Dozier notes or states that or the regular second sentence, the mistake was discovered before I was notified of this investigation and corrected. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay, you guys did consider that?
Yes, we considered it, and based off of the information, the confirming emails, as well as the supervisor or his assistant commander signing off on it, it was a untrue statement.
Now, if we go back to exhibit number 11 and go to policy number 2:13, which is at page 17. Digital mobile video audio equipment included body-worn camera, which was an additional charge for which he submitted a defense. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that defense is on page 2 of exhibit number 16.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain how you and the deputy chief viewed his defense?
Again, his defense was attempting to set a narrative that was not factual. Even placing emphasis on the fact that beginning of the incident that it was consistent with policy, and it was absolutely inconsistent with the policy, and it was a clear violation of the body-worn camera policy. There were multiple incidents or opportunities to activate your body-worn camera. Our policy is not confusing, not to me. It's very specific that you have to turn on and activate your body worn camera when you're interacting with the public. And it's very easy to do. It's actually a double click, I have it on my belt, that's what I'm reaching for, but it's a double click of your camera and it comes on. The policy actually helps to ensure that you're always in that mode, because during your tour of duty, your camera is supposed to be in what's called a standby mode, which means that it's on, it's just not recording. You have to hit the record button. So it is too easy to turn on your camera, and if that camera's turned on, immediately when you double tap it, it's constantly recording, but it saves the 30 seconds prior to that. So we would have that information. That should have been done when he went to contact Mr. Brady's brother. I'm sorry, I don't know his name. That was one opportunity. The second opportunity was when he thought he was moving toward a crime scene. That is an official police action that you're about to take. And if it is a possible crime scene, it should be captured as evidence on your body worn camera. So his camera should have been activated even at that process. Even if there was no one inside, you're going to film an actual crime scene. The third opportunity, I think that was, should have taken place, would have been his interaction with Ms. Smith. The policy is very specific about activating your camera when you're involved in a confrontational encounter with someone. And when I speak of confrontational, this isn't what I would describe as a rapidly developing. This was not a rapid developing event. This is a slow-paced event. And during that time, it's rather easy because there was, according to the young officer on scene, Officer Alexander's camera, you can tell that the discussion between the two of them went on for a matter of at least 30 plus seconds. And that camera could have easily been turned on and should have been turned on at that time. So based on that, even though there were some things that were said in here that were very inconsistent with our policies, we saw that and ruled that there was a definite violation of our policy.
Was there some concern regarding the exact time that Corporal Demotion actually did turn his camera on?
Yes, there was. It appears that it was after he had left the scene, walked across the field to his unit, that he actually activated his camera. And to include, there was minutes of dialogue with Ms. Smith, as you saw, as they sat on the front porch, in handcuffs. So their body camera could have been turned on easily and should have been turned on at that time.
Now, on page 2 of exhibit number 16,
Yes.
Corporal Demotion provided an explanation or defense against the charge of carrying out orders with respect to General Order 209 arrests.
Yes.
And how did you guys do that defense?
Again, we took into consideration his interpretation of what he wrote. Again, we found that there was a definite violation of policy when it came to arrests. Oftentimes, we sit back and there's an explanation as Corporal Dothier made in this case, that this charge appeared out of nowhere. Well, it didn't. We watch video, and he was actually questioned in reference to this exact action by Detective Sergeant Beard during his interview. And it was very specific as to, as he entered to actually take Ms. Smith into custody, to explain. And he gave a very detailed response or explanation as to why he acted the way that he did. But so those additional charges were added based on interview questions as well as what we saw on the body camera video reviewing prior to signing off on that case. But when we looked over this entire explanation, there were quite a few things that were unsettling. There was a talk and discussion of suspicious circumstances, and there was nothing suspicious about the circumstances. I'm sorry, but a elderly man, nearly 80 years old, having a medical illness is not uncommon. Unfortunately, it's almost expected. So that is not uncommon at all. The other thing that was mentioned quite a bit was the exigent circumstances that actually played a part in some of the decision-making. There was no circumstances that would lead a reasonable person to believe that a crime had been committed. There were no injuries to Mr. Brady. There was no blood. There was nothing that would lead a reasonable person to believe that there was actually a crime scene that they were walking into. So when they approached this residence, and again, they were expecting a residence which was described as unlivable conditions. This wasn't it. When they approached the residence and they expected the door to be unlocked, this wasn't it. When they approached the residence and they was expecting it to be unoccupied, this wasn't it. What they found was a person in their home who had every right to be in their home. There's nothing suspicious about Ms. Smith or you or anyone being in your home. So when we looked at that, and Ms. Smith made it very clear that, no, you're not invited to come into my home. And she had every right to do so, because there was nothing there that would lead a reasonable person to believe that a crime had taken place there. Not EMS, not fire, not the brother who was familiar with the actual settings of the home. No one had believed that, and there was no obvious signs that a crime had taken place. So when Ms. Smith went to actually close her door, she had every right to do so. I've had the door slammed in my face many a times, and it's okay. I can't force my way into someone's home. And when that process was stopped and Corporal Dothier reached in to pull her out of her home, absolutely, that was an arrest that was unlawful. Absolutely unlawful. Not only was it unlawful at that point, because there was nothing that would lead a reasonable person to believe that they had a right to even go into the home, but the law itself ensures that a person is protected within their home, and it does fall under the Fourth Amendment. Not only was she detained, as it's been described by Mr. Dothier, but then there was an opportunity. You know, I get it. And as John says, mistakes can be made, but this was not one of those mistakes that had to be made. This is too easily verifiable. Ma'am, I'm sorry. We weren't expecting you in this home. What address is this? When she says 556 and you know you were dispatched to 551, I don't have to inform you guys, but we all know even numbers on one side of the roadway, odd numbers on the other side of the roadway. So this is a easy fix. This wasn't fast moving. This wasn't rapid. There wasn't gunfire. There wasn't anybody fighting. You stood at the door and had a conversation with this young lady for some time. At least we can verify 30 seconds. We don't know how long the conversation had been going on because we do not have body worn camera footage from the officer that had initiated. But this isn't one of those things. This is very easy. But at some point, it was determined that you're at the wrong house. At some point, it was determined. And at that point, you knew that that young lady was not lawfully arrested, detained, however you want to make it. The most expensive piece of equipment on an officer each day is his radio. It's often described as the lifeline. It is too easy to squeeze that radio and say, Corporal Robinson, release Miss Smith immediately. There's been some confusion. I will walk over and explain to you afterwards. That's what should have happened. You should have righted that wrong immediately. She did not want to be in handcuffs. She had even asked prior to be released on the video, and it didn't happen. She did not want to be in handcuffs. And when a person is not free to go, they are under arrest. It's that simple. So absolutely, there was a violation of General Order 209, and we took into consideration the statements that were made, and we ruled that there was a violation.
I want to go back to the carrying out order provision and specifically deal with General Order 319.
Yes, sir.
Now, General Order 319 is at Exhibit 13. That deals with warrantless searches.
Yes, sir.
Now, can you explain why the deputy chiefs, you and the deputy chiefs, would have thought the warrantless searches provision was applicable?
So let me back up just a little bit. When we ask for charges to be added, it's not because we have decided that these cases or these charges have truly been violated. One of the languages that you'll see in an internal affairs report is that these are mere suggestions of policies that may have been violated during this process, but the ultimate decision will be for the appointing authority. So in reviewing this, all throughout Corporal Dothier's statements, he was very specific. He used the term exigent circumstances throughout. And those exigent circumstances fall under the warrantless searches policy. So that's why it was asked to be added to this. But when you view it, there were no exigent circumstances, none. There is a big misconception that exigent circumstances are all that is required to make entry into a home when there's not a warrant present. That's only the first portion of it. The second portion is it requires what's called probable cause. It requires probable cause. They go together. I have to have a reason to believe that a crime was committed in this place. So that would go back to the policy as it was read were those things that I discussed, the obvious signs that there had been an issue or incident that was criminal in nature. There was no blood. There was no battering or beating. There was no injury of the victim. There was nothing that would lead a reasonable person to believe that there's a crime that took place in this house, and it wasn't even at the right house. So that's why that statute was added.
Okay, having added that provision, how did you guys respond to Corporal Gautier's defense? So on page 3.
Yes, sir. When, as he mentioned, he said that he wasn't questioned relative to it. He was absolutely questioned relative to it. When Sergeant Detective Beard actually asked him about securing Miss Smith from inside her home, again, that information fell under this statute. They did not have a right to enter that home. There's a big misconception that entering a home means I have to step totally into it. That is not factual. It is, in Louisiana, it is stated that any portion of your body breaking the plane of an entranceway, whether it's a door or a window, constitutes entry. And that's what happened. They did not have a right to go in after this young lady. She had every right to secure her door and be protected from invasion of her privacy. So when we looked at this process, and again, I think it's been pointed out that it happened twice. It absolutely happened as it appeared that Corporal Gautier was about to actually go and enter the home, and he opened the blind that the young lady mentioned, you need to get a warrant. And then he moved back over and said, that's exactly what I'm about to do. So again, it happened, and we felt that it was a policy violation, and we sustained him on it.
His next offense was regarding the use of force.
Yes, sir.
Now, he initially notes that the allegation was added to his case after he'd been interviewed. And he again says he was not questioned about it. Is that accurate?
That's inaccurate. Again, the use of force has always been a part of the investigation. That's the form that you fill out, the response to resistive behavior that he said he filled out day one. That's only because there was a use of force against a person. So that would mean that this was absolutely a part of the investigation before any of this. But yes, when we look at use of force, it's a two-part series of what you have to look for. I have somewhat of a background in the area, so I feel like I can speak on it. I've actually testified before civil service on several occasions for previous cases against previous administrations. So I have somewhat of a background in defensive tactics. Defensive tactics falls under a couple of rules. Graham versus Connor is pretty much the standard of how law enforcement operates when it comes to defensive tactics. And I'll tell you that Corporal Gautier was absolutely right, as he's been saying that you can't judge on 20/20 hindsight. That's only for use of force. That doesn't mean 20/20 hindsight on the other issues. 20/20 hindsight deals with use of force, just to be clear on that. During that process, when that argument is made, there are a few factors that Graham has set in place. There's 4 to be exact. But there are two areas that you have to look at. Oftentimes, people jump to the second when you can't move from the first. But the second was the amount of force used reasonable in response to the level of resistance shown by the suspect? In layman's terms, the suspect is wrestling with me, I wrestle with the subject, that's reasonable. Unreasonable, the subject pushed me and I shot him. All right, so that's one of the factors that you look at. But the first factor, or the first prong in that test that has to be satisfied is, did I have a right to use force in the first place? And that's where this comes into policy. I will say that the level of force that was used, if the first portion fit in dealing with Ms. Smith, I would have said it would have been reasonable based off of the level of resistance as reference to the level of response. It was totally unreasonable because she should have never been touched in the first place. She had a right to absolutely defend herself against an unlawful arrest or detention, however you want to describe it. There's only...
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I didn't want to get far afield
Yes, sir.
without reminding you that we had, or rather that the department had, Internal Affairs had requested Corporal Wallace Britton to review the matter.
Yes.
And he did provide a response. So in relation to what you are now discussing with us, how would we put Corporal Britton's response?
Perfect timing, absolutely. I would say that Corporal Britton would be absolutely right, based off of the circumstances, that the level of force used to counter the level of resistance shown by the suspect would have been absolutely reasonable. But before you can get to that second part, you have to be justifiable to using force in the first place. And there was no justification to use force because that young lady had every right to close her door and be safe and secure in her own home. And there was no exception for a police officer to enter just based solely off of an elderly patient who had experienced an illness, not an injury, not death, or anything along those lines.
Now, finally, in addressing the issues that were presented in the letter, Corporal Demotion addressed the conduct of becoming an officer. And what was you and the deputy chief sustained the charge. And what was the basis of your sustaining the charge?
It goes without saying that when you look at all the circumstances, there's no doubt that the police department showing up to the wrong house, forcefully removing a young lady who had every right to be secure in her home, forcefully removing her from inside, using force to place her over a banister, which you can clearly see in the video, securing her, who is also 8 months pregnant. I think that absolutely will bring dishonor and shame upon this Baton Rouge Police Department.
Now, after addressing the specific charges, Corporal Demotion brought some things that he felt needed to be brought to the attention of the administration. At the bottom of page 1, beginning at the bottom of page 1, he discusses that perhaps the administration was not aware that Sergeant Beard's investigation was conducted below the standards that are required. Did you guys feel necessary to address that charge?
Oh, of course, we listened to it because, again, he has a voice and we want his voice to be heard, whether it's in writing or if he was there in person to answer. ironically, if this was the case, I think that would be an advantage for a corporate dossier if the standards weren't met and the investigation was far below. But I did not see it as so. And I would also say it's an insult to the commander of internal affairs because he has to review and sign this particular case before it even comes across to us for review. So there was a check and balance. And I've sat in that position, and if there was something that an investigator had not met or it was falling below the standard, you kick that back to them and have them to fix whatever that error is. And I don't think it was done in this case. Again, I think that was very subjective, that he didn't feel that it was according to his standard, but his standard was not what we put our emphasis on.
Now, throughout this letter, and actually throughout the hearing in a number of instances, there has been some question or challenge as to the specificity of the pre-disciplinary hearing letter, and that may have in and of itself been a violation of the police officer's Bill of Rights. And how do you respond to that?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that for me?
The specificity contained within the pre-disciplinary hearing letter,
Yes.
that Corporal Brpd has on several occasions indicated that he felt it did not provide him with sufficient notice of the charge for him to provide an adequate defense.
Oh, well,
And that, in his estimation, is a violation of the police officer's Bill of Rights.
no, I totally disagree. The letter itself, Laudermill has Laudermill lays out some of the things that should be put into a predisciplinary letter. And this predisciplinary letter informed, at the time, Sergeant Dothier, that the administration had reviewed the case, was considering taking actions as it fell below the standard of the police department, and it laid out those actions, and it also laid out the events of being dispatched to Alice Street, as well as the encounter with Miss Smith and everything that took place on that date. So I disagree. I think that it met all standards.
And in your estimation, what does the police officer's Bill of Rights require that he be presented?
So it's quite a few things that the police officer Bill of Rights require. Particularly, it talks about the minimum standards associated with an investigation. And almost immediately, it talks about interviews and interrogations and what has to take place during that time. And the police officer's Bill of Rights is very specific. And it's specific when it states, forgive me, I don't have the exact wording in front of me, but it's something along the lines of during interrogations, interviews, prior to any of those things taking place, that the officer who under investigation has to be made aware of the allegations alleged against him. And it doesn't use that specific language. The specific language it uses, the nature of the investigation. And that was done. If you listen to the recorded statement by Sergeant Beard, within the first 40 seconds that they're there, he lays out all those things, specifically the nature of the investigation as he describes the incident dealing with Miss Smith.
Now, there were a number of other issues that you brought forth on page 4 of his letter. Were these issues considered by the deputy chiefs?
Yes, sir.
Beginning with paragraph A and going through paragraph B.
Yes, sir. And I was in the court and I heard Detective Beard where he discussed witnesses and how that applies to his case. I've seen quite a few incidents where there may easily be 20 law enforcement officers on scene. Not all 20 law enforcement officers are going to be interviewed. The detective or the investigator in that case makes that determination on who should be interviewed based off of information that they have, as well as video evidence that may support anything that could be said. So I didn't find, and the other deputy chiefs didn't find that that was an issue or concern that applied to this case.
And what about the issue raised regarding the body worn camera? Did you guys consider that as a circumstance where one officer was treated more favorably than another?
Actually, no. So it was considered, but we did not feel that one officer was treated any differently than another. You know, when I look at it, it is very clear on the responsibility of body-worn cameras. What struck me as odd was that Corporal Dothier clearly knew that there was a potential, or that an officer on scene did not have their camera on, and he showed up to the hearing, or excuse me, the interview with Sergeant Beard to point that out. That's not Sergeant Beard's job to investigate. The responsibility is absolutely with the immediate supervisor of that officer that is involved. And absolutely, it should have been handled at that level, as all are. You can't pass up your supervisory duties. As a matter of fact, it should have been noted that day because of the incident. I think the supervisor had an obligation to have both of those officers, if they had body-worn camera video, to download it immediately so that it would be in the system. This isn't a simple mistake. It's not a simple mistake going to someone's house and pulling them out unlawfully. This is a major mistake. This is not as simple as people say, but I would think that that should have been done at that time, just as the response to resistive behavior form is required to be submitted at the end of the shift. And it's done, even though it has general information on it, it's done for the purpose of a check and balance. That way an officer cannot be involved in a physical encounter with someone out in the public, one of our citizens, and their supervision not be made aware of it. Now, that form actually goes from the officer to his immediate supervisor, to the district commander if it's uniform patrol, to the actual commander of uniform patrol. Once it makes its way up that far, it goes to internal affairs. And it's assigned to an investigator to ensure that they watch that video or review those reports or that information to ensure that those actions took place within the policies of our police department. It's a checks and balance. It then goes to the training academy where an instructor will look at that same form and pull up that report and review it and make a determination if there are any training needs. So it is not just a simple form. It is important that it is turned in at the end of the shift. On occasion, there are times where it may be very late or something, but within 48 hours. So all of those things kind of added to it. But yes, sir, I'm sorry.
Now, did Corporal Doche also present what he thinks is sort of circumstance where another officer is treated differently from him with respect to Corporal Robinson, Ty Robinson. Did you guys investigate or consider his arguments as put forth in this letter?
Yes, we listened to him and we considered him, but we found no merit in it. The entire reason for discipline and things is to take responsibility for your actions. And I don't think that being held accountable for a violation is okay to point out that this person did it, this person did it. But ironically, Mr. Robinson, in this case, was already under investigation, and we had already moved to have a pre-disciplinary hearing for him. Ironically, the form, I found it ironic, but I guess if those in charge of the shooting review board wanted that form, it was okay to present to them, but the form is not for the purpose of that. For example, it's easy if you just look at the actual title of the form, Response to Resistive Behavior. An accidental discharge of a firearm doesn't fall under that. But again, that had nothing to do with the fact that Corporal Dozier did violate the policy and that we would hold him accountable for it.
Now, the paragraph D specifically relates to something that we discussed earlier, and what I'm concerned about is there is some indication within this particular defense is, again, a question of whether or not he feels he was treated differently from other officers. And that is with respect to his belief that Sergeant Beard actually made the changes in the pre-disciplinary letter that were not included within the guarantee rights form. Is that an accurate assumption that those changes, or rather the additions in the pre-disciplinary letter were made by Sergeant Beard?
Sergeant Beard did make the changes based on our instruction to add them. We do not have access to that system to walk in and physically correct or change those things. We send a file back for the changes to be added.
So you sent it back with instructions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if we went to the final page, page 5,
Yes, sir.
if you note, there are 3 bullet points there.
Yes, sir.
The first of which, as evidenced by the entirety of Sergeant Beard's investigation and the recording of the same, the following minimum standards were violated. The interrogatories are, it is alleged, of any police officer or law enforcement officer shall be recorded in full, and the police employee or law enforcement employee should not be prohibited from obtaining a copy of the recording or transcript. And I suspect that what we're referencing here is the information obtained from Corporal Britton. Is that how you guys view that?
Yes, sir, that was my understanding of what was wrote by Corporal W.
And what was your discussion related to that, to entail?
It appeared that there was no interrogation or interview of Corporal Britton. It appeared that Detective Beard had Corporal Britton to review the actual body worn camera and to offer an opinion based on what he reviewed. So no, we didn't feel that that was or met that standard as written here.
The second bullet point deals specifically with allowing the officer's representative to ask questions during the interrogation process, and it questions whether the interrogation process was done properly. Did you guys review those concerns?
Yes, sir, we did.
And what was your finding?
So when we reviewed it, the police officer's bill of rights, as you just read, it is very specific. And one of the things it talks about is that, of course, the representative or counsel for the officer being questioned has an opportunity to offer advice to the employee, or the officer make statements on behalf of them. This, of course, has to be recorded. But one of the things I found was when it talks about allowing a response and advice and to make statements on the record, it's very specific. It says regarding any questions asked of the employee. So those questions are determined by your investigator. That investigator determines what questions are pertinent to his or her investigation. And reading what I read and listening to the actual interview itself during my review, every question that Detective Beard asked was responded to by Sergeant or Corporal Dozier, as well as his attorney having an opportunity to add advice during that process. But this speaks specifically to questions asked by the investigator. What we have kind of gathered based off of the letter was that there was hopefully an opportunity to provide commentary or to have things that they wanted added to the record. Well, that wasn't the place for it. The place for it is during your Laudermill hearing. If you have a defense outside of the questions that were asked for you, or evidence that you would like to be considered to mitigate the accusations, then during your Laudermill hearing, you are encouraged to bring those things and do so. But no, we found that there was no policy or violation of the police officer's bill of rights based off of that statement.
So obviously, the third bullet point essentially noting or indicating that if you found such violations, that any action is an absolute nullity. Obviously, you guys disagree.
Disagree, it did not apply.
Now, in conclusion, I'm going to read a segment here and ask what was that considered and what was your basic concerns regarding the statement. In the last paragraph, beginning with the second sentence, as I know you are aware, police officers are routinely tasked with making split-second decisions, some of which can be a matter of life and death, and not always with perfect or precise information. Corporal Woodard, Officer Alexander, and I reacted immediately to a situation that was rapidly developing, uncertain, and in what we believe to be the best interest of public safety, consistent with our training. And just what did you guys think of that, or rather of those statements?
Well, sir, reading and reading it then, listening to it now, again, and I'll qualify this by my experience. It is safe to say that every police officer in this chamber right now could add up all of the times where they made entry into a home and it won't compare to how many times I had. My job for many years was involving the SWAT team. This is not a rapidly developing incident. This isn't an incident where there's uncertainty, where public safety is at hand. This isn't one of those times where the officers were fighting for their lives or dealing with a situation. They saw somebody that they did not expect to see, who made them clearly aware that this is my home. This does not apply to this at all. And it's almost insulting to read. But I will say that this could have easily been handled a different way, and we shouldn't be here right now. This is the perfect opportunity to slow down. This is the perfect opportunity to establish that dialogue and speak with the young lady, to figure out if they were in the right place or not. This is a perfect opportunity to radio the dispatcher, headquarters, what's the dispatch address? 551 Alice. Ma'am, is this 551 Alice? No, this is 556. We're terribly sorry. This is too easy. This isn't one of those situations that you're in red, meaning that things have broken loose and you can't control them. This is not it. This is not it. This was easily solved. So, sir, no, there were many things that we saw on that video that brought great concern, and that we read in those reports that brought great concern. There were quite a few conflicting statements. That's a nice way of putting it. There were quite a few things that there should have been other policy violations included, in my opinion. But there are quite a few issues with what took place, to even include the, trying to choose my words carefully, so give me a second, but there are quite a few things that took place to change the narrative of what actually happened. And that is what is disgusting, in my opinion. Just based off of the video themselves, you can see the change in attitude. You can see that there was no thought that there was an actual crime scene in there. Corporal Brpd said he didn't think there was a crime scene. Matter of fact, I looked at it today when it was playing. It's around the 3:30 mark of Officer Alexander's video. They didn't think that nothing had happened, but they wanted to look. And I'm okay with that. If you get consent from the person who's in that residence, but you can't force your way in because of that. Now, in contrast, when the camera was turned on, there was quite a bit of performance that went on, and that's fine. And that's my best way to describe it, because when you hear him describe the events of what led them to that, it was no longer that we didn't think anything was wrong. It was we knew something was wrong and we were going to obtain this search warrant. That is not true. There were several incidents in this process where there was, as you saw, Corporal Woodard remind him at the end of his video, hey, Sergeant, rolling. You know, I listened to Corporal Brpd say that when they showed up, it's not uncommon. Officers can mute their cameras because they're going to talk to other officers. That general conversation would not be on a body camera. She warned him. She says, hey, Sergeant, rolling, or something to that effect. And he's like, oh, don't worry, because he wanted to capture. And I thank him. I thank him for capturing it, because the advice that he gave that young officer was absolutely wrong. It was a violation of a person's Fourth Amendment rights and would lead a person, if he carried that out, to violate someone else's Fourth Amendment right. So it was things like that that was very bothersome about this process.
Okay, Deputy Chief, just a few more questions.
Yes,
Did Chief Hall discuss with you the, ruling that you were placing before him?
No, sir. One of the things I laid out before this, when he recused himself, the chief stated that he would accept whatever the 4 deputy chiefs came up with and recommended to him. And that's exactly what we did. We didn't want to have a discussion with him about anything. We went on record. We put what the discipline would be prior to concluding the hearing. And once it was over, you know, my job, I did inform the chief of the ruling that, or the discipline that we came up with as 4 deputy chiefs.
Thank you, I attended the witness.
Good afternoon, Deputy Chief Daniels. Just a couple of questions for you.
Counsel? Counsel? You no longer is represented, is that what? Where are we?
You realize only one you can ask questions?
We can only ask one question at a time. Yeah, I can only question this witness he can. I understand that. Yeah.
I'm not sure I understand what the ruling is.
The ruling is you can ask the man any questions you want.
He's no longer represented by counsel?
No, I am. There's 2 of us, 2 of you. I'm gonna do this one. He'll do the rest.
And Mr. Chairman, the board rules even state, you don't even have to be represented by counsel.
Good afternoon. Couple of questions for you, sir. And I'll just kind of start where you ended. I believe your testimony, you stated, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you believe that the way I acted on camera was an act. Is that right? You believe that I was acting for the camera? Did I understand you correctly?
It depends on which portion of the portion that was
Any
captured.
portion, sir. Do you think that was accurate?
I'll answer your question if you allow. The portion that was recorded by Officer Alexander during the first portion of that incident, prior to the determination that you were at the wrong house, that was genuine. The portion that happened after that, because it contradicted the first portion, yes, sir, I think that there was a performance for the camera.
Can you tell me which portion I contradicted, sir?
Well, you clearly stated, and it may be best if we look at the video again and everyone can see it, but you clearly stated that when you were just there to try and figure out if anyone had harmed this man, meaning Mr. Brady, and you immediately followed that, but you didn't think that that was the case. But when it was determined that you were absolutely at the wrong house, you came back and your statements were along the lines that you knew the entire time that you were going into that house, and it was to obtain a warrant and do those things. So it's a conflict and contradictory to the first portion based off of, again, the conflict in statements.
Okay. And then I believe you said that you were very glad that I did that last part because my advice was absolutely wrong. Is that correct?
I am glad you recorded that last portion so that we could actually see and hear the advice that you provided to that young officer. And yes, it was absolutely wrong.
Okay. I think we have an expert who will come up and give an opinion on that later. But with that being said, sir, if the advice that I gave that young officer was wrong, and I was also giving it to Corporal Joanne Woodard, what steps then have you taken to make sure that the information gets to those officers that I coached them incorrectly? What steps have you taken to get them the correct information, sir?
Great question, sir.
Because of this incident and other incidents involving search and seizure, we've solicited the help of Hilla Moore and his investigators to come into the Baton Rouge Police Department and to provide training during our in-service to ensure that they have the correct information. We also tasked our commanders to send out I guess you would call it an outline that discusses those things dealing with search and seizure. So absolutely, we've taken those steps to ensure that not just Corporal Woodard and Officer Alexander have the right information, but it's ongoing training within the Baton Rouge Police Department to ensure that all have that information.
That's good, but specifically my question was directly related to Corporal Woodard and Officer Alexander, who apparently, correct me if I'm wrong, according to you, have been instructed improperly by me some 3 months ago. Certainly you would recognize, correct me if I'm wrong, the need to immediately tell those officers. Has that been done, sir?
Well, sir, like I said, information has been put out. As I'm speaking, it's not like we started this process yesterday or last week. This is a process that's been in play starting earlier during this process. But again, the information was put out, and I'm pretty sure that answers your question.
Well, actually, it doesn't, so I guess, let me see if you answered my question. Would I be right in saying that the answer to my question is you have not made any specific efforts directly related to Corporal Woodard or Shane Alexander to let them know not to do again what they did several months ago following my lead? Is your answer no, then, that you have not specifically handled that with those two officers?
No, sir, that wouldn't be a job for the deputy chief to specifically speak to two specific officers on the
Certainly
case.
not, sir, but you certainly supervise people whose jobs it would be. Have you ordered any of your subordinates to take care of that situation with those two officers? God forbid they make such a horrible mistake again. Has that been done, sir?
As I stated, sir, for about the fourth time,
Well, it's a yes or no. Did you instruct them?
and as I've stated, sir, that we've sent down training, and yes, Uniform Patrol as well as CIB have both sent out those emails.
Okay. So you've done some talking today quite extensively about search and seizure, Fourth Amendment, things of that nature. Seems like you're pretty well versed. And if I could just ask you a hypothetical question, if we, God forbid, have a shooting out here in the street, and our officers respond to that scene, and we locate shell casings in the roadway, do the criminal crime scene investigators who arrive there have to secure a search warrant to collect those shell casings?
I'm gonna object for a second, I'm trying to get his speculation.
I'm asking him specifically related to his determination that he's well versed in Fourth Amendment, and it's leading into what his determination was, that it was improper for what I did, and this question is leading up to that. This is very much what he testified to. I'm wondering what his opinion is. If a search warrant would be needed, the answer may well be that he doesn't know.
We don't give quizzes to our witnesses.
It's a question, it's not a quiz.
If we want to give, if he wants to ask him about the case and about this situation, that makes sense. But giving him a quiz about constitutional law or something else, Fourth Amendment, that's inappropriate in the situation.
I'll tell you what I'll rephrase. Is that good for the On the date of this incident, February 19th, if the information that we have and we believe to be reliable was that Mr. Brady lived alone in his home and that no one should have been inside of that home, who would have a reasonable expectation of privacy for any evidence that we would collect upon entering it? Who could have hurt Mr. Brady? My question, I guess, to say it better is, isn't the only person who could have had an expectation of privacy in that home Mr. Brady?
In Mr. Brady's home, yes, but in Miss Smith's home, she does.
I understand that, sir. We're getting to that. So do you think, with your knowledge of Fourth Amendment issues, would you agree with me in the statement that if a person or no person has an expectation of privacy in an area, that any search of that area is therefore not a search as defined by the Fourth Amendment? Would you agree or disagree with that statement, sir?
I don't understand your question, sir.
Okay. Let me ask it again. Do you believe it's a true statement that for the Fourth Amendment to apply to a search, that there must be a reasonable expectation of some person? Otherwise, it's not a search, just like the shell casings in the roadway, which is why we don't need a search warrant, right?
The shell casings in a roadway is in a public area, so that wouldn't fit what you're asking me about a home.
But isn't a public area specifically defined as an area where a person cannot have a reasonable expectation of privacy? Isn't that what makes it a public place? Along with the fact that there may be public funds, but to build a roadway. I tell you what, let's move on from there. We'll come back to that. And if you would, just briefly, I know that when we started, you talked about your experience with the department and that you're currently a higher ranking member. If you don't mind, very briefly, I don't need a whole lot of detail other than what you want to give me. Would you just take me through the assignments that you have held from the day you graduated the academy, which division you served in for how long? You can move through as quickly as you like.
Without going into specific dates, but uniform patrol, approximately 7 years. Training academy, 6 to 7 years. Full-time SWAT, about the same amount of time. Internal affairs, 2 years, and I've been deputy chief for roughly a year.
Okay. So is it fair to say then that you've not served as an investigator other than your time in internal affairs at any point in your career?
I disagree with you. I think every uniform patrol officer and every police officer is an investigator.
Fair enough, sir. Have you served in any follow-up investigative division of the Baton Rouge Police Department other than internal affairs since your appointment?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you attended any schools that would teach investigations of crime scenes or investigative tactics or anything like that?
Not schools, advanced schools, no. But I've had my training within the police department as well as, like I said, serving in the capacities that I have. Again, very familiar with crime scenes, very familiar with search and seizure as a SWAT officer, having to ensure that we were doing the right things when we went into homes.
So I guess your answer is no, you haven't attended any specialized schools for follow-up criminal investigation. Did I understand that correct?
That's exactly what I said, sir.
Great. Okay, that's why I wanted to clarify it. What about internal affairs? When you went into internal affairs, what schools did you attend specifically related to your duties in internal affairs? Either as an investigator or as an internal affairs manager?
I'm not a judge, it's really irrelevant to this matter. I mean, he's substituted as the appointing authority in this case. He's not been proffered as an expert in the case. So
I believe I think Assistant Chief Daniels stated on several occasions he was speaking from his experience. So I think it's fair to ask the question.
And I'm almost done. Do you need to repeat the question?
No, I remember it. Actually, I did. I attended a training in Lafayette. It was I want to say a 40-hour school relative to internal affairs investigations.
Okay, my last question related to your training, sir. During your time in internal affairs, you said it was 2 years and it was all as the internal affairs commander, right?
Yes.
Did you happen to have the opportunity to conduct any investigation in internal affairs that would have had an internal affairs investigative number assigned to it? In other words, not counting accountabilities, did you ever conduct any investigation from start to finish as the lead investigator that was assigned an IA number that went either found unfounded or went across the hall, as we called it, for a predisciplinary hearing?
yes or no?
No, sir, that wouldn't be my job. I'm there as a commander to manage the division, not to actually work investigations, long-term investigations. But, however, I made it a habit, if my investigators were tied up and I answered the phone, I would handle a complaint myself.
Fair enough. Now, you were in the courtroom earlier when Detective Sergeant Beard gave his testimony, correct?
I was.
And you may recall that Mr. Ivey, who examined or cross-examined Detective Beard, asked him some questions specifically related to the possibility of your direct involvement in the decisions that were made from the moment Detective Beard took the phone call from Mr. Smith until the time that I was notified that an official internal affairs investigation. Do you remember him testifying to whether or not you had any part in leading that decision?
Absolutely not. I don't recall that at all. I recall Mr. Beard stating that he received a phone call from a grandmother which initiated this process. My only involvement with this was when I was contacted by Lieutenant Joe Bell from EBRSO in reference to an incident involving, and as he described to me, a homicide investigation. I had no clue of who it involved or anything. As a matter of fact, it was, I can recall that we were in a hearing involving Officer McCauley, ex-Officer McCauley. And I remember walking in and asking Jock, hey Jock, you guys have anything involving a homicide or something along those lines? And he came back later and said, yeah, Beard's handling something. That's the extent of my knowledge of the investigation.
Joe Bell, I looked into it, there's nothing to it. And let me finish, sir. And, oh, and by the way, it involved Dothier, or something to that effect, where you may have said, if that's the case, let's go ahead and investigate it. Do you recall that?
I can recall 100% that did not occur, sir.
Great.
And if I also remind you that I just testified that I walked into a pre-disciplinary hearing with the folks present for the hearing and asked Jacques if he was familiar with a case involving it, and he told me Beard was handling it. But no, sir, that never happened.
Okay. Okay, so that didn't happen.
That did not happen.
There's no ambiguity about it or anything? About your answer, is that right?
I've answered.
Okay, good enough. Then, moving forward in time, do you recall any conversation where Detective Sergeant Beard may have come to you and said, hey, I went ahead and looked into it, I spoke to Wallace Britton, and sure enough, there's nothing to it. And you made some comment to the effect of, well, then just do whatever you want to do with the case then. So you wouldn't recall that conversation either?
No, sir, I don't.
And finally, along this line of questioning, on or about March 16th of this year, which was the date late in the afternoon when I was notified to Sergeant Beard that there was an investigation, would you have had a conversation? Do you recall a conversation in which you walked in, maybe to the Internal Affairs office or maybe some other office, where you said something to the effect of, I know I said to just do away with that case, but I want a case on my desk on Dothier. Do you recall any sort of conversation like that, sir?
No, sir, that did not happen.
So if there is any evidence that any of those things that you just denied happened, your testimony here today might be considered untruthful. Is that correct, sir?
I do not recall any of those conversations happening, sir.
Thank you. All right. You made reference during your examination that correct me if I'm wrong, you felt that it was an improper time when I was being interviewed by Detective Sergeant Beard
to make statements or have my attorney make statements unless they were specifically related to questions he asked. Is that right? That would have been the improper time?
The Police Officer Bill of Rights states that you should be allowed to answer any questions asked of you by the investigator, and that your attorney should be able to give advice as well as make statements on your behalf regarding those questions.
Okay, so would it follow then that it would be your belief that if I felt and or had evidence to support that the investigation that was launched into me was based on something other than fair play, let's say, that's not something I should have been entitled to even mention at that point because the pre-disciplinary hearing would have been the correct place. Did I understand that correctly?
Again, we don't control the actual investigations of the investigator, but yes, the Laudermill hearing allows you an opportunity to present evidence on your behalf as well as witnesses to mitigate the accusations made against you.
Would it not be more accurate to say, sir, that the Laudermill hearing is actually an opportunity for me to present mitigating evidence or testimony related to proposed discipline that is supposed to be laid out in the pre-disciplinary hearing, and in fact, requiring me to present evidence that I believe needs to be considered at the pre-disciplinary hearing would, by necessity, therefore, be forcing you to consider evidence outside of the 60-day window for which an investigation must be concluded. Doesn't your belief that that evidence should have been presented at the pre-disciplinary hearing, in fact, force your administration to violate the Police Officer's Bill of Rights, which says you have to have collected all relevant evidence by 60 days? Is that not an accurate statement?
I will not question the Laudermill ruling that has been determined far before I was in this position. So I'm not going to make a determination on Laudermill. I think the courts have already made a determination on Laudermill.
Okay, and a couple of times when you were being questioned by Mr. Range, you spoke to mistakes that were made. Do you recall doing that? Making those statements about mistakes and mistakes or not? I forget exactly what you said. Do you recall what you said? Not mistakes.
I spoke to Mr. Hamilton. He was the one questioning me, not Mr. Raines, and I'm unsure of what you're talking about. Can you be more specific?
Yeah, I believe you said something. You referred a number of times to the mistake or mistakes that I made. Do you recall referring to mistakes that I made here in this instance?
I'm pretty sure I laid those out pretty
So your
specific.
answer is yes, yeah,
Yes, sir.
If you could turn to page Exhibit 14 in my book.
I don't have your
Oh, I'm
book,
sorry,
sir.
look, is that?
Yes, sir. $14?
Yes, sir.
I'm on it. Yes, sir.
General Order 112, the first page. At the top, where it says policy, first sentence of the second paragraph says, the purpose of the disciplinary code is not to ridicule officers or merely punish those who err. Do you read that, sir? Is that an accurate reading?
Yes, sir. That's exactly what it says.
And would you agree with me that since it's front and center at the front of the general order, it's pretty relevant statement that we want our employees to understand before we go into the discipline? Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, the purpose of discipline is to change behavior, but yes, absolutely.
Yeah, but it also says, what we just read, is that we don't just punish people who make errors, right? I mean, unless those errors become habitual, we generally don't, hey, when you were, you forgot to close that door according to policy, and now you're going to face an internal affairs investigation. We don't punish errors, is that correct? As a rule, unless they become habitual or they're horrific, right?
The discipline policy lays out a chart which categorizes policy violations. And there's no one stop, one shop. If you do this one time, then it's that, for the most part. But no, it lays out categories of offenses, and it doesn't matter if it's your first time. It has a progressive scale that goes along with it.
Gotcha. You also spoke about at great length that there were no suspicious circumstances in this case. That was your opinion. Is that, you remember saying that?
There's nothing suspicious about a person being in their house. No, sir.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be fair for me to say that we would all agree with you today with the hindsight of what we know now? That's a fair statement today. But it would not be a fair statement that it was not suspicious at the moment Ms. Makia Smith appeared. Is it your testimony that you don't believe that when she appeared at that door when we expected no one in the house, that was not a suspicious circumstance?
Not at all. It's not suspicious that Ms. Smith would be in her house.
Well, we didn't know that at that time, did we, sir?
That is not the point. The point is you were at the wrong house and you actually had the right address to the right house.
You also said that it would have been, and you said it beautifully, you said you made it sound like it would have been so easy to just have a conversation with them. And I'll have to agree that we don't have on body camera what happened when Ms. Smith first appeared. But I think that you've made some assumptions. You made an assumption that she came to the door and said, "How can I help you?" rather than, "Who the F are you? What are you doing on my front porch?" And so is it possible that that's maybe what she could have said, and I was trying to develop a dialogue? Did you consider that at all?
I considered it, but it still wouldn't change the fact that you were at the wrong house. She told you it was the wrong house, and there were no steps taken to ensure that you were at the right house.
You didn't see on the body camera where Officer Woodard contacted EMS in an attempt to find out which house they took them from. Did you not see that I went across the street and sought out people? So, or you still think that we took no steps to try and rectify this?
No, sir, I absolutely agree that you took those steps, but it was only after you had pulled her out of her home, handcuffed her, and sat her down. Those steps should have been taken immediately when she stepped to the door and says, "What are you doing on my effing porch?" if that's what she said. "Ma'am, I'm sorry. We had no idea that anybody was supposed to be here. What's your address?" It's that simple.
Do you know if I attempted to ask her that question? Because it just appears to me, sir, that you're assuming what I said or didn't say, and you're passing judgment on that. So how do you know what I did or didn't say? Because admittedly, the first part of that wasn't caught on body camera.
Yeah, well, I don't have that on the body camera to reflect, which was a violation of policy by you. But one of the things that, regardless of her responses, there was no exigent circumstances that would require you to enter her home to pull her out based off of the information that you had received. She could have closed the door. You could have established a perimeter if you thought it was a crime scene, and you could have moved from there. It's too easy to verify an address if we're at the right address. That did not have to happen.
You also said that there were no exigent circumstances, correct? Is that what you just said? Did I characterize that correct?
I didn't see any exigent circumstances, but I also reminded that besides exigent circumstances, it requires probable cause.
It requires probable cause to detain someone?
From inside their residence, absolutely. You cannot detain or take someone into custody out of their inside the residence. Now, again, if we were operating under the stop and frisk document, which is one that's dealing out in public, and you felt that those things, they don't have a right to resist, but a person has a right to resist an unlawful arrest or detention.
And she wasn't arrested for resisting, was she? We didn't charge her or accuse her of that type of crime, right?
Thank goodness there were no charges, but absolutely, she was not free to go, and she was subdued and handcuffed, yes.
Right, and is it also true that you're not free to go when you're lawfully detained as well as an arrest? In both cases, it's not true that you're not free to go?
Well, again, it goes back to the circumstances. That doesn't apply in Ms. Smith's case because she was taken out of her home, which she has an expectation of privacy too.
And last question about this then, is it your belief that based upon what we knew at that moment, standing at that door, when she attempted to quickly retreat into her house and slam or close the door on us, while in hindsight we know, sure, she had the right to go to her house, is it your belief then that her quickly retreating back into what we reasonably believe was a crime scene, and the fact that she could have been a suspect, that was not exigency to seize her?
No, sir.
Temporarily?
No, sir, it wasn't.
Okay.
No, sir, it was not. And I'm not gonna assume that because a young lady is in a house that she is a suspect to anything. There was no evidence that a crime had been committed. There was no anything that led anyone, with the exception of you, it appears that a crime could have possibly taken place. But based off your own testimony, under Mr. Alexander's body cam, you didn't even think that there was a crime that had taken place. So no, she should not have been detained, arrested, put in handcuffs at all. She has every right to slam the door in your face.
So if we follow your way of thinking, if I understood what you said, there was no evidence that a crime had been committed inside of that trailer, even though we never got a chance to look in. How can you make that determination standing where you are? I mean, we know now that there wasn't because we were in the wrong place, but at that moment in time, you're asking this board to believe that it wasn't reasonable for us to think that that could possibly have been a crime scene. What if it had been, Deputy Chief James? What if we had found out later that Mr. Brady, who passed away the next morning, by the way, had in fact been harmed by Miss Smith? But we just let her go back in because she claimed she lived there. Would we be sitting here with me for different charges, shirking my duties, not understanding the importance of a rapidly evolving situation?
Again, this wasn't a rapid evolving situation, and I don't base my decisions on what if. It's been established by law what it requires to enter homes, whether it's with a search warrant or without. That is what I base my decisions on. And if you don't have it, you don't have it. And if the elements or the circumstances don't add up to what would allow you legally to enter that home, then it should not take place.
So just so we're clear on moving on from this, it is your testimony today that you believe that I entered her home unlawfully. Is that correct?
It is.
Okay. Earlier, you mentioned that the reason the chief wasn't part of the process on the day of the hearing was because we had requested him to recuse himself because of the nature of the fact that I have a complaint against him that I presented to the Civil Service Board, and he capitulated to that, right?
That is correct.
Didn't we also request that you recuse yourself as well and allow the other three deputy chiefs? Are you aware that you were also requested to be recused from this for our concern of the lack of an unbiased hearing? Our concern.
So it's based off of what I read was what you submitted
or I think Mr. Ivy submitted to the 19th JDC as your concerns. Your concern did not have me in it. It was Chief Paul, if I recall correctly. After Chief Paul stated that he would recuse himself, then absolutely, I think Mr. Ivy sent an email to the attorneys stating that he now wished that I would recuse myself. So, but if I was such a concern, I think it would have been included in that initial paperwork that you filed in the 19th JDC.
So you do acknowledge that prior to the hearing, we requested Chief Paul and you to recuse yourself because of the nature of the investigations we're requesting with the board. You are aware that you were requested to be recused as well, even though obviously you didn't.
Absolutely. It was a request made by Mr.
Okay.
Ivy, if I remember correctly.
Thanks, sir. Just want to clear that up. And I don't have much more. But I do want to just kind of go through a couple quick things with you. And, you know, everybody here starts getting late, here we go again, right? So feel free to do yes or no's. Obviously, you have the right to explain any answer that you have. But I noticed that according to the audits of the body camera, you were very thorough in preparing for, what was your ultimate goal? You reviewed all of those cameras pretty, more than once, let's say, without us having to go through and find things. Would you agree that that's a fair statement? You prepared very well?
So the first time I reviewed the body worn camera was after the file was submitted by the Commander of Internal Affairs to the Deputy Chiefs for their review. It was, I want to say, April 12th, 13th is when I received the file from Sergeant Angelos, and I reviewed the body camera on that date as I reviewed the file. But yes, sir, that did happen.
So my point, and I guess I was just trying to establish that you were very familiar with the situation via the body camera. And then you testified earlier that you didn't find any fault with anything or any concerns about Detective Beard's report that he submitted to you, correct?
Could you rephrase your question? I'm
Yes, sir.
not
I
understanding.
believe you testified earlier that when Sergeant Beard submitted his report to you, you didn't have any problems with the way he conducted his investigation, although you did want to add some charges, which I get. You didn't have any problems with the way he conducted his investigation, is that right?
I'm not understanding.
Did you have a problem with Sergeant Beard's Internal Affairs report in I number 01821 as it relates to thorough and competent investigative work?
No, I'm not going to second guess the Internal Affairs Commander who signed off on it. He was satisfied with the investigation. That's why he signed off on it. In my review of it, I found some things that were missing, and we were within the 60-day period. I sent the case back to him and asked him to update his file. But no, his general investigative process, as you know, reviewing everyone that works in there, everybody works a little differently. And so there is no set way, there is no, everyone has their own individual style. And I had no issues with Detective Beard's report as far as his style.
Okay, and this is where we get to the yes, no's, and again, feel free to say yes, no, we'll move on, or if you need to explain, that's also fine. But just for the purposes of the record, I just want to make sure, I want to ask you some specific questions. Did you have a problem with this? Did you have a problem with this? And yes, no, explain if you like, okay? Did you have a problem with the fact that the front page of his preliminary form listed witnesses in A, not applicable or not available? Did you have a problem with that, considering that clearly there were two other officers on scene with us?
Again, I think Officer Beard explained, Sergeant Beard explained that as well as I did before.
Great. Did you have a problem with the fact that neither of those two officers were under investigation for use of force or any of the other things, even though it was clear on the body camera that I was not alone in pulling Ms. Smith from her home? Did you have a problem with that, sir?
Again, Sergeant Beard answered that question. I answered it as well, but I will add to it that in your own video at the end, when you were recording your statement, you made mention that none of those other officers were responsible, that they followed you and they were following your lead as a supervisor. So based off of my previous answer and adding that tidbit, that's my answer.
So your answer is no, you didn't have a problem. I understand. Did you have a problem with the fact that Wallace Britton, who was assigned to the training academy, is a use of force instructor, who is a police employee, was talked to, communicated with, or some way in this matter, and whatever interaction he had with Sergeant Beard in person, there was not a recorded interview? Did you have a problem with that, sir?
As I testified already before, I've answered it.
So I guess your answer would be no, correct? You didn't have a problem, right?
I've answered it.
Well, you didn't answer it with me, sir, and I want to make sure the record is clear. I'm giving you an opportunity to confirm what your answer was. Is your answer no, you did not have a problem with him not reporting Officer Britton?
I found no violations of the police officer's Bill of Rights during this process.
With all due respect, Deputy Chief Daniels, that's not my question. My question is very simple and can be answered with a yes or no. Did you have a problem with the fact that Wallace Britton, as a police employee, was not recorded in this matter? Yes or no, sir?
And I've answered.
And was your answer no?
I've answered that I had no issues with any of the statements taken and that they were all in accordance with the police officer's Bill of Rights.
Fantastic. I think we finally got an answer. Okay, did you have a problem with us not being allowed to make statements that we wanted to make at the end? I know you've explained this as well, but I'm just looking for, did you or did you not have a problem with Detective Sergeant Beard concluding the interview over my objections when I'm saying, no, part of this is me making some statements? Did that concern you with his investigation?
I'm pretty sure I answered that question during your questioning, and I stand by it.
Okay. Did you have a problem with Detective Sergeant Beard stating to Mr. Ivy on the recording after I was not present that seemed to insinuate that Detective Sergeant Beard's...
Objection, not in evidence.
Well, we can certainly do that.
Well, he's not, he can't answer that question.
Have you heard the recording I'm referring to where my attorney and Mr. Beard had a conversation after I left, after the interview had been concluded, sir?
I don't think I've heard it in its entirety.
Okay, well then, if Detective Sergeant Beard had said that part of the reason, or insinuated part of the reason for the investigation was that I had it out with the administration and that he was part of the administration, would that concern me? If that was in evidence, would that concern you, sir?
I think that would be a totally inaccurate statement because the investigation was initiated by the grandmother of the young lady, and the young lady complained. And I think it was your testimony and your statement that you knew she would. So I don't think that there was anything to do with administration when it came to the initiation of an investigation.
I just think, just two more quick questions. I tell you what, just one more question. Deputy Chief, you stated multiple times that the decision that resulted in my demotion and 60-day unpaid suspension from the department was a result of a decision that you came to in coordination with the other deputy chiefs, is that right?
Yes, the 4 deputy chiefs had discussion regarding all the evidence and everything that was presented, and we ultimately came to the consensus of the punishment that you received.
So would it be your, and this is my last question, would it be your testimony today that the other deputy chiefs agreed with you that I should be demoted, suspended for 60 days, or did they offer their opinion as to much?
He said they came to a consensus.
I'm asking for specifically though, if they,
Fair question.
did the deputy chiefs, the other deputy chiefs agree wholeheartedly with the demotion and the 60-day
He said
suspension?
they came to a
Or,
consensus. What does he want? That he's answered.
Finish the question.
the last question. Or did the other 3 deputy chiefs recommend something to you much, much, much lower than a demotion and a 60-day suspension?
No, sir. The 4 of us discussed, we came to a consensus, and we all agreed that the punishment, discipline that was handed out was fair.
So everyone agreed with your final determination. Just to be clear, last question, sir. Everyone in that, every deputy chief in that room agreed 100% with you. I just want to be sure we're done.
Sir, if you take the last 2 answers, it's the same response.
It's good enough for me.
Thank you.
I have no follow-up questions. The board may ask them any questions.
Did the other officers on the scene, did they have any punishment?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Did the other 2 officers on that call, did they have any punishment? Or
No,
get wrote up or suspended or anything?
No, sir.
Demoted or anything?
No, sir. There was, the actual violations, after following their story, there was no, issues with their actions.
Were they the first ones on the scene?
They were the first ones on the scene. As you can see, they stood out there for 15 minutes, prior to the ambulance, actually backing into the driveway. That's why the ambulance moved to the driveway, because if you're familiar with Alice Street, it's not wide at all. They could not navigate the other direction, and the only thing in the direction that they were going would have been the police unit, and that's why you see it moved from the roadway into the yard.
So when they got dispatched to that call, they got dispatched to the address, right?
Yes, sir. As a
They
matter
knew
of
the
fact,
address.
as a matter of fact, where they stopped and parked, they were in front of the address, the actual stairwell leading up to it. That's exactly where they were.
So they knew what address they were supposed to be at, but they still followed their sergeant to the other wrong address.
I would have to say yes, sir.
So when he was going to the wrong address, he was under the assumption, like he said before when we heard, that he was going to the house that was he deceased? Was it reported to you right there? That the patient was in? Was that, he was, I mean, that'd be a question for you.
Yeah, I would rather that,
Yeah.
but, based off of what was said so far, that information, for them to go to that house was based off of Mr. Corporal Gauthier stating that the vehicle was backed into that driveway, and that, not sure if it was EMS that he wrote in his report, or one of the first responders, gave information, regarding that. But he said he also got, confirmation, or the brother in his haste to leave pointed in a certain direction. And I'm not even, that's not the issue. Just so you know, that's not the issue. The issue is when you make contact and there is a clear indication that you are not at the right house, there is an obligation to make that determination.
I know, but, and just like I stated earlier, I entered a wrong address. When somebody came at me, I'm like, I wasn't expecting anybody to be there. Thank God he didn't shoot me for breaking in his front door. But under the assumption, I thought we were going in the house to rescue a down patient. It was next door. So under the assumption that he was going to the house and somebody came to the door, when his brother just said, nobody to lock up, sis was coming later. I mean, you know.
I would almost agree with you. I definitely understand where you say that you were trying to get into a home to rescue someone. This wasn't that case. He had already been taken out, and the only reason would have been to try and see if there was anything described as a crime scene. But laws regarding law enforcement, we have to have certain things in place. We just can't go into someone's home to determine if it's a crime scene or not.
Gotcha. So the two officers that were responding to the call first, they didn't get any information from the firefighters, or, I mean, I know they went, obviously they weren't there when they pulled the patient out, but they didn't say anything to say this is the wrong house to the sergeant, or could they have said anything? I mean, you never know, the house could not have had numbers on the house or whatever. The right house,
Yes.
you know, but
So when they got there, again, Mr. Brady had already been loaded up into the ambulance, and they were working on it. The dialogue between the two officers and the first responders that were working on them, it was minimal. They asked I want to say Corporal Robinson asked basically the status of the patient. But there was not a whole lot of dialogue. They discussed where they were going, as far as which hospital they were responding to, and those things. So, but yes, that was the extent of it, that I could pick up from the cameras.
I know that we looking at all this at hindsight, seeing the video, seeing what, we can determine what we should have done. Just keep that in mind, I guess, you know, we all wrong sometimes.
Yes, sir. That's one of the traits we all have. We're not Jesus,
Amen.
so we're human.
That's all I got.
Okay, my question is, you alluded to the fact that during the period that Ms. Smith was detained, she was handcuffed, you described it as being detained or arrested, right? What is the policy on when someone should be detained and how, if there is such a thing?
So, there are several policies that will cover handcuffing and things along those lines. In this case, again, you have to have certain factors before you can enter someone's home to take them into custody. And that's a major thing. With this, when a person is clearly not in violation of any laws or anything, they should have an option at that point in time. They are free to go. You can't hold them, you can't keep them. And when they're not free to go, based off of these circumstances, it constitutes an arrest, in my opinion. And there was clearly no probable cause that existed during this process. And even when they determined that they were absolutely at the wrong house, and there's something legally that we talk about, fruit of the poisonous tree, which means that if you do this one thing wrong, everything after that is wrong. And that's how it was in this case. That one thing was absolutely wrong, everything after it was wrong. And based on that, she shouldn't have had to listen to someone explain. That should have been her option. Again, as I say, I think of someone, and I definitely don't want to devalue the experience that Ms. Smith went through. I'm asleep, taking a nap in my house. Somebody shows up. I address them at the door. They pull me out, handcuff me, and then even after they know that they're at the wrong house, they leave me handcuffed because they want me to listen to them. That's her choice.
Was it the officer's duties that happened before? Okay, he came late on the scene. We had two officers there. They got a 911 call. They told them where to go. They get there, and they're saying the Bible was already in the ambulance. Okay, so they didn't see it come out the house.
No, they didn't.
Okay, so when they called for, somebody called for a supervisor?
Yes, I want to say it was Corporal Woodard, Janelle Robinson Woodard. She called for a supervisor initially.
What was the purpose of her call?
Because there was the condition of the patient, just to notify him. She then called again and told him to disregard that he was not needed. They were transporting. And the supervisor at the time stated, "No, I'm coming, I need to look at something."
Okay, so when he shows up, he doesn't know anything, he can only take information from his officers, knowing who it has? I'm just asking, like the two officers that already got there, wasn't able to determine what house the patient came from?
I would have thought that all would have been able to determine which house that it came from, but because they had never went into the house itself, because they literally pulled up and walked to the back of the ambulance.
And then he asked the brother, and the brother pointed to the wrong house.
I can't verify that, because that was not on body camera.
Ms. Robinson is going to be able, she's here, she can answer
Okay.
all that first
Yeah.
support.
Yeah, I can't.
But the two officers knew the address, right?
They were dispatched to 551.
Okay.
Yes, they were dispatched to that address.
Dozier wasn't dispatched to 551, was he? I'm asking.
I know he was sent the call because, and again, that may be a better question for him. I know he was sent the call, and that information is in the call. And he verifies that at the end of his video when he pulling up the, I think Ms. Penny said he would get in trouble for texting and driving. When he pulled up on his MDT system, which showed the call, and it clearly states the address on there. And that's when he went by and verified 556 and then 551.
But two officers on the scene did know the address. They just didn't go to the right address.
I think 3 officers on scene knew the address.
Okay. Well, how come the other two ain't just,
Pardon?
I'm sorry. That's a whole other story.
Yes.
They all made a mistake. That's it for me.
Chief Daniels, Deputy Chief Daniels. Can you verify to what address was the initial dispatch made, the 2 officers that responded to the initial 911 dispatch? Was it 551, 556, or was it to the 500 block of Alice Street?
Based on the, okay. Based on the information provided in the report, it's clearly 551 Alice Street, and
To be fair, keep it fair, it probably came in on phase 2, right? And phase 2 911, possibly 2 EMS from the brother, meaning phase 2 is a cell phone. It wasn't assigned to that household. The brother probably had to give the address. We're assuming all this, that he gave the right address. As far as looking at the report is concerned, the officers can amend the CAD information. Of course, it would show up, I think it should show up on the string of CAD notes that the original address might have been 500 block. Then they verified it was 551. His report, which according to number 2, he puts all this stuff in there. So I think when he's asking what they were dispatching, this is the address that the officer wrote in his report.
But it also says on the date, on the above date and approximate time, Corporal Robinson, Woodard, and I, Shane Alexander, were dispatched to the listed location relative to a possible man down. So I mean, his first sentence says that's where they were dispatched was 581, so.
I was looking into it, when I got the 500 block, was on exhibit 2, the first line on the second page, on Friday, February 19th, at approximately 12:53. It responded to the 500 block of Valley Street.
That was Corporal Doug Hickle.
Sergeant Doug, Officer Doug.
That's his portion of the report. He testified about that at the beginning. He said that that's where he got dispatched.
The 500 block, right?
That's what he said.
So that's what his.
That's what he's saying, he responded to that block.
What was the time of the video that was taken of the EMS?
The first video, we were standing there for a little.
Actually, we can, it's in the axon.
Duration or when it started?
Again, just going back to the, dispatch time is, dispatch time, and now we have a verification video that gives us some sort of timeline as to what's happening when.
13:23 was the time on the first video.
The start of the first video? Yeah.
1323.
I'm looking at
Exhibit 3.
Exhibit 3, the axon. Yeah, the one with the ambulances.
Correct.
Yeah, it's exhibit 3, the first axon report.
You said it was 1300?
Yes, 1323 is the time the video started upon their arrival.
See what says report start on the middle, front, like left.
I got you, I guess the CAD of the reports are saying that at approximately 12:53 is when they arrived. Both of them said that, the CAD dispatch. Well, I'm saying CAD dispatch, so the reports are reflecting what I'm assuming is the CAD dispatch of 12:53. Is it possible that the CAD has the wrong time, or maybe the Axon has the wrong time?
No, that said, if you read the first sentence, it says the above date and approximate time were the times they were dispatched to the listed locations. The arrival would be evidenced by the start of the body count.
We got 12:53. That's the
Dispatch.
report that says a responded, right? So does that mean I arrived at 12:53, or is that the time they received the call?
That's the time that they were actually dispatched to the
Okay.
homes.
And
But,
the arrival
but
time
again,
is-
I would ask that you verify that with Corporal Wood. She was part of this investigation.
Okay.
But the report start was 13:23. If you remember, they were in the squad car and he got out. Camera rolled right before he got out.
So about 30 minutes exactly.
Yeah, and there's a 30-second time differential between when it starts and the volume starts.
Anyone else have any questions? Daniel? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No, we have no other witnesses.
Take a brief, extremely brief break.
Yes, 5 minutes, 7:30 will be convening on that.
We're in a break. No, the police department has just, if you want to call it, rested its case. So now it's on Mr. Dothier and his attorney, Mr. Cliff Ivy, to present their witnesses.
That was like a teacher's salute.
Okay.
Oh, we might be here at 1 o'clock now. Maybe we better be ordering some dinner.
I trust you, you did it. Huh?
I like it. Almost ready, Mr. Owens? We got it. Thank you.
Good.
Oh, no, I'm hungry, but I don't even know what that is now. Yeah, I appreciate it. I need it.
Mr. Duffy. Mr. Duffy. Mr. Duffy. Can you grab Mr. Ivy, Mr. Arnold, please?
Girlfriend cooking supper for you? Oh, is it? He ought to be home cooking supper for you.
He's here with me.
You been, that's, good Lord.
Sure has.
Bless his heart. He's dedicated.
Yep.
Yeah. Where is he? Which is he?
Those olive green pants, or whatever they're called.
He's not in here.
He's in here. He's to the right.
Oh, okay, okay.
I think you'll be.
So you have 3 witnesses total, 2 officers. You ready to get started? Ready to start?
No, thank you. It's making my recording very difficult these days. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Ryan.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call Mr. Lloyd back. Mr. Grafton, before we start talking, I'd like to just refer you to tab 2 of our binder that I believe you have your hands on. Before we delve into that, what's your name, sir?
Wiley Lloyd Grafton,
What's your business address?
3896 Highway 33, Ruston, Louisiana.
Okay. So it's my understanding that you've been a law enforcement officer.
I was a reserve police officer in Tallahassee, Florida, and I also became a special agent with federal narcotics. And later on, I finished my career with ATF U.S. Treasury as a special agent.
Okay, and I'm not trying to date you, Mr. Grafton, but the first agency that you served with was what was the name of the agency?
BNDD, Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs.
Is that something
It's-
we now know today as the Drug Enforcement Agency?
It's DEA, yes.
And the other agency you served with, was that the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms?
That's correct.
Prior to becoming an agent with either or both of those federal departments, you required to go to any school or training?
Yes, I'm a graduate of the Justice Academy and the Treasury Academy also, as well as I've attended over 100 law enforcement schools in my a little over 50-year career.
Okay. You ever been a teacher?
Yes, I was associate professor. I taught 3.5 years at Southeastern in their criminal justice program. I taught at ULM, Monroe, Louisiana for 18 years, and I taught at Grambling State University for my last 4.5 years in their criminal justice program.
And what did you teach?
Everything offered. Criminal investigation, policing, organized crime, police report writing, interview interrogation. I also instructed at the Delta Police Academy for 24 years in use of force, interview interrogation, courtroom testimony, and if somebody didn't show up, I taught whatever they were gonna teach.
What about search and seizure issues?
Say again?
Search and seizure issues for law enforcement. You ever instruct in that?
Yes.
Can you tell us about your, what college education did you have, sir?
I took a couple of courses at the University of Maryland when I was in U.S. Army in Korea, and I figured out I might be able to pass a college class, so I came home, went to Louisiana Tech, managed to get a degree. I went to Florida State doing graduate work, and I left it for a special agent position. I later finished my master's at the University of Southern Mississippi, and I also completed a doctorate in adult education with emphasis in criminal justice at University of Southern Mississippi.
Sir, is this the first time? Outside of your experience as a federal agent, have you ever testified in court before?
Yes, many times. I've written over 400 reports on police issues. The majority of them have to do with use of force, pursuit, that sort of thing.
What about search and seizure?
Sir?
What about search and seizure?
I taught search and seizure for over 20 years at the university. I also taught it on occasion at the police academy, but it was not something I taught on a regular basis.
Have you testified as an expert on these issues before state courts of Louisiana?
Yes, I've been accepted in federal and state courts in Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi. I testified all over the United States as a special agent, but not as an expert.
And are you one of those experts who just testifies to exonerate the police, or do you also do plaintiff's work where people are suing the police alleging wrongdoing?
No, the majority of my work has been plaintiff, and I welcome the opportunity to testify on behalf of a good officer.
Okay. Were you a Louisiana State Police Commissioner at one point?
Yes, I was appointed by Governor Jindal, and I served on the commission for 3 years of my 6-year appointment.
Okay. Now, before we delve into the facts of the case, first of all, you're being paid to be here, correct?
Yes, hopefully.
That's a good thing. So my point then is, I'll move on. You're an expert, and I'm understand that's why I need you paid here. At some point during our consultation with you prior to today, you wrote a report, correct?
That's correct, at your request.
Okay, and in order to prepare that report and prepare for today, were you provided with certain items for your analysis?
Yes, if you recall, approximately a week ago, you asked me to review the material you were going to send me and determine if I could be of assistance to you in this civil service hearing.
Okay. Did that include body cam videos shot by Baton Rouge police officers?
Yes, the body cams that we observed here in court today.
Did it involve police department incident report completed by Sergeant Dothier?
Yes,
Did it involve a 51-page internal affair investigation report?
that's correct.
Did it involve General Order number 209 of the Baton Rouge Police Department?
Yes, having to do with arrest.
General Order number 319 of the Baton Rouge Police Department?
Warrantless searches, yes.
Interdivisional Procedure 502?
Yes,
Now, is your understanding that there were multiple allegations against Mr. Dothier by the Baton Rouge Police Department?
yes, that's what I reviewed. I believe there was 6 charges against him.
Okay. With regards to, and I need you to view this through the lens of the policies of the Baton Rouge Police Department, as well as your understanding of constitutional issues, both state and federal. What was your opinion as to, based upon the documents, the items that you have reviewed, with regards to the use of force allegation against Sergeant Dothier?
My use of force conclusion or opinion was based on the video that I observed, as well as what the police officer had to say that reached and caught her by the arm and brought her through the door. To evaluate a use of force, you look at the force used and compare it to the resistance. And in this case, it was my opinion, as well as the police department's use of force expert, if you will, that the force used was reasonable.
Now, in that video, and I think your testimony just alluded to it, there's an allegation that Sergeant Dothier violated the warrantless search policy of the Baton Rouge Police Department. Other than pulling Miss Smith from inside the home to outside the home, and perhaps, I believe, what we call a glimpse of pushing a curtain back that was covering the door. Do those constitute searches, those 2 things that we saw in the video?
No, absolutely not. For officer safety, the fact that the female who came to the door was belligerent, she was not cooperative, true enough, it was her home. But what is based on the officer's reaction is what the officer knew at that time, and that is court-ordered. It's what's in his mind. When we review it in 20/20 hindsight, we might say, well, that was her home. She had every reason to resist. But the actions of the 3 officers at the door is based on what they knew and what they believed at the moment it occurred. Those officers believed they were at the right residence, and they had every reason not to allow an individual who they did not know belonged in that residence to close a door, and they cannot observe her behavior at that point in time. Every police officer who is any kind of officer knows you can't let people slam a door in your face and you just let them walk around. You're finna get shot to death is what's finna happen to you. So being a good officer, he does not allow that. He keeps the door open and he reaches in with the least force possible and escorts her out of her own residence onto the porch. And he retains her while they conduct their investigation. And then once he has reached a conclusion, and I absolutely was amazed at how courteous he was, and every one of you observed that. You saw best evidence. I have that video right up there. Not what people tell you about it, but what you observed with your own eyes. You saw that officer being very courteous and trying to reach the truth. That's what we do in criminal justice. We look for the truth. And once he obtained that fact that they had made an honest mistake, he apologized to the lady. He knew she was unhappy, she was irate. He left her cuffed for maybe 30 seconds while he explained to her, we have made an honest mistake. You can't do it any better than that.
Now, you did look at General Order number 319, the warrantless search policy.
Yes, I reviewed that.
Did you refer to, or do you recall seeing a portion, turn to tab 18. Page number 3. Under letter C, what is letter C entitled?
Protective sweeps.
And could you, in number 2, that states that when officers do possess a reasonable belief based on specific facts that there might be other people in the house who could pose some danger, they are justified in going through the house, performing a cursory inspection of those places where a person could be found.
Absolutely.
Is that consistent with case law as you know it and what you
Yes.
teach?
Federal narcotics, we use the protective sweep constantly. It means if you're looking for an individual, you might go into the house, he's sitting in the living room, well, you don't stop there. Somebody walks on through the house, not conducting a search, but looking for other individuals who may be in the house, and you control those individuals. If a guy says, look, I'm just a neighbor, you say, well, just hold it right there. We'll be through here in just a minute. You don't let him move around where he could secure a weapon. Even though he's an innocent bystander, you control that situation. If you don't control the situation, you're going to get somebody hurt, and that's what you're trying to prevent. And for public safety, that sweep is done. I could see this officer, what he was doing, he could have kept from doing by just saying, I'm out of here. Let the 2 officers on the scene do it. But he was a seasoned officer. He said, I'm going to respond because we don't know what happened in that residence before that man was taken out of it. So I am going to walk through that residence and do a protective sweep and see who belongs there. And then I'm going to secure it. But his brother said, no, you don't have to secure it because the daughter's coming and she's going to lock up the house. Now, how do you do it better than that? There was just an honest mistake, and somebody saw an opportunity to go after this guy. And when I reviewed these documents, that's one of the first comments I made to council, is I could not believe in my day in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, the police department would go after an officer who is trying to secure a residence and look after the citizenry. If you want to demoralize a bunch of police officers, this is the way to do it.
Mr. Drafton, can the protective sweep also be used by police consistent with policy and case law to secure a possible crime scene from contamination? In other words, not search the crime scene or collect evidence, but to make sure no one present can tamper with it. Is that?
They could do that. In this case, I saw no search. There was no search. There was a sweep. I mean, would have been a sweep had he done it, but he didn't even do it. And that's why there was no arrest, and all of this arrest policy doesn't apply, and neither does the search policy apply, because neither were conducted by everything that I reviewed in this case.
Okay, this may be a long-winded question, so hold with me.
Okay.
There's been testimony or evidence today that when Sergeant Duffy arrived on the scene, he was informed by someone he believed to be the now decedent's brother,
Yes.
indicate the trailer was where his brother lived, that he lived alone, and that it was unlocked. Being under those circumstances, if that's what he was told, when Sergeant Dothier reached for the door and someone from the other side opened it, would that constitute a suspicious circumstance?
I would hope so. You have no idea who it is or why they're in the house. Had he just, she said, well, this is my residence, and he's like, okay, and turned around and walks away, and you come and find out that house was robbed that night or theft took place, it would be like, well, why didn't he pursue it further? He handled it, in my judgment, as well as you could handle it. It was an honest mistake.
Okay. Could you turn to tab 16? I'm going to ask you to turn to page 3, that's General Order 209. Sir, there are circumstances where the police can lawfully detain someone that they never arrest, meaning book into jail or issue a criminal summons, correct?
Yes.
And generally, the standard or the burden that the police must satisfy is in order to do a temporary detention is based upon reasonable suspicion, correct?
Reasonable suspicion and then safety of officers. I know at the federal level, we certainly, the protection of the officers was a major concern, and we detained people constantly.
Okay, if I could direct you to the top of page 3, that tab, and it talks about use of restraints. Does this look like the policy that you reviewed in making your determinations?
Yes.
Okay. The second sentence under letter A of section 6 state that officers may also restrain someone while investigating suspicious circumstances. This generally means being handcuffed. Does that policy state that to you as in front of you, Mr. Grafton?
I'm sorry, counsel, I'm looking here. Number 2 is suspects will not be handcuffed.
I'm on page 3.
3,
Up at the top.
use of restraints.
Yes. That policy states officers may also restrain someone while investigating suspicious circumstances.
Yes.
Generally means being handcuffed.
Yes,
Is that exactly what happened?
absolutely. If my eyes didn't lie to me, when I watched the video, the lady was cuffed by the police officers, and I believe it was the female officer who put the cuffs on. I didn't see that on the video, but that was gained from reading their reports.
So, under one of your opinions, you talk about Sergeant Dothier practicing community policing. Is that kind of like a community caretaker role?
Well, yes, that's the current police philosophy, if you will, around the country. It's know your community, and community supports the police, and police support the community. When you have, I remember back in the 60s, Tallahassee Police Department, I remember incidents, and at that time there was a great friction between black and whites in the community. And the police chief went into a club, and he told the patrons of the club, we will police every inch of this city because rocks were being thrown and that sort of thing. And he told them to do less. I'm not doing my duty. We're going to give police protection to every inch of this city. And that, to me, I thought it was a terrific message. He was saying, we are here for your protection. And That's what we were there for. And that's what this officer was attempting to do when he could have just walked away. His whole purpose here was to secure and make sure that no crime had been committed and that the property was safe for the individual who had just gone to the hospital.
Mr. Grafton, in forming your opinions today, did you note or observe any resistance from Ms. Micaiah Smith?
No, other than she was closing the door. No one said she kicked, hit, or did anything of that nature, and neither did the police.
Well, based upon, in terms not of what they said, but what you saw, but was there verbal noncompliance?
Well, yes, she was closing the door. She was not cooperating from the get-go. Now, the fact that it was her home, the police didn't know that. And so their reaction was different.
When you hear the term that an officer has brought dishonor and disgrace to a police department, those are kind of broad terms, would you agree?
Yes.
In your experience, typically, what kind of conduct rises to that level?
An officer getting in a fight in a bar, knee walking drunk, that brings disgrace when he's in uniform or out of it, that type of behavior. And when I think about reviewing internal affairs reports here, in Baton Rouge specifically, I reviewed a report where an officer got in a fight in a bar, and 3.5 years later, they give a report saying that that officer is going to be held accountable and he's going to get 1 day off without pay. And they never even mentioned the fact that he was in a fight. They were just saying, because he was one of the boys, he was treated totally different. I see this all over America. This isn't unique to Baton Rouge, but we need to do better, and we can.
Mr. Grafton, in the course of your professional career, have you had the opportunity to participate in or review internal investigations of either federal agents or police officers?
Yes, many times. Well, of course, we were a civil service board at the state police.
How typical is it to not interview other law enforcement officers on the scene?
Well, you're seeking the truth. You do that by developing evidence. Evidence is physical and it's testimonial. If you have 3 officers on the scene and you only interview 1, you're telling me that you've got an agenda, because you should interview all 3. And my understanding was all 3 officers on the scene had the same story. But I did not see any evidence that 2 of them, who were right there for every moment, were ever interviewed.
Mr. Grafton, you have in front of you, or I'm going to ask you, do you have in front of you under tab 2, is that the report that you completed in this month?
Yes.
the attachment to your report, your case history, are those cases that you testified in?
Well, I'm listed maybe 70 or 80. Those are just part of the court. I mean, I've done over 400. So
Those are illustrative of the cases you testified in?
there's some of them, yes.
And the last page of your report itself, is that your signature?
Yes, it is.
Offer to introduce, since this is authenticated, Exhibit 2 on behalf of Mr. Brpd from our exhibit book.
One of the same objection from earlier today.
Appellant, Exhibit 2.
Mr. Rapp, Jim Reynolds for the department. What's your fee for representing Mr. Duffy?
I get $5,750 for every case that I take.
Mr. Rankin, just check your microphone. Yes.
Now, when will you provide documentation in this case?
Approximately a week ago.
We could go, so Monday, last Monday.
Say again?
Last Monday?
I think so, yes.
And so between Monday and, looks like the report was written on the 24th, so between Monday and Saturday, you reviewed all of those documents, reviewed the evidence, and you wrote this report, correct?
Yes.
How many videos did you review of Shane Alexander?
The videos that we saw today,
You reviewed the one with the ambulance sitting out in the street for
No.
15 minutes?
I did not. I didn't see that one, which had no bearing on my report.
Well, you were unaware of the fact that the ambulance wasn't sitting in the driveway the entirety of the time. It was actually sitting out in the street between the two residences. That was something that you were unaware of, correct?
No, I don't know that I was unaware of it.
Well, if you did not see it in the video, it's not actually addressed in either one of the reports that we have here, so where did you find out that information?
It was my understanding from everything I reviewed, as well as talking to counsel, that the ambulance was in a driveway.
Which was incorrect information
Right. It would be in front of the house.
on the street.
Yes.
And in fact, it only turned around in the driveway to go the other direction. You understand that?
It could have.
Now, every time an elderly person has a medical emergency, you don't think that's suspicious circumstances, do you?
Certainly not.
Okay? And just because somebody is in their home, that's not suspicious circumstances, is it?
Say again?
Just because a person is inside of their home, that's not suspicious circumstances. Do you agree?
Certainly.
And would you agree that Corporal Dothier would need to have investigated suspicious circumstances in order to have the right to detain Ms. Smith?
That would be totally wrong, because he believed that the trailer the lady was in was empty and was the residence of the gentleman who had just been carried to the hospital. So under those conditions, again, counsel, it's what's in the mind of the police officer, what he reasonably believes, and that determines whether his actions were reasonable or not.
Well, you said you reviewed our policy, but I want to make sure you actually understand our policy. Let's go to the white book in front of you, tab 12, please.
What number?
Tab 12. Page 3. Get it? You found it? Page 3?
I think so.
Okay, up at the top, you see where it says use of restraint, paragraph A?
Yes.
Okay. An arrestee or suspect may be physically restrained if necessary. Officers may also restrain someone while investigating suspicious circumstances. This generally means being handcuffed. You read that a minute ago.
Yes.
So let's look at what did Corporal Dothier know at the time? Well, I testified earlier today. EMS told him no violence or injury to Arthur Brady, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The brother of Arthur Brady told him no sign of violence, no injury, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
From the video, you heard Corporal Dothier say, and from the report, that the place was unlocked per the brother, correct?
Yes.
Fourth, he was told by the fireman that the place looked unavailable or unlivable. You recall that?
No, I think there was some comments that the officers said it was undeserted or deserted, and they say they didn't say that.
Well, actually, you don't remember then hearing Corporal Dothier testify about the testimony of the fireman, or what the fireman told him on the scene, that the place looked unlivable?
Well, the fireman might have said it, but the officer didn't say it.
Well, actually, Corporal Dothier's testimony would disagree with you there. He said on the audio, the video that we watched, this makes sense. When he got up to Arthur Brady's house, this makes sense now why they said this place looks unlivable, okay?
Because there was a lot of trash and garbage around in the area on the video, so I could see why somebody might make a comment like that.
Okay. Those are the 4 facts that he had going towards Miss Makia Smith's home, okay? Other than the actual address. Which one of those 4 things is suspicious to you? The EMS told him there's no violence or injury, the brother said no violence or injury, the place was going to be unlocked, or the place looked unlivable. Which one of those 4 things tells you that those are suspicious circumstances?
You're trying to restrict his actions to what is suspicious circumstances. He had a perfect right as a police officer to go to the residence and make a sweep to see if the residence was clean and anyone was in the residence who didn't belong there. Everything he did was proper policing.
Well, I hear you get to that conclusion, but we're looking at a couple of different policies. The policy I want to look at is 209, under arrest. Okay, so we're just talking about the use of restraints right now. Protective sweeps is a whole other policy, and we'll get to that.
Well, that's what you're talking about, but I'm trying to explain to the ladies and gentlemen on this committee what action this officer took and the legal grounds he had to take it.
Right, let's go back to use of restraints. You restrain somebody while investigating suspicious circumstances. You may restrain someone while investigating suspicious circumstances. So I'm asking you, because Corporal Dothier confirmed in his direct, when I crossed him, I should say, that these were the facts that he had going over to that residence. So my question to you is, which one of those creates a suspicious circumstance such that you can restrain someone?
Listen, when she started to close the door and she was hostile and not cooperative, he had every reason to reach in and take her out because she has created the issue by her demeanor. Had that female come to the door and addressed the officers properly and exchanged with them and talked, I believe she would have convinced them that that was her residence and the officers would have left. Statistics and all research shows us that the attitude of the person being addressed by the officer determines the outcome many times. When you're belligerent and uncooperative, whether it's a traffic stop or a serious issue, the police officer has difficulty dealing with it. This officer, we all observed, dealt with it as kindly and as professionally as anybody could do. And yet they take that situation and try to cut his pay, demote him, 60 days without pay for this?
You're getting into things that I haven't asked you about, so let's stick to the question.
Well, we're getting to the issue we're here about.
Well, actually, the issue that we're here about is the question I'm asking you at the time. So let's stick to the questions I'm asking you. Now, what you just said was his belief of suspicious circumstances or what he gets to do is based on the reaction of the person he's dealing with. You know, there's a lot of cases around the country right now where officers are terminated or in a whole lot of trouble. Some of them are in jail because of the way that they have responded to people who didn't act just like they thought they should act.
That's right, and I have 40 of those cases myself.
Okay. So, noted, it is the actions of the person that we're dealing with that will govern how we should handle things.
No, you misquoted me. It affects how the outcome is going to be. People who are uncooperative with a police officer escalate the situation.
So this situation is Makia Smith's fault. It was her fault for reacting when the officers walked up to her home.
She contributed by her hostility, yes. I think it would have been resolved a lot quicker and a lot better had she cooperated with the law enforcement people that were at her door.
Yeah, who was trained between Makia Smith and the officer? Who was trained to deal with those stressful situations?
The officers, and I thought they did a terrific job. They used no profanity. They didn't jerk anybody around, throw them on the floor. They weren't heavy-handed. They used the minimal amount of force to put handcuffs on her, which they had every right to do under the circumstances with the information they had.
Except you still can't tell me which one of those four circumstances leads you to believe that there are suspicious circumstances. He has to be investigating a suspicious circumstance in order to train her per policy.
You're wrong, counsel.
Did you read 209?
He can be, this policy is fine for what it covers, but there's also other issues like public safety, a sweep done by officers.
Let's go to that. You said protective sweep earlier. Tell me when he conducted a protective sweep.
I've been involved in dozens of them.
If him trying to open her door and then yanking her out and then pushing the blinds back, that's a protective sweep to you?
No, there was no protective sweep. There was no warrantless search. That is my opinion. And there was no arrest. So just to ask questions about those, I've already answered them.
Right.
There was no sweep, there was no search, period.
Opinions without substance when I ask you the question. See, as an expert, you have to have some kind of scientific basis to come up with your answers. And what you're giving me is just a bunch of opinions without, any time I try to ask you a question about them, you can't come up with an answer.
You want to bet?
All right, let's talk about when she was in handcuffs. You believe it's perfectly fine for her to be placed in cuffs. Granted. Now, once he learns that she is not the person that he's looking for, not that he's looking for a person, so you're in the wrong place and you got the wrong person, he did not immediately have her uncuffed. He
That's
took about
correct.
4 minutes to explain things to her. One of the officers went to uncuff her. She was not uncuffed. You saw all that on the video.
Right,
You heard the testimony today.
yes.
All right. What law, what right allows an officer to keep a citizen in cuffs? Just to talk to them or to explain things to them when they have committed no crime?
I think his judgment and explanation was fine. He left her in cuffs to calm her down, to apologize to her because she was irate when he was cuffed her. There is no policy, to my knowledge, any police department in America that says You put cuffs on them, and when you find out you don't need cuffs on them, you have a certain amount of time to get those cuffs off. It makes sense to me that the officer said, I want the lady calm, and so he's talking to her, apologizing to her, trying to get her to, because she was upset. She had reason to be upset, but it was all because of an honest mistake. And that honest mistake was not addressed properly in my judgment.
I hear you. I hear your opinion. Again, I'm gonna go back to my question of which you have not answered or formed any basis for your opinion, which is this. What right did he have to keep her in handcuffs when he realized she is just a regular citizen and I'm in the wrong place and I have the wrong person in handcuffs?
You're saying what right did he have? He had the right to use judgment to determine what is the safest situation here. He allowed her a few seconds while he apologized to her.
About 4 minutes, sir, between the time he found out on the street and the time that they actually took the handcuffs off of her.
From the time she's cuffed.
No, not from the time she's cuffed. From the time he was aware that he was in the wrong house.
You show me where it says a specific time that you've got, before you've got to get those cuffs off of somebody when you've retained them.
Show me a law that allows you just to handcuff citizens without any discretion.
But there is discretion. It's called officer safety a lot of times.
This is
In
the
a
one-
situation that is evolving and you don't know what the situation is. Many people, a barroom brawl, you might have several people detained and they weren't part of it, but in the fracas, you had to gain control of the situation. And so you may have several people restrained, and he tells you, man, I wasn't doing anything. I was just walking through here. You cut him loose. You say, have a nice evening.
Yeah.
But for
I'm
officer
having trouble
safety,
following your analogy of a pregnant woman in a chair with 3 officers surrounding her. You're aware that you're in her house that you just invaded and pulled her out of, that you didn't have a right to go into in the first place. So how do you have, but you're saying that that's akin to a barroom brawl. This woman sitting in the chair in cuffs, you're trying to calm her down, although she was just sitting there being quiet.
no, I was saying that they have, when they detain people like that, they oftentimes uncuff them and let them go if they have detained them. But what you keep leaving out is what I heard from this podium today in testimony. It's what's in the mind of the officer, what he knew, not what you knew with your legal mind as you go through here picking this thing apart. It's what they knew at the moment. They didn't know she belonged in that residence, and so when she started to close the door, they took proper police action and dealt with it. And it's blown out of a proportion here to, it's unbelievable to me.
Really? So
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't believe it's a violation of her civil rights to keep her handcuffed when she is known to not, there's no reason to have this person in handcuffs? You don't understand that?
Counsel,
Do you not understand that is my question?
I testify constantly in civil rights cases,
Well, I just heard
and
you
most
say
of the
so.
time it's against police officers. I am well aware, probably as much so as anybody in this room, what is involved in a civil rights violation.
Okay. You made it a point earlier to say that it was Corporal Robinson Woodard that placed her in cuffs. You realize that the report from Corporal Demotion says that he directed her to put her in cuffs?
He could have directed her.
No, he did direct her per his report.
He probably did. He may have. It might have been the best technique. I wasn't there.
In order for Corporal Dothier to go into her home in the first place, and by going into her home, I mean going in, pulling her out, even going over there at all, you would agree that you had to have a reasonable belief that there was a crime scene.
We don't know if it's a crime scene. He didn't make a search of the residence.
He did enter the residence sufficient to pull her out of it, did he not?
He did not. He reached in and pulled her out.
Well, what I said was he reached in sufficient to get her out of the home.
Yes, for his own protection and for the protection of the officers. He doesn't know who she is.
Tell me what reasonable belief, probable cause existed for him to believe that a crime was committed at that home.
He doesn't know if a crime's committed. That's why he was going to make a sweep of the residence to see if everything's okay. Was somebody hiding in the residence who might have harmed the man who was hauled away in the ambulance? And then he was going to secure the residence. It was just that simple.
Except he never did a protective sweep. He never looked in the house.
No,
Other
but
than pushing the blinds to the side, that's not a protective sweep.
because he found out that the lady that was in handcuffs lived there. And he realized it was a mistake, and he has said that numerous times. It was an honest mistake.
Right, but he didn't find that out until minutes and minutes later.
That's right.
Right. So the point when he first went over there, he thought it was really a safety issue, and he was gonna do a protective sweep. He actually would have done a protective sweep. He would have gone through the house and made sure there was no one else there, but he never did that.
No, because they had this lady who they were trying to find out who she was.
So the answer to the question is, you don't have anything to substantiate that there was any reasonable belief whatsoever that this place was a crime scene.
Yes, I do. It's called good policing. The man was going to go through the residence to make sure that there was no foul play in the residence.
You say that in all your cases? Good policing is the answer?
I wish I could. It's a pleasure to testify for an officer who was trying to do the right thing. The thing that mystifies me is why we're here.
I don't have any questions.
To redirect, I'll be very brief. You saw a video today that you had not previously viewed, correct? From
Yes.
Dr. Shane on that. Does that in any way change the opinions you memorialized in your report?
No, there was nothing that changed my opinion.
Okay. The only other question I have is, if the evidence shows that Sergeant Dothier was informed that Mr. Brady was taken out of the trailer, that Mr. Brady lived alone and that the door was unlocked, would the fact that he was met at the door by a female unknown to the sergeant constitute a suspicious circumstance?
I would certainly think so. It would be to me, and I'm sure it was to him. That was his testimony.
I've got a problem.
Board members. Dr. Robinson?
Mr. Crafton, in your earlier statement tonight, you indicated that Sergeant Dothier escorted Ms. Smith from her home. Do you really think he escorted her from her home?
He pulled her out.
Is that an
As I listened to the testimony today, and I believe counsel said she was dragged out, which would mean to me that she was drug on the ground, and that wasn't the case. She was pulled out of the residence, yes.
and bent over her banister?
Sir,
And bent over her banister.
I'm sorry.
I'm simply asking, to you, does that mean escorted?
Well, escorting can be, and when I went through Secret Service training, we escorted people from the facility, and we had them by the arm, or we had them in a wrist lock using pain compliance, and we'd escort them out of the building, and in the report writing, you called it escort.
Okay. what do you believe gives law enforcement the right to enter somebody's home?
Again, he didn't enter, but he took her out of the home because of what he believed at that time. You're asking what rights? Well, any hypothetical or situation, you change one element, it can change what happened. But in this situation, the officer, what was in his mind, he responded properly. He responded legally. He responded according to his training.
If Officer Lodier believed Mr. Brady's brother that he had the correct house and that the door was supposed to have been unlocked, and he could easily get in, what should he have done when he pulled on that door and it was indeed locked?
Well, in hindsight, we can say a lot of things that he should have done, but at that moment, all three officers believed they were headed to the right residence and that it was not occupied, and he simply responded to that.
But the question I'm asking, if you believe the brother that the door was unlocked and that was the correct house, when he found that door locked, shouldn't that have been a signal to him?
I don't know that he found the door locked.
He did. That's what woke the young lady up. And she came to the door and opened it.
Sliding door, I don't know that that would have mean anything to him at the moment.
Okay. I noticed that, whose responsibility is it to interpret Baton Rouge police policy?
Whose responsibility is it to interpret a police policy?
Baton Rouge police policy.
All officers that go through the academy are experienced, they study the police policies.
The ultimate responsibility for interpreting Baton Rouge police policy, whose responsibility is that?
Well, you could say the chief, but every officer is responsible for the policies.
Every chief doesn't make decisions for the department.
Certainly he should, that's correct.
Okay, so it's the chief's responsibility. I noticed you mentioned your involvement with state police, and you were talking about who should be interviewed for events. And I think you were insinuating that the state police interviews all officers as seen. Is that what you were saying?
No, I never said that. I said that two people, I did not see where they were interviewed, and that would be a gross error for an internal affairs not to interview all officers present.
So you were not insinuating that state police, when you were involved, interviewed all officers as seen?
I wouldn't say that. I'm sure some might and some might not, you know.
And of course, I'm asking that because I'm wondering why there would be a difference in what state police did and what the Baton Rouge Police Department might do. Because state police, I think we all probably know by now, does not always interview everybody at sea.
They may not, and counsel, you're right in that. Our Achilles heel in law enforcement, in my opinion, after 50 years as a student of our criminal justice system, is the fact that we did not weed out bad officers from day one. We kept them on, we lied for them, we testified for them, we kept them on the force, and it's biting us in the butt. The state police did the same thing, and it's a slippery slope. And it's your responsibility or for this community to hold officers accountable when they have intentionally done wrong. But I see this as not a good example of holding officers responsible.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
I have a question. How you doing, Mr. Graham? How are you doing, sir? All right, no problem. So, my question is, do you feel that you were given all the pertinent facts when you were making your opinion?
Well, I reviewed everything that's in our report, yes, sir.
Okay. So, in your opinion, you said John Dozier followed the accepted law enforcement practice as well as his training during the encounter, right? So, as a part of that, were you aware that they were at the wrong location from the get-go?
Oh, yes.
And every practice thereafter was there any forethought that that had any bearing on anything that followed thereafter? Them being at the wrong location?
Well, he came back and apologized to the lady for what, taking her into, restraining her and holding her. He apologized for that. And I don't know what else he could have done.
Well, I'm giving you, for an example, your opinion number 8 gives retrospect to what Mr. Beard did wrong in the process, right? There, in your opinion, there was no wrongdoing on Mr. Dozier's part. Is that correct? Even to the opinion number 3 with the body camera, where one was not turned on and his subordinate's camera was not even present. So there was no problem, in your opinion, based upon your experience, in your opinion number 3, as well as, I'm sorry, I alluded to opinion number 1 as well.
Number 1,
And number 3. You can take it, I'm sorry.
that's okay.
So to do that again, we'll start with number 3 and say, your opinion number 3 said there is no, to a degree of certainty, that he did not violate the body camera policy. And I ask you, how do you arrive at that conclusion?
Because of his explanation and what the body cam policy reads, he says that he didn't expect to have a police issue interacting with anybody.
Now, that goes against everything that he said, everything that you said, that they were there for an investigation, to do a sweep, which is an interaction, correct? Which should be, yeah, that's what he was there to perform an investigation in which he ended up interacting with the public.
And he was gonna make a search through what he believed to be an empty house.
So when we found out it was not empty, it should have been turned on, in your opinion.
Could have been.
No.
As
It
you-
should have been turned on.
He could have, but if you remember, he was busy pulling her out onto the porch.
Well, at any point, should it be turned on. At any point after the struggle ensued or anything, it should have been turned on.
He could have turned it on, yes.
Well, but I have a problem with you in retrospective saying that somebody else didn't do their job, and we have a position for you to take affirmative in which you did, where it could have been construed as him not doing what he was supposed to do. But you're affirming his decision not to, like we have body cameras for a reason, is to protect the public and the officer, right? We have one officer who's not wearing one at all, and we have one officer who didn't turn it on. What's the point of the body camera?
And if you remember, they were not treated the same.
No, they weren't, but because I specifically asked Officer Dozier, why didn't he discipline his subordinate for not showing work with, it's like having your gun. If you don't have your gun, how can you show up to work? If you don't have your camera, it's a difference between coming to work with your camera, being ready to perform your job, right? Or, or not turning it on. It's two different things. But I'm saying, when you, in your professional opinion, you're saying that there's nothing, absolutely nothing wrong with either one of those situations, which 100% occurred, in your professional opinion.
That's correct.
And I'm asking you why.
Because he was doing other things.
So he supersedes policy?
The policy says that he should have his camera on if he anticipates interacting with somebody. But in his mind, he said he didn't expect to interact with someone. And so he didn't turn it on. Every day, every police officer, in every situation he does, we can second guess him, and we can say, here's what you should have done, here's what you could have done. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, okay? But he's the one performing, and here's what the courts require, that it be reasonable. Was it reasonable? Under the conditions he was under, the fact that he didn't reach down and turn on his camera, to me, that's reasonable, because he was trying to find out, does this lady belong in this residence?
I would agree with you had it not been a few seconds later, we're driving down the street and clearly turns on his camera while he's typing in information into the laptop, which is not interacting with anybody in the public, correct? We get to a crime scene, there may not be hostile, okay? And it's not expected up until the point you see someone. I'm just saying that I find it hard to believe that you, in your expert opinion, we say that there is not a problem when clearly all the information, we could have had more concise information had his camera been on and had her camera been on. Is that correct?
Yeah, if you had 3 videos, you may well have more information.
And it, in fact, is what it's designed to do, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, my thing is, in my business, the faintest pen is better than the fondest memory, right? So if I'm gonna rely on your testimony to tell me what happened, it may be things that are unclear. But if I got this camera, it's gonna be pretty easy for me to tell what's happening. Because after that, we had a whole bunch of documentation via camera at the end of the video, correct? All right. Well, and the other thing is, you place more onus on the person whose residence is that she escalated everything, basically.
Yes.
When I think the testimony was she got off work and was sleeping to somebody who was possibly breaking in her house.
She was not cooperative. It leads me to think she had an attitude before it happened. If an officer came to my door, and I have 3 of them, and my wife went to the door, they wouldn't have any difficulty. She would ask them why they're there.
Right.
Okay, I just had, I'm a regular citizen, I'm at my house, I'm sleeping on my couch. Police officer comes to my door, guys open it, right? And I walk to the door, and he doesn't identify, he doesn't ask me for my address, but he says, hey, whatever happened. And I tell him, no, wrong house, not the right person. What are my rights? He can pull me out of my house, handcuff me.
Why would he take that action? I can't answer that. It's hypothetical, but it's not, you're not giving me enough information.
Same thing, he felt that he was going to a crime scene, right? And so I'm just saying, I can be pulled on the house, and once I tell the police officer it's not me, he finds out that it's not me. You're saying it's okay to keep me in handcuffs?
He could if he was mistaken enough over some issue he knew about. It wouldn't make it right at all. But people do make mistakes, and that's what we have here, in my opinion, is an honest mistake. I don't think any one of those 3 officers had any intent of doing anything wrong. I reviewed reports where they beat people to death, they murdered them, okay? That's excessive force. But this situation, you find out it wasn't excessive force, but the investigation didn't stop there. We're looking for fault. And that's when I reviewed this, it just jumped out at me. Somebody's looking for fault on this officer.
I would have a problem if you pulled me out of my house and kept me in handcuffs after you found out that I was innocent.
Yes.
Anybody should have a problem with that.
Sir, I understand that.
An apology would be.
Yes, I understand that.
Sharon, when he went to the door, she came, opened the door. She's like, what y'all doing on my other porch? And he told her what they were doing. She was like, he don't live here. Get the hell out of my. Well, he's still under the assumption that this was where the guy died. The brother said nobody lived there. This lady's there now, all of a sudden. He don't know where she came from, what she did. all he knows is she's cussing, trying to shut the door. I mean,
We got something I'm confused then, because one was said that if I have the right to come to my property, just shut the door in your face. If I'm telling you you're wrong, I have the right to come inside my home, police officer comes to me, this was, we were told earlier today. So somebody's like,
this was investigating a death. Not murder, but it could have been murder. I mean, you never know. I mean, you
No
never-
doubt.
There was no either.
You do have suspicion, even just to go verify that no foul play. And you go there,
Subsequently, there was no verification of anything.
I always think that,
no verification of what you mean, address.
After he was at the wrong house and went to the new house, there was no verification that anything took place in the vacant.
Investigations had already informed him that they weren't doing an investigation. And in the time that he was in contact with her, and the time he made it to the right house, the Brpd investigators contacted him, however, by phone or by radio, saying that they weren't going to do an investigation. So why, at that point, would he need to go in the house
We don't
to see
even
if it was foul play?
We don't even know when that point is because there's no body camera.
I thought it was said earlier.
But we have no idea. So if that was to take place, let's go ahead and say, at what point did the phone call take place? Was it before? Because we have a period of time that cannot be ascertained that he's conducting his own investigation of where the house is that we're supposed to be at. And you're telling me somebody called off an investigation, but we have no way of knowing at what point that happened. Was it before he got to the Miss Smith's house? Was it during the walk?
If they did, then obviously he wouldn't have went to our house and thought it was a.
What I'm saying is, we don't have the information to tell us because there's no body camera, which would have told us, hey, the investigation was called off, based upon what you're telling me, right? Somebody called me and say, hey, look, the investigator's telling me, hey, there's no need to investigate. At what point did this happen? Is it after all the smoke cleared, or is it after I walked to this door and it was locked and I couldn't get in? When did that happen?
But then you're insinuating that they went to this address looking for trouble.
No, I'm not insinuating, I'm just
That's
giving
what
you the
you're
fact.
saying.
No, no.
If he, they call
Does
him.
anybody have another question for Mr. Graham?
I'm just trying to say.
We'll get it on this, amongst the board as soon as we're done.
On opinion 3, I want to say this. It says, in my opinion, to a reasonable degree of professional certainty, John Doe did not violate the officer body cam requirement and that he had no reasonable anticipation of interaction with the public or any law enforcement. He's saying, the brother said, nobody was in his house. They were going there just to verify that there was no foul play, no blood, no bats, nothing on the floor. So he did not anticipate any interaction.
well, once he encountered her.
He could have, I mean, he could have, no, that, yeah, that,
Interaction and subsequently led to somebody being detained, which should be in the police. No, this is what happened.
Gentlemen,
no, he could have.
question for Mr. Graham.
Okay.
Question for Mr. Graham.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counsel.
Mr. Ivey. Witness, please.
Can we get a timeline as to when that call took place?
I can put the contract on
Okay, thank you.
Call, Corporal, Janelle Wood.
I'm not running that copy.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Rogers.
Ma'am, could you state your name and work address, please?
I am Corporal Janelle Robinson Woodard, and I work for Second District at 2265 Highland Road.
Were you so assigned back on February 19th, ma'am?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Were you so assigned back on February 19th?
Yes, sir.
Were you what's commonly referred to as an FTO or field training officer?
Yes, sir.
On that day, did you have Officer Shane Alexander riding with you? Riding with you in capacity of him being trained? Or in the FTO program, rather?
Only in the FTO program, yes, sir.
To be a field training officer, does that require any post-academy schooling?
No, it doesn't require any post-academy schooling. It requires 3 years, and then you do have to take a training course that's put on by the training academy.
Okay, so you did go through another
Oh,
course?
yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. You recall why you were dispatched to Alice Street that day?
I was dispatched for a public assistance where a meal was down.
What did you learn when you got there?
Upon arrival, EMS was working on a African-American meal.
Okay. What about any statements people on the scene when you got there? What were you told?
At that time, I didn't speak with anyone because EMS and the fire personnel was working on the person who was down.
Did you ever talk to anyone from EMS or the fire department?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. Prior to their departure, did you?
No.
Did you ever speak to someone who identified himself as Mr. Brady's brother?
Yes.
Okay. What did he tell you?
I spoke with him briefly. He was leaving, trying to follow the ambulance, and I asked where did Mr. Brady live at.
And what did he indicate to you?
At that time, he was eastbound on Alice Street, and he said, my brother lives over there, and he was pointing that way towards, which was a trailer.
Is that trailer you ended up approaching?
Yes, sir.
When you approached the trailer and later on, Sergeant Doge was at the trailer door, do you have any reason to believe that Mr. Brady lived anywhere else?
No, not at that time.
Did you see Sergeant Doge speak briefly to the brother?
I don't recall.
Okay. I want to bring up a sore subject or invite this to happen to you, but were you interviewed or investigated for any actions or failures to act that you took that day?
No.
Internal affairs?
No, sir.
Since this incident, has anyone counseled you or given you any remedial training to correct what was done wrong on that day on Allen Street?
No, sir.
Other than your knowledge of the investigation of Sergeant Dozier, has anyone told you what was done wrong on Allen Street?
No, sir.
Anyone informed you that you were poorly led by your supervisor on that day?
No, sir.
Was it a shock to you, did you approach the trailer door along with Sergeant Dozier?
Yes.
And was it a sliding glass door to access the trailer?
Yes, sir.
Were you shocked when someone appeared on the other side of the glass door?
Was I shocked that someone appeared on the, I'm sorry, say that again?
You actually.
You said, was I shocked that someone was?
Appeared on the other side of the door?
Yes.
Why?
Because briefly when Mr. Brady's brother was speaking, he said, you can go in the trailer. It should be open. He lives over there. Nobody's in that. The door's always open.
Were you close enough to the door to hear what Ms. Smith told Sergeant Dozier?
Yes.
Could you tell us what she said?
She stated, she was like, why I can say that?
Mr. Chairman?
Can I can
I mean, you
say?
can paraphrase,
Oh.
unless you want it verbatim. We watched the video.
Okay, from what I recall, she said, "Why the F y'all here? Nobody's, I only live up in here with my mom or my grandmother. Get the F away from my door."
Now, at some point, did you attempt to have your dispatch contact, the EMS thing?
Yes, I did.
How'd you do that?
I keyed up on my radio and I spoke with headquarters, the dispatcher.
You remain a field training officer for that?
Yes,
Have you had subsequent officers train with you since Shane Alexander left you?
no.
How would you describe Miss Smith's demeanor when she greeted you at the door?
She was very aggressive. She was upset.
What do you recall Sergeant Duthier, if he's saying to her, if he said anything?
When we approached the door, Sergeant Darte was, at the time, Sergeant Darte was trying to explain to her the reason that we were here and why we was trying to come in the home.
What was the reason? What reason did he verbatim, assuming he didn't use profanity? Bleep that out if you want to, but what specifically did he tell her?
To my knowledge, he was trying to explain to her that we had a gentleman who suffered a medical problem and that we need to come in the house and see what room he was in so we can make sure that no foul play occurred.
Did he ever explain to her that y'all were led to believe that no one was at the home?
I believe so, he did.
There was an allegation, I believe, by Ms. Smith in her complaint that Sergeant Duthier, or maybe one of you, made the claim that the home was abandoned. Do you recall any of y'all telling her that?
I don't recall.
Okay. After you left Miss Smith's home, did you go to another address on Alice Street?
Yes,
Is that the one where a padlock was found on the only door that apparently y'all were able to find?
I'm not sure what was on the door because I didn't touch the door.
None of y'all entered that home, correct?
No,
Did any of the Baton Rouge police officers while you were there enter and search Miss Smith's home?
no.
Nothing further, thank you.
Corporal, is it Robinson, Woodard, or Woodard, which would you prefer?
It's all the same last name, whatever is easy for you.
Okay, now you said that you heard Corporal Doce explain to Ms. Smith that you guys were there because of a medical problem?
Yes,
No, what, do you know what he meant by a medical problem? I mean, did he explain it to her?
I can't assume what he meant by a medical problem, but
Did he
he,
explain it to her,
but he was telling her what was going on.
that there was a medical problem?
Yes,
Now, you guys, you and Officer Alexander got to that scene first, right?
yes, sir.
Let's go over when you first got there. From what you just said, you guys didn't talk to the EMS.
No, I did not.
You didn't talk to the fire personnel.
No, I did not.
So no one told you what had happened upon their arrival.
No.
Now, there's a book right there in front of you, white book, notebook, yes. I'd like you to turn to exhibit number 2. In that right note. Now that, the first page of exhibit number 2 is Baton Police Department incident report, and then it says, in parentheses, all report officer Alexander Shane, approval officer Kevin Lapidus, right? That's the first page.
Yes, sir.
And then Arthur Brady, which was the individual who was, who you guys were called out about, right?
Yes, sir.
And it says, date of birth, 7/13/1941. Now, the next page of the report, and it seems to be written by Officer Alexander, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's page 2. I want to go to page 3. Now, on page 3, this is written by Corporal Doce, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to go through some things that he says right here. Now, if you go to the first paragraph midway, beginning with the word when, it says, when Corporal Woodard arrived, she learned that the medical personnel were already attending to the patient, Arthur Brady, and she notified me that his condition is critical and that he may not survive. Did you call him to give them that information?
I believe so.
And then it said, I responded to the location, right?
Yes.
Now, he says, just as I was arriving, Corporal Woodard notified me that I was no longer needed because the patient was being transported. Was that a second call to him?
Yes, sir.
So you called him twice, first to ask him to join you guys there, and then the second time to tell him he was no longer needed, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, why didn't you tell me he was no longer needed?
Because the patient was being transported.
Now, did anyone with EMS or the fire give you any reason to believe that you guys were no longer needed?
Once they transport them, we're no longer needed. Unless they feel that that patient can be combated, then they will ask for us to escort or follow them to the hospital.
And no one gave you guys the impression that you were needed for those purposes?
No, sir.
Now, in that second paragraph, Corporal Doce also notes that he told you to hold the scene because you were almost there and you wanted to be certain that this was a medical call and not related to any sort of violence against the patient. Now, had you informed him of a possibility of violence against the patient?
No, sir.
Had anyone on that scene discussed with you the possibility of violence against the patient?
No, sir.
Now, it says that as he arrived, he could see that the Arcadian ambulance unit was back into the driveway, and he was told that the patient was in the vehicle. I could see the medical personnel and fire department people were leaving. He then got out and spoke to you, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, he says that you informed him that the patient had been found by his brother, who had come by the home to check on him. Who informed you of that?
I don't recall saying that.
You don't recall saying that?
I don't.
Do you recall anyone telling you that?
I don't recall. The only thing was from the call notes, from the RMS system or the CAD system.
Do you recall whether that was on the call note?
Yes, because on the CAD system, as I stated before, they provide us with the type of call, and then the dispatcher gets information and put it in the call.
So that information would have been on your
Screen?
your screen,
Yes, sir.
but no one told you that.
No, sir.
Now, the screen or the information on the screen informed you that the brother had found him and had come by to check on him, because he'd come by to check on him, right?
I don't recall exactly what the screen said, but it does say that man possible down. Yes.
Okay, now, unresponsive on the floor of the living room in the trailer. Did you tell him that?
I don't recall.
You don't recall telling him that.
I don't recall telling him that.
Do you recall who would have provided information to you?
The only person who provided information to me prior to the call is communications.
And do you recall whether or not communication provided you with information that the brother found this man lying unresponsive on the floor of the living room in a trailer?
I don't recall. I don't recall the exact notes that's in the call notes.
Now, the next paragraph begins with, well, I didn't get his name as he was in a hurry to leave. And he's referring here to the brother. He told me that he hadn't heard from his brother, so he had come by to check on him. Now, this is a conversation that apparently Sergeant Joche had with the brother. Were you present for that conversation?
No.
Do you recall seeing Sergeant Joche have that conversation?
It's possibility he may have had a conversation with him because Sergeant Joche went back to his unit to get his desk, and his brother was parked by Sergeant Joche.
But you did not see him have this conversation, nor did you overhear that conversation.
No, I did not.
That, he says, is when the brother told him that the door was unlocked, that the brother was alone, that he lives alone, right?
That's what it says here. That's it.
So you didn't hear this from the brother?
No, I didn't hear it. I heard, the only time I heard anything from the brother is when the brother was leaving, and he screamed out his window of his car.
Is this what he screamed out his car? This?
He repeated, and he may have repeated and said that his brother lived alone, the door is unlocked, he lives over there, and he was waving his hand.
Now, Sergeant Joche also says, I asked him if he saw anything that concerned him that his brother had been the victim of violence. But he said that he had not. Do you recall hearing that conversation?
I do not recall.
So were you present at any conversation when a man said that?
I was not present.
You didn't overhear the conversation between that gentleman and Sergeant Corporal Dorsey?
I do not recall.
Did anyone at that scene inform you that the brother had been, in their estimation, victim of violence?
No, sir.
Now thereafter, that's when Sergeant or Corporal Dorsey says, I told him that I need to go inside to look around and ask him if he wanted me to lock the door when he left. Did you hear that conversation?
No, sir.
Did you see him have that conversation?
As I stated before, if we had a conversation, we may have been when he walked back to his unit, but I wasn't present for the conversation.
And then he said, he replied that it would be necessary that another family member would be by later to secure the residence. I then walked toward the trailer as Corporal Wood and Alexander followed that. So, how close were you to Sergeant Joche when all this was going on?
I was in the driveway where EMS was backing up.
And where was Sergeant Joche?
Sergeant Joche was by his vehicle because he went to get his vest.
And how far was that from where you were?
Approximately maybe 50 to 60 feet.
50 or 60? Or were you saying 15 or 16?
50 to 60 feet.
So you were really 50 to 60 feet away from him. So you could have heard it, right?
I did not hear it.
Now, I'm gonna ask you, was this the first such a call that you've ever been on? A medical call like this?
No, sir.
Is it common procedure, as you understand, to determine that violence may have occurred against an individual that you were answering the call?
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
generally determine that you must check to see if that individual is a subject of violence?
On all calls where we have a possible person down, regardless if it's medical or a possible overdose, we are to assess the scene. And when we get there, we're to conduct the investigation. If we do not know exactly what is going on with he or she, then we have to contact our supervisor and let them know what is going on. Once we contact our supervisor arrive on scene, and then they make the necessary calls to the prospective division. Until the division contact the supervisor will tell us to secure a scene, if it is a possible scene.
Okay, now, describe what you mean when you say to secure a scene.
For instance, if EMS if we would have arrived and this gentleman was inside the trailer and he was on the floor, once EMS provide medical assistance to him and remove him out of the home, we're to secure that room. Even though it may have been a medical call, we're not sure because I'm not a medical staff to determine that. However, we're to secure the area where that gentleman was located or that female was located and then notify the supervisor because we don't want to contaminate the scene if it is.
What about a circumstance like the one you just arrived at where he was already out of the house? What does secure the scene mean?
Yes, sir. So by Mr. Brady already being out of the house, and EMS already arrived, once the brother told us or pointed us to the direction of where Mr. Brady lived, we was to go in and see if there was a scene or whatever room he was located in, and then we're supposed to secure it and make sure no one entered until the supervisor speak with the prospective division and let us know if they will be responding to the crime scene or not.
Now, you say you were to go in. Were you to get permission to go in?
You said, I'm sorry.
You said if, in the situation that you were involved in right there,
Yes.
and the gentleman was in the ambulance,
Mm-hmm.
and you were then to go in, you say, to make an assessment.
Yes.
Now, does that mean going to the house?
Yes, going to the house.
Do you obtain permission to go into the house?
Yes, the brother said we can go into the house. I said,
It's not is it his house?
he's the next of kin.
And you're telling me that that is sufficient permission for you to go in that house?
Due to the circumstance, yes.
And that's generally the procedure?
Yes.
Is that what happened here?
Yes.
I don't see where he asked for permission. He doesn't indicate that. He says he told him, I gotta go in.
When we spoke with the brother and we asked where does the brother live, he said he lives over there, which I'm pointing towards the trailer. He said the door is unlocked, and he also said he leaves his doors unlocked, and he pointed towards the trailer.
That's not what Special Judge says.
I can't contest with Dr.
You're saying he gave you permission to go in?
From, I just said, from when I spoke with him and he was leaving the scene, he said he lives over here to the trailer, the door is unlocked, and the stairs unlocked.
You're also saying that that's the procedure that you have been trained to do in each instance?
Yes.
Although you said that you had no indication that there had been any violence against Mr. Brady?
Yes.
No one told you there had been any violence against Mr. Brady?
No.
So, upon what did you base reasonable belief that that was a crime scene?
As I stated, that on all of our calls where we have a person down, before we arrive, we have to assess, we look at the call notes. Once we get there, we assess it, regardless if it's a medical or it's a possible overdose. That is the policy that I have always went by. That's the policy that I was taught from my 12 years being at Baton Rouge Police Department.
Okay, did you make the decision to enter the residence that you believed was Mr. Brady's residence?
I didn't enter a residence.
No. Did did you make the decision to enter the
No.
residence that you believed was Mr. Brady's?
No.
Who made that decision?
Corporal Dorothy.
I'm sorry?
Corporal Dorothy.
Okay, the Corporal Dorothy made that decision. You did not.
Yes.
Did he explain why that decision was appropriate?
As he was-
Before you went to, Ms. Smith's, trailer?
As we was walking towards the trail, he said, let's go make sure nothing was found here suspicious. And so that he can call us, the prospective division to let them know what's going on.
Did he tell you why he believed that needed to be done?
That's procedure, that's what we normally do.
Did he in any way let you know or discuss with you the possibility that a crime had been committed?
I'm going to object, Mr. Chairman, I think it's been asked and answered.
She didn't answer that question.
She has.
I asked her this question, did he inform you of a reason that he believed that a crime was committed?
I said no.
She just did, thank you. Okay, now what policy are you referencing that indicates that you guys are supposed to go into the house and make this determination?
So on calls that we get where we have either a murder or stabbing or a high profile or high priority call, Uniform Patrol is the first one to respond. When we respond, if there is a victim, we're to render aid until EMS arrive. After we render aid, we have to secure the scene, if there is a scene. We notify our supervisor if they're not already notified by dispatch. Some dispatchers do, some dispatchers let us handle it. From there, we secure the scene, and if it so happened in a house, we may have to go in and clear the house and make sure no one else is in there.
Now, that wasn't the circumstance here, was it?
Well, the circumstance was we got dispatched to a public assist where a person was down.
But that was not what you just described, okay? Now, again, what is the policy that would apply to the circumstance that you actually went to?
Upon arrival, when we get there, we're to assess the situation. At that time, that gentleman was in the back of a EMS wagon getting aid.
And again, what policy can you point to that spells out that you were to do what you've been explaining?
Asked and answered, Mr. Chairman.
She has not answered.
We don't know what policy number you can point to.
I can't point out, if you're asking like a general order, I can't give you the general order.
So there's no established policy in the books of the Valley Police Department that spells out what you just explained to me.
I don't know if there's a policy in writing, but we get a lot of memos throughout our emails that changes.
So would that be best described as a practice as opposed to a policy?
No,
So you believe it's a policy,
yes, I've been doing it for 12 years.
but it's not in any document that you can present to me,
Not in front of me, no.
nor is in any policy that has been presented to you in your training.
Well, during my training, that's what I've done. My FTO taught me and I followed my FTO.
Did your FTO present you with a written policy?
No,
How long have you been on the Valley Police Force? Valley Police Force?
it'll be 12 years, August 31st.
Okay, I'm fine. I have no further questions.
Just one follow-up, I promise you one, but I can't guarantee what she's gonna say. Corporal, would you say, the testimony a second ago was, in fact, in my last question was asked you, your FTO, didn't show you some written policy with regards to the actions you now take on a scene such as this, correct?
You said, did my appeal show me
He
everything?
never, was
No.
never, okay. Is that a practice he showed you?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, yeah, that's it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Warren, when you all approached the trailer, and the brother had indicated to you that the door was always open, and you tried to open that sliding door and found it locked, what did you think?
Well, when we approached the door, the lady was coming towards the door, so when we put our handle on the door, or let me rephrase that. When Corporal Dorothy put his handle on the door, that's when the lady came out. I'm sorry, I can't remember her name. I want to keep saying lady.
Ms. Smith,
Miss Smith.
she testified that the shaking of the door, or the attempt to open the door, was what woke her up, and then she came to the door.
Okay.
So I'm just wondering how she could come to the door at the same time that you all got there.
Well, I was the last officer to walk up the stairs.
You walked up the stairs.
It was Sergeant Dorothy, then Officer Alexander, then I.
Okay, thank you. But anyway, had you known that that door was locked, and what did you think? It was supposed to have been open, or, you know?
I didn't have any thoughts, I just was, he said the door was supposed to be open, it's supposed to be open.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, I have a question as it relates to your body camera. Right? What is the policy on body camera?
The policy for the Deliberation Police Department states that you must have your body camera at all times. Your body camera must be on and recording when you're interacting with the public. If you are interacting amongst officers, you're allowed to mute it, but do not stop recording.
And what happened to your body camera?
I forgot it. I left it at home.
Great. Since then, has anybody told you that that was a problem?
Yes.
Who?
Sergeant Barrett told me, and when I honestly, I did tell Sergeant Dorothy that I did leave my body camera.
Okay, so Sergeant Barrett.
I'm sorry, he's our other sergeant on the squad.
Okay, so they kind of told you, hey.
Yes.
Not good. Another question. You and Officer Alexander
Yes.
were the first people on the scene.
Yes.
There was not an attempt to locate the 911 address that day.
You said it was not an attempt?
There was no attempt to verify the address was the correct address?
Well, when they dispatch us, they give us an address. And at that time, due to the totality of the circumstance and everything, and because the gentleman was getting aid, we just was trying to observe and see what was going on.
Well, the reason I said that, it's been more direction as the brother doing like this to indicate the address when the information was given what the address was, correct?
Yes, and the caller, I believe it did provide an address.
All right, but nobody said, hey, let's check the address until the lady verbalized, hey, look, I don't know what y'all talking about, nobody else lives here other than me and my grandmother. At that point, somebody said, hey, look, well, Officer Dovey said, hey, let's explore the situation, where you began to walk around the perimeter to search for the address, correct?
Yes, at that time, when she did state that we have the wrong address, Sergeant Dorothy did explain to well, we have a situation here, to stay calm, that we try to find what house Mr. Brady came out of.
Just out of curiosity, how many times has incidents like that happened?
Since I've been here, several.
Several?
Yes.
And what would you say the problem is?
Sometime when you have civilians that call communications, and due to the type of call it is, they panic, they give 100 block, they cut out sometimes, so the communication officer will try to play it back as much as possible to provide us with an address. And they will either give us 100 block, give us the closest number, because I think in their system they have cards where they can pull up a street and see how close it is from that location. So sometimes it can be the civilian just panicking and rushing, or sometimes they just don't give an address.
I'd like to hear your opinion on what could have been done better to rectify the situation.
All due respect, I really don't want to give an opinion on it, because my opinion really doesn't matter.
I think in this form it does.
Okay. I mean, maybe by me being the FT officer, I should have went back to my unit and checked the address, make sure we was at the correct address. Sometimes things happen. When that did happen, I did apologize myself to her. It was not to upset, I didn't want to upset her or make her angry. I just was doing my job, and I was trying to do my job to the best that I could do. And like I stated, once I learned that we were at the wrong house after further investigation, I apologized to her.
Finished?
You found out that it wasn't her, why did you uncover?
At that time when you're talking about at the end portion? So, when I asked her to stand up, I was getting ready to uncuff her, and Sergeant Dorothy told me to hold on. I said, okay, he is my supervisor at the time, I have to listen to his orders. The only reason that he told me not to uncuff her is because she was already a little agitated with the situation, and he was just trying to explain to her what was going on and why we did this, and if she had any problems, she can do this, or giving her the necessary steps to contact or make a complaint. Well, at that time, she was detained because when we were approaching the home and she tried to close the house, we're just going off of information that we were given. So if that was the correct home and she's closing it, as a police officer, you are making me feel as if you're trying to cover something up. So therefore, by her actions, all we did was detain her and just set her down and told her, look, give us a second, this is what's going on, and we're trying to figure everything out.
Well, once you found out you kept her in handcuffs before, you knew it wasn't her.
I just set her down, like I said, I was told to cuff her, and once my supervisor told me the next steps, then that's what I do. I go by the orders of my supervisor.
Do you think that her behavior at initial contact with the house warranted her to be detained a little while longer while Sergeant Dozier explained to her what was going on? Do you think it warranted the extra time?
Well, I mean, from that point, when she was detained and everything, I didn't know if the handcuffs would have came off, she would try to get up and try to go back in the house. Because she was already real agitated. She kept saying, let me get my phone and call this and do this. And she said some other unpleasant words and so.
So you would say it warranted leaving the cuffs on for a little while longer?
Yes.
While he explained the situation to her, he's being calm.
Yes, sir.
So she wasn't allowed to go back to her house.
Yes. I heard it, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, I thought it.
Be sure the recorder hears you, that's what's most.
Ms. Robinson?
Okay, go ahead.
Ms. Woodard? Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank
You may stay,
At this time, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to release
Briggs, Lieutenant Bruce, and Sergeant Angela Smith. Guys, line 5, please.
Please let them know, I'm sure they're here. You can let them know they can come.
We'll be fast.
Is this your last one?
Yes, sir. Corporal Deputy, after February 19th, did you do any follow-up investigation of your own as far as find out what happened to Mr. Brady?
I did.
Okay. I believe it is in our book, tab 1. Do you have our book up there?
I don't, but I know what you're referring to, unless you absolutely need me to have it.
What, can you tell us what tab 1 is?
It's the obituary of Mr. Arthur Ray Brady, Sr. Oh, thank you. It's the wife. She keeps me. See that? Even here.
Ask me my father just a second. Forgot that one. That's some other.
Here, you stay there, come over.
I apologize for forgetting Officer Diane Robinson or Corporal Diane Robinson. I'd also like to release him from the subpoena as well. Kyle Hill was kind enough to remind me I left a straggler in the waiting room.
Thank you.
Did you print that obituary out?
I did.
I'll introduce tab 1. I'm not sure which number I'm at, Mr. Chairman.
It'll be appellate 1.
Corporal, can you tell us what happened when you, first off, Mountain Board, why did you go to 500 Block Valley Street on February 19th?
I was requested by Corporal Woodard for the nature of the investigation, which was a person who was in bad shape.
Tell us what you learned when you arrived on scene.
I learned that the brother, Mr. Brady's brother, had come to the residence to check on him after not hearing from him. He or some other family members, I don't recall precisely, but found him inside of the residence, and that he had not, he was not responding, necessitating the need for emergency services.
What did you learn about where he lived? And from whom did you learn?
I was under the impression when I arrived, and I know there's been some talk about this, I arrived really late. He had been actually loaded into a Acadian ambulance. They had transferred him from EMS to Acadian. I'm assuming he was a member. And when I pulled up and parked, and I was looking straight ahead at the driveway that turned out to be Miss Smith's driveway, that ambulance was backed into that driveway. So it appeared to me, my first thought was, okay, well, that must be where it is. Then I spoke to the brother as he was leaving hurriedly. He pointed towards the trailer. You've heard all that. Everything you've heard is accurate about what he told me. Yes, the door's open. Nobody lives there. I said, well, look, we need to go in there and look around. Is that okay? Yeah, absolutely. Would you like me to lock up when you leave? No, his sister or daughter or something was going to come by later to take care of that. I said, well, we'll close the door.
And what happened when you got onto the porch of the trailer, sir?
Yeah, I definitely want to clear this up, especially for Mr. Robinson. It's been a long day, and I don't recall where it came into evidence that the door to the trailer was locked. The sliding glass door, I don't know if it was locked or not, I never got that far. As I walked up the steps to that door, there was a set of metal burglar bars that covered the sliding glass door. I grabbed the metal burglar bar and I pulled it open. And as I did that, I stopped and I turned to look to see what the other two officers were, because I wanted them to go in there with me at the same time, especially the younger officer who I thought could benefit greatly from my experience as a homicide investigator for 11 years as we walk into a scene to see what we might be looking for. At that moment, the sliding glass door came open. So if maybe Miss Smith said her door had been locked, that may be true. I never put my hand on the sliding glass door. I grabbed the burglar bars and swung them open. So there was never a moment where I said, well, something must be wrong here because this door is locked. The only door I grabbed were the metal burglar bars, swung them open, and they were not locked. So I wanted to clear that up for you.
Tell us about your exchange with Ms. Smith.
She was immediately agitated, angry, and aggressive. What the F are you doing on my porch? Why are you pulling on my door? And I think we've been over it. I said, well, ma'am, your presence here is a surprise to me. We were told someone was inside this residence that the ambulance took out. Nobody stays here but me and my grandmother. I said, I understand that, but we're being told something different. Nobody's been in here, et cetera, et cetera. That's how it went. She remained agitated. In hindsight, I can understand, but it certainly, contributed to the lack of communication between the two of us.
Why did you direct your subordinates to assist you in placing her in handcuffs?
Well, as she made her step backward and began to close the door, as you can see from the video, I reached in, grabbed her, and immediately Officer Alexander saw what was happening, stepped up without my direction, placed his hand on her arm as well, pulled her out, and Officer Corporal Woodard got involved at that moment. Maybe I told her to put the handcuffs on, or maybe that's something she just knew to do. I remember her saying that I told her, and maybe I did, and I think I even put in my report that I told her I did. So I have no reason to disbelieve that. But much has been said about hanging her over a railing, and if we could even look at the video again, nobody wants to. No one pushed her over a railing, okay? Anytime, if you've ever handcuffed someone, anyone in this room who's done it, who knows it, an uncompliant subject doesn't stand there and struggle like this. They're struggling like this, okay? They're moving away from you. And that's exactly what she was doing. It's called defensive resistance. It means she's giving us resistance, but it's not aggressive towards the officer. And as she did that with her momentum, she came up against the railing. And as she continued moving forward, which is the normal human reaction as you're still trying to get away, she leaned over the railing. You can look back. Nobody pushed her over the railing. Nobody forced her over that railing. Yes, she did end up leaning over it, but it wasn't due to the force applied by me or either of my officers.
So at that point, at least physically, things calmed down, correct?
Oh yeah, almost immediately. Right.
Now, is the use of handcuffs, is that a way to de-escalate the situation to prevent further escalation on the part of the subject?
Of a subject offering anything over passive resistance, yes.
At some point, and correct me if I'm wrong, did you begin to take her assertions to you? Granted, there was some profanity mixed in, maybe her volume was too loud, but did you take her protestations as sincere?
Yeah, there was something inside of me going, I don't have any reason to doubt her at this point, except for the fact of the information and the belief that we were in the right place. So yeah, I immediately said, something's not right here. I've had a number of people throughout my career tell me, I'm not the suspect, this isn't my house. I've had that happen to me hundreds of times. And while I'm not an expert at body language I could feel something, I felt a level of sincerity over the aggression, yes, sir.
Does that explain why you didn't go in and search the house?
Well, it certainly gave me reason to pause, and before I went any further, and I certainly wanted to make sure that there was nobody standing there with a gun fixing to assassinate me or my officers, But yeah, I think at that point I just felt in my gut that we might be in the wrong place, but I didn't know why at that point. I had no reason to doubt the information that we had or what we thought. We all seemed to be on the same page. And so yes, which is why I immediately went out and started seeking additional information.
How did you do that?
After we spoke to Ms. Smith for a few moments, I was telling her why we were there, why I was confused about her presence, and why I needed to do what I needed to do. I walked off, I went to my car, I know I went to get my vest, and then moments later, I said to myself, I don't say it out loud, I said, I need to go see if there's somebody outside who knows something, a neighbor or something. That's when I went and sought out, and luckily I found what ended up being Mr. Brady's next door neighbor at the adjacent house.
What did she tell you?
She told me, she said, is Mr. Buck okay? I said, well, let me ask you this, is he the older gentleman? And she said, yes. And I said, well, let me ask you a question, does he live in this house? And she said, no, this house. And I said, oh, this house? And she said, yes. And at that point, okay, I'm 99% sure now we're at the wrong place. I'm never 100%. Because you just leave open the possibility for something. Anyway, I was pretty sure at that point that that's where we were. And she asked me what his condition was, and I said, oh, it's just a medical thing. And I would have told her that if I was 100% sure it was a medical thing, or if I knew for a fact that he had just been a victim of a homicide. That would have exactly what I would have told her. That's my training, that's my experience as a homicide investigator. She doesn't need to know that it's a homicide yet. Not that it was in this case. My point is I would have told her the exact same thing. It's a medical condition, everything's fine, he's going to the hospital. Didn't want to worry her, I didn't have enough information to give her, and it wasn't my place to do that anyway. And I walked back, and that's when I came up on the porch and started to explain, apologize, and you know the rest of the story.
Now, Corporal Woodard described as far as practice of the patrol division, on this day, you were part of the patrol division.
Yes, yes.
That at some point, a notification of did you say the appropriate division, or?
I think those are the words she used, right?
Tell me, what does that mean? I don't think anybody asked her sufficiently in terms of what would that mean in this context?
Well, it depends on a number of different variables. Obviously, the nature and extent of the injury is number one. If we have someone who is a possible crime of violence and the injuries are non-life-threatening, we will contact one department and notify them, one follow-up division. If they're life-threatening or above, up to death, we would notify the homicide division. Perhaps it could be that we find out that it's not life-threatening and that they had been the victim of a robbery. Well, then we skip the major assaults divisions and we jump to the armed robbery division. So that's what she was referring to. Once we get certain information, we notify a particular possible follow-up, the proper follow-up agency, and they determine whether or not their protocol has been met for an on-scene response to begin and take over the investigation.
Okay, having direct contact with an on-call detective or one of the detectives in a follow-up division, that's generally not the responsibility of a corporal or an officer if there's a supervisor on scene, correct?
Correct, unless I delegate that authority to them, right.
Isn't it common practice that only supervisors notify detectives or?
Generally, yes.
And that's kind of make the follow-up division, that's to keep their time as efficient as possible, that supervisors are generally more seasoned and better able to know when and when not to try to get them to come out. Is that correct?
Right, it's a practice done for the practice of efficiency, right, in communications.
Did you ever call?
I did.
How did you get in touch with somebody from homicide? Or okay, first off, I'm assuming something. Who did you call?
Detective Sergeant Ross Williams, who is the homicide division commander.
Okay, how did you call him?
Telephone.
Okay, what did you inform him?
I told him that we had responded to this location, that when we got here, the gentleman was in the ambulance already. The only information that we really had was that he was critical, was likely not going to survive. We didn't have any proof yet of anything that either from talking to, I can get into specifics what I said. Right now, from what we know, we don't have any specifics that he's been the victim of a crime of violence. We haven't gone in the house yet. We're going to go in and take a look here in a few minutes as soon as I get my officers together. If I see anything suspicious, I'll let you know. Do you need to respond before we go in? He said no. He said it's good. If you don't see anything, I'm good with that. And I guess that was because he knows that I worked with him for 11 years in homicide, and he trusted my opinion.
Okay, after your encounter with Ms. Smith and y'all part company, the four of you part company, where do you go then?
Across the street to what we learned was actually Mr. Brady's house is directly across the street.
And where did you when you got there?
We walked around the house, and I was looking for an entrance, and the only door that we found was the one I think you saw on the body camera, and it had actually been padlocked from the outside.
And based upon what you knew and the viewpoint of the homicide detective that you contacted, is that why you did attempt forced entry to the home?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons. I mean, when I told him on the phone that, look, I'm gonna take a look inside and see if I see anything, he said, okay, if you do, holler back. Otherwise, we're not coming. If we have no proof, nobody has said anything that concerns you, but you haven't seen the scene. He said, yeah, if you don't see anything, I'm not coming. So we got across the street, the door's locked, it's padlocked, that's the only entrance to the house. I knew at that point that the homicide division, absent us seeing something with our eyes that indicated that there had been a crime of violence, they were not going to respond. Therefore, it was no longer required for uniform patrol to take any additional steps.
Testimony was that earlier that you spent, was it 11 years in homicide?
11.
Homicide detectives, can you tell us what, if any extent, you deal with search and seizure issues?
3 or 4 times a day.
You ever applied for a search warrant?
Hundreds.
To the best of your recollection, have you ever had have you had cases that you've made go to court? From arrests that you've made?
Dozens.
You ever had a motion to suppress evidence granted against you?
Not once.
Corporal Dothier, can you tell this board what it is you wanted both Sergeant Beard and anyone who would have listened in administration to the tape that he made? What is it you intended to say before you ended the interview?
Memory fails me. I know I had some things written down. I don't want to speculate on what they were now because A, I don't remember, and B, I'm really, really tired, so I'm certain I won't remember.
Were you able to say everything that you wanted to?
Oh, absolutely not.
Tenor.
Just a few follow-up questions. Corporal Woodard told you before you got there that this was a medical call, right? That you didn't need to come out?
No, sir, that's inaccurate. The nature of the call was what we call a 602, which means Public Assistance Unstable Code 2. Generally, luckily, thankfully, most of those turn out to be medical in nature. What she informed me, and it was on the radio, that I need you out here, he's critical, he's not going to, it doesn't look like he's going to make it. I began responding, and as I was pulling up, I'm actually about to make a corner on Tower Street, she on the radio began to say, hey Sarge, you can 1022, which in police lingo means you can disregard, I don't need you anymore, they're transporting him. And I responded, hold what you got, I'm almost there, because in my mind, as a homicide investigator, that's going to be forever, well, I need to know what you know, because we don't walk away because the EMS is transport.
We walk away because we feel confident that a crime hasn't been committed. So I wanted to get there, talk to her, see what she had learned, and maybe observe for myself if need be.
Now, you said the reason that you did not go into Arthur Brady's home was because of your contact with the homicide commander, right?
Well, that was part of it, yes.
When did you contact the homicide commander? Because we watched the whole video and never saw you contact anybody. Watched you at her residence, you walked across the street, you went around, you talked to the officers, you got in your car and left. So at what point did you call?
If you want to give me 5 minutes, I'll pull up my phone right now and show you my call to Ross Williams from that scene. I can't tell you, I don't know why it's not on there. I don't remember, but I called Detective Sergeant Ross Williams.
So that means it was either before you ever went to her house, you made the call,
No,
or it was after you left, because we saw everything in between, right?
You have to forgive me, it's late, and I'm a little punchy, so I want to be careful. Are you suggesting, sir, that I'm being untruthful? Because you just said it had to be before or after, and I just told you clearly it was while I was at that scene, and I will pull my phone records and show them for you. I just want to know that that's...
But what I'm telling you is what we watched did not show you make a call to the homicide commander. And so I was trying to get you to clear up that, because it didn't happen on video.
It happened. If it wasn't on the video, I don't know what to tell you. What I can tell you is that it happened after I got there and before I left. And if there's any indication or belief that I'm being untruthful, give me 5 minutes, and we have the timeline, and I'll show you the phone call from this number to Ross Williams, and we'll know for sure. I don't know how to explain why it's not on body camera.
It's hard to understand.
We can clear it up real quick. You want to give me 5?
You're just, what's that?
We're also gonna rewatch the video at some point. I wanna see that one video one more time before we make our decision.
You got it.
And I do remember you picking up a phone when I heard your
I wasn't at my unit.
He's been
I'm
granted
sorry.
5
We're
minutes.
gonna break for 5 minutes, so we're gonna
I can do it on my phone, I'm sure. I just gotta find my card.
Yeah, you figured you're gonna need that.
Beth, you may have to come help me with this. Okay.
No, he quit too.
Yeah.
I want Reagan's phone number, that's why. About to say, yeah. I said, I know I don't lie. What's the time?
9 p.m. Yeah, there's one right there. Because we have to have, we have to go. That is a record, yeah. Okay, it's due the 3rd, so it'll be John, Fred, and Denise.
Works there. You're an angel. You're an angel. I had to come.
I'm gonna go write it down and forget.
I know.
You did?
We agreed 77, but overchecked. You want to take my spot?
Don. Hey, Don.
Did you find it yet? Yeah.
Don.
You want to go show her teaching you just so you can still have seen it?
Do you want to, I'm going to send this to you. I'm not going to do it.
Still got one good one. I walk on.
All right. Let us continue, please. Mr. Dunphy, were you able to find that phone record?
I was.
You were?
Yes, sir.
I don't have a question about it, so the I don't have a question whether or not you called homicide, but any of the board members have a question about whether or not Mr. Dunphy called homicide during the incident. Check the record as it showed. Mr. Raines wants to see?
1:41 p.m.
Well, it was a difference, I think.
Right. If I have not, and I'm estimating on the time that I deactivated my camera when I left, somewhere around 2:02, 2:05. So it was 26, 27 minutes before I was gone from the scene, but after I was there.
What time was the video where you were walking around to assess? Is that on the, that we're supposed to be watching?
We're going to it in a minute. Real quick, I'm sorry, Mr. What time was the call?
1:41 p.m.
1:41. Gotcha. Deactivation of his body cam?
I was estimating some probably around 2:01, 2:02, 2:03, 2:04, 2:05, somewhere around there. I don't know exactly what. It shows me what time I started it, but it doesn't tell me what time I ended it. Not very technical.
Mr. Doki activated his body camera at 13:50 hours. 13:41 is when the call.
And the time of the call is in reference to why you did not search.
It's
His
part of the
rear
reason,
residence.
yes, part of the reason I
Yes.
was consulting with the homicide committee.
Mr. Raines, do you have anything more for Mr. Doki?
It's about that.
So you've got the white book in front of you, right? The white binder? Yeah. Go to tab 3 for me, please. No, this is, I'm gonna ask Brooke about that directly. So if you go to the Axon video, Axon audit, if you turn to the first yellow page you see, and the next page after that is gonna be the Axon audit for the second video that we watched. It's in tab 3. Mm-hmm. After the first yellow page is the very next page. All right, this is the Axon audit that we viewed for the second video of Shane Alexander. So that would be as everyone was walking up to the residence. All right. He started his video at 13:45, so at 1:45. Your call was 4 minutes before that.
Yes. Right, we had not attempted to enter the trailer when I called the commander.
So at the point that you went over to her home, you had talked to the commander and he told you that they were not going to come out there?
No, he said, if you look in there and see something that you think we need to come look at, let me know. He trusted me from my homicide experience that I could go in there and look at it without him. I told him everything that I knew up until that point.
So then you go into her house and the whole situation happens with her, and you go over to Arthur Brady's home.
Mm-hmm.
The facts that you knew about Arthur Brady didn't change from the time that you went to her house and the time that you went to his house.
That's
right? Same set of circumstances, facts you had, except for the second time when you went to his house, you decided not to go in, right?
Because the door was locked and it was required forced entry. And after speaking with the homicide commander, he said, if you don't lay your eyes on something that is suspicious, we're not going to come out.
But I thought you were already suspicious of the whole situation.
Mr. Raines, I've answered your question, sir. That's what the homicide commander told me, what I observed, and the decision I made based upon those circumstances.
All right, one last thing here. You go back to tab 2, last page. You there on your report?
I am.
And I'm going to read from the second to last paragraph, starting with, we then left the property. Immediately after this, we went to the patient's actual address, which was 51 Alice Street, home directly across the roadway, in an attempt to observe the scene that the patient was found in before we arrived. Unfortunately, the single entrance to the home had been padlocked from the outside. I did speak to Sergeant Ross Williams, homicide, and explained to him the situation, and he said that their response would not be required at this time. But the conversation that you had with him was not actually in that sequence. It occurred before you ever went to Ms. Smith's home, correct?
That is correct.
That's all I have.
Thanks.
Sergeant Dothier, either as a homicide detective or assigned to uniform patrol, you've been dispatched to medical calls that turn out to be homicides or attempted homicides?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Thank you.
I am done. Arrest.
You want to close
Yes, sir, this is, Officer Alexander's second video, just the incident itself, not sort of gazing, rolling up to the scene and standing up. Unless any of the board members want to see any of the other videos. Ready? Here's your video.
Yes, I said no one was coming. I was told no one was coming. I was certain. I was raised as a single couch. No, can I help? My apologies. Yes, I tell you what, we're gonna step out now because we have a gentleman in town who may die, and I wanna see if this is a crime scene, so until that time. This is a crime scene. You can talk to my grandma, y'all not coming here because this is not my house. She was it. Say something to me. Y'all gonna get out of my bedroom. Let's talk like this. So now you can see why we're really confused. The only thing we're after is to see if somebody hurt us. We don't think that there is, but we have an obligation to check it. That's how we was doing. I had no idea. Who's gonna scare you? We thought that this place was empty. Okay, so there was a misunderstanding there. Okay. With that being said, we have to go in there to see if there appears to be a crime scene for the detectives to come out. That's all we want to do. Okay? But now I'm a little confused because you're saying that gentleman didn't live there. The information we have is that this was his house and there should not have been anyone in there. I don't know about to stay up with me and my grandma. That's why I said, give me my phone so I can call my grandma. If y'all don't believe me, get a damn search warrant or something. We are the only two people stay here. I am pregnant. according to the information that we have, you're telling me a whole different other story, because you can see why we're confused. This is an honest misunderstanding that we're trying to get to the bottom of, because that's what we have to do. We have an obligation to do that. All right, so, do we have to jump in this name? Did the ambulance people come here? Nobody's been here.
I've been asleep the whole time.
Where did they pull this man from? Because I was told they pulled him out of this trailer. So, okay.
Now, you say, older man,
He's
this
not
thing,
here.
you have older man, let them talk to have older man stay across the street in this home.
It could be that this is a terrible misunderstanding on our part, and so you'll have my deepest apologies, but understand that when we pulled up, there was three ambulances, 2 ambulances, and a fire truck. They were pulling off with a man that they said was barely hanging on to his life that they found laying on the floor of this trailer. So that's why I came here thinking that, so let's figure out, they may not have not here.
She's gonna get in touch with, the EMS lady, and we're gonna verify with the home. By no means we were trying to be disrespectful to you, it's just our policy and procedure, but when you start closing the door on us, then we have to do to protect ourselves.
And to protect the crimes, right, if that's what.
Yeah, and if it's not the house, we dearly apologize, but this is the information we received. So please don't get upset with us, we just had to verify that.
I'm taking it every time it was.
Okay.
Especially with you. Cause you're like, you don't have a damn doorbell or something, you have a car sitting out here, do it look like I'm in the homes?
You did not say it was abandoned, listen to me.
We
We
was
was
told. I don't even want to hear it now, I don't, I really don't. She's trying to piss me the fuck off with the last word on it. Okay, alright. What can y'all give me out these goddamn cuffs?
I can't do that right now.
Interrupting my goddamn sleep in my home. That somebody don't even fucking stay here. Mercury, short, yep. Try to do much better, I saw it out there early.
Off the Brady.
Ms. Smith, I'm Sergeant Designated with Batman Police Department. I'm the supervisor for this shift and I'm responsible for everything that happened here, okay? What I just found out, since we all arrived here late, when the ambulance was backed up here and they were loading them in here, there was miscommunication given to us from the medical people that they had secured Buck, is what they call him, from inside this trailer, okay? His brother was here and said he had come home and found him unresponsive inside. We took the information believing that he was inside this trailer. And that this trailer was unlocked and that no one was in here. Hold on, I'm gonna finish explaining this. I want to make sure she listens. That's when you and I met each other. When I pulled on that door, I was waiting on them to come behind me. We didn't expect to find anyone in here. What I've just learned is that Mr. Buck lives in that house right there. And we misunderstood, or there was some sort of miscommunication. When I tried to explain it to you, and I thought we had a crime scene inside of your trailer, and you tried to close the door on me, I stopped you and I pulled you out to secure what I believe to be a crime scene until such time as we could secure a search warrant for the residence. Between that moment, a few moments ago, and now, I've now learned what I've learned, and you have my deepest apologies that we were in the wrong place. As I said, as the supervisor of this shift, I am 100% responsible for what happened here. I want to give you my name, my badge number, and all my information. So if you wish to file a complaint, you're free to do so. I want to make sure you have the right information to complain on the right person, okay? You do have my deepest apologies. This was a severe misunderstanding, and I'm sorry that it happened, but it did happen, and I take responsibility for any complaint you want to make, okay? Y'all, one thing I do just want you to know is that this was truly a misunderstanding, and we in no way intended to disrespect you. We were trying to secure a possible crime scene. I'm sorry it worked out the way it did, but the only thing I can do now is offer my sincerest apologies. When this happens, unfortunately, sometimes it does. You know, if there are any questions I can answer for you this time, I apologize, okay? Thank you for your time. Sorry for the inconvenience. All right, let's go.
Would any of the board members like to see any further? Or would you like your closing arguments? Mr. Lewis, are you good? Or do you want to go on? Where do you go if you want to walk?
While we're watching that, just for the record, I think somebody mentioned on more than one occasion that Mr. Brady's certainly not for him because he's still out there. I mean, my mind, I'm looking for somebody else, not for him.
Can you stop the video and go back? Because it appears that there's not even a meter in the home on this one. The meter pan on the outside of the home, it's empty. You want me to go back? Yeah, go back. And when they say not livable, that's probably the condition. Huh? Which means there's no AC or nothing in the house.
Exactly.
I mean, it's not livable. I mean, that's probably the condition we're talking about. Yeah. So, that's pretty okay. You know, exactly.
You good? No problem. You good? You can stop it, Mr. Friend. Thank you. And if you're ready for closing, we would love to hear
We've been here all day, you've heard a lot of testimony, I'm trying to be fairly brief with this. The question you have to ask yourselves is, was the decision of the deputy chiefs for cause and good faith? We can just run through these real quick. Was the report turned in on time? No, it was not. That's a violation of 107. Was his body camera turned on as it was supposed to be per policy? It wasn't. You heard Deputy Chief Daniels go through the policy on carrying out orders 209 arrest, the arrest policy. That gets into the whole discussion of whether there was an investigation of suspicious circumstances. We talked about specifically what did he know, and these are things that he agreed to. EMS told him no violence or injury on the individual or Brady. The brother said no violence or injury. He was told the place was unlocked, he was told the place was unlivable, and they knew he was not a deceased individual at the time he left. He was still alive. He didn't pass away until the next day. That's the world, the scope of facts that he had going into this. You have to ask yourself, what about that set of circumstances? Which one of those is suspicious? So suspicious that you believe that you need to go into the home without a warrant. Because that decision is what led him to the home of Ms. Smith, wrong address, but to go and try to open her door to go in. In order to detain her, per policy under 209, he had to be investigating suspicious circumstances. If he was not, if you believe it wasn't a suspicious circumstance, then he violated 209 at the beginning by putting her in cuffs in the first place. There can be no question that once they knew that they had the wrong person, they were in the wrong place, and they left her in cuffs for another 4 minutes, that was wrong. You can't just leave citizens, you can't take citizens and put them in handcuffs if you don't have a reason to do so. And once you know that they shouldn't be in handcuffs, you dang sure should release them. That wasn't done. It wasn't done immediately. What was the explanation given? Well, I wanted to explain to her what happened. We don't have a right to hold her, and she doesn't have to listen to us. She has every right to be on handcuffs, stand up, and walk in her door and close the door. And if they want to leave a note for her telling her what his name was and all of that, if she wanted to make a complaint, great. Okay? But that was a problem, and that was a violation of 209. You also heard Deputy Chief Daniels go at length through the warrantless searches discussion. In order to do a warrantless search, you have to have a reasonable belief that you're at a crime scene. You got a probable cause. And as he explained, neither one of those existed in this case. Exigent circumstances did not exist. There was plenty of time, given the facts. Arthur Brady was in an ambulance on the way to the hospital. It would have been very easy to secure a warrant and get the warrant for the right address and go into that home if it was necessary. And this is even more further shown by the fact that once he figured out that they were in the wrong place, when they went over to the brother's house, the circumstances didn't change. When they went over to Arthur Brady's house across the street, they did not try to go in. The circumstances hadn't changed. If it was suspicious circumstances at her house, it was still suspicious across the street. He was still investigating a crime scene. The call that he made to homicide was before he ever went to Miss Smith's home. So that wasn't the thing that changed. That call did not change the fact of what he thought. Okay? He thought the same thing going into her home as he did when he walked across the street. So it's a violation of 319 warrantless searches. Finally, use of force. Use of force wasn't appropriate because he should have never gone to the home in the first place. You can't use force on somebody when what you're doing to them is unlawful. You can't use force to do things that are unlawful. They, to a large extent, heard their expert, you heard him say, I did not intend to do these things. I did not intend to violate policy. If you read our policies, they don't have an intent requirement in them. And you either violate a policy or you don't violate a policy. That's why there's a progressive discipline in our policy. If you look at you've all looked at it a million times with us. The last page of General Order 112 is a big box. It has Category 1, Category 2, Category 3, and this is the first time offense, second time offense, third time offense. Now some charges, you get a suspension up to a termination, even on the first event. Those are Category 3s. There were 3 in this case. Right? And then there were a couple more minor charges, but there were 3 Category 3s. One thing I want to point out too, when we talk about use of force and whether it was excessive, and you heard Deputy Chief Daniels give his opinion that he thought it was excessive. When she was over the rail, and she was over a rail, there was a hand down her back. It wasn't just her own momentum that was getting her there. So certainly there's an argument to be made that it was excessive, in addition to the fact that it shouldn't have been used at all. Again, really everything goes back to, as you heard the experts say, what did the officer know at the time? I just gave you the 5 things that were known. Those 5 things wouldn't lead a reasonable person to believe that they were going to a crime scene, nor would they believe that they were investigating suspicious circumstances. And once you made that wrong decision, then it led to everything else that was wrong. And you heard a discussion earlier today about the fruit of the poisonous tree. Well, in criminal cases, if you go to court, and if you're a police officer, and you make one mistake at the beginning, the fruit of the poisonous tree is everything that happens after that can't be used in court against that person. So if you go into a house without probable cause and you get all kinds of weapons and drugs and everything else, it all gets thrown out. Right? Same is true here. A bad decision was made at the beginning, and then everything that happened thereafter, unfortunately, was a bad decision. We've clearly shown that what occurred, unfortunately, that day was a series of bad decisions which led to a series of policy violations and led to a really bad event of keeping an individual who's just a citizen in her home cuffed when she should have been pulled out of her home and handcuffed. And I think, based on what we've seen today, there's no doubt that the deputy chiefs in this case made a decision in good faith and for cause. Thank you.
Well, the first opportunity to address you this morning. This morning, earlier today, I told you that you were going to hear a story about how police on a daily basis have to balance their obligations to potential victims of crime rights of others. You saw a video of that today. That is by far the best evidence that you have in this case. What happened, based upon the testimony in the video, uncontroverted testimony by both the then sergeant, Corporal Woodard, and every reason to believe a few things. One, where Arthur Brady lived by someone who identified himself as his brother. That motivation that Arthur Brady's brother have to mislead them. None. It was an honest mistake. He's probably terrified for his brother. He's following him in the ambulance to the hospital. His brother made a mistake by pointing in the direction that he did. But what else did the brother tell you? It's going to be, the door's going to be unlocked. We don't know if the door was unlocked. We have some competing testimony. Sergeant Dothier said, my hand never got to the door. I pulled the burglar bars, boom, there was Miss Smith. Miss Smith did say she was awakened by what she believed was the sound of someone pulling on her door. Maybe that was the burglar bars being swung open. Sometimes they're made of metal, sometimes they squeak, sometimes they make a noise, and that's what rousted her from her sleep. But they clearly testified, both police officers, the only two police officers on scene that day testified, we had every reason to believe no one was in that house and that Mr. Brady lived alone. So the suspicious circumstance is when you're met by somebody at the door that the man who just left, Arthur Brady's brother, told him no one's going to be there. Don't worry about locking it up when you're done. Sister's on the way. That is the suspicious circumstance. They did what they were required to do, permitted to do, especially according to Ms. Woodard. This is what we do all the time. We go to a medical call, we don't know much about the facts, we want to go look in and see the scene from which they were taken out by EMS. They didn't even do that. The sergeant testified, look, man, this lady looked, cut through the profanity, the fact that she's irate. He did this, he afforded her the same courtesy he afforded Mr. Brady's brother. I'm going to assume she's telling the truth, but let me find somebody to break this tie. And that's what he did. Went down the street and started talking to a neighbor. Frequently, in today's society, it's easy just to pawn every mistake that is made on the police. But sometimes we, as the public, have to step up and say, maybe sometimes it's our attitude that, or the things that we say, prevent things from going as smoothly as they possibly could, or getting resolved as quickly as they possibly could. Sergeant Dothier discharged his responsibility. We notified Homicide Division what was going on. We told them, we're not coming out. So they all kind of inundated these days. They're not coming out unless he sees something particularly suspicious to warrant their response. When he goes back across the street, Mr. Raines is correct in this respect. When he sees the padlock on the door, he tries the door, he has no cause to make forced entry. There was no indication he was going to make forced entry had he found that sliding glass door locked. In fact, other than the act of pulling her out and basically impounding the house until they can find out where Mr. Brady came from, and shoving the curtain aside just to make sure someone else is not standing right there as they conduct business on that porch. That's it. That's it. Mr. Raines Ray just corrected about a doctrine called through the poison's tree. What he fails to tell you is before you can take advantage of that particular doctrine, you have to show that you had a reasonable expectation of privacy where you were. Everything they knew when they went up to that house, Mr. Brady's house, he lives alone, this person should not be here. Okay, it's a concept called standing. You have to have one of your rights violated to be able to complain about it. Had that been Arthur Brady's residence, had she not lawfully been in that home, she could not complain about anything they found evidentiary-wise in there. That is the concept of standing in Louisiana criminal procedure. Mr. Brady could have. Unfortunately, he died two days later, or a day later. But they took the level of sincerity they detected from Miss Smith, hit pause, detained her, I would say it was lawful, did not go in the house, and started looking around for other information. It wasn't just Sergeant Dofier that did it. Corporal Woodard did it as well. She's on the horn, on the radio, asking dispatch to give the EMS, hey, find out what house they actually took him out of. While Sergeant is going down the street looking for neighbors and finding one fairly quickly. Had Miss Smith stayed at that door and continued to talk to him, oh, yeah, my purse right in my ID. My ID, I showed you. Matches that right there. That didn't happen. You saw moments in the conversation that door attempting to be closed. He discharged his responsibilities within constitutional limits and within policy limits. We should not be here for this. Second, we do raise a complaint about the pre-disciplinary notice. Pre-disciplinary notice of the current case law requires an explanation of the appointing authority's evidence. This does not do that. Well, there's one brief explanation. All this says, or all this document is, and I believe, Mr. Chairman, it was introduced by the appointing authority, it's a recitation of Ms. Smith's statement, Mr. Britton's opinion, and Sergeant Dofier's statement to Internal Affairs. And then it goes in and begins listing several policy violations. In fact, the only explanation given him in this letter is the fact that Wallace Britton reviewed the video. I believe it's the only time the video is mentioned in this letter, which says he opined that the physical force used by you was not excessive. I would say that under constitutional jurisprudence is now under Laudermill, this falls short of the notice appointing authority was required to give him. Second, you also heard Sergeant Dofier testify that there were other things he wanted communicated to the appointing authority during his interview. That interview was cut short. He had a right to make statements on the record. He clearly was not allowed to do that. Detective Beard testified that he cut it off. He had no idea what other questions I had for my client to clarify, or if I had any more. He abruptly concluded the interview. That's a violation of the police officer's bill of rights. The Wallace Britton email indicates the Detective Beard, the exchange between the two of them had to do with his opinion as to the use of force issue in this matter. Mr. Chairman, I believe that email exchange was also admitted in evidence. Corporal Britton, for some reason unknown, also chose to disclose that a response to resisted behavior form should have been submitted. Detective Beard references per our conversation in his initial email. Clearly, more was asked of him in that conversation than in the actual email exchange. Otherwise, how would Corporal Britton have known whether one had been submitted? He's not asked to do that in the email. Therefore, it is our position that the police officer's Bill of Rights were violated when Corporal Britton was given the directions, asked questions by Detective Beard as to the scope of what he was to look into. Corporal Britton was a police employee, and therefore that conversation, that interview, or the directions he was given as far as to what opinions he was to give should have been reported. And as such, for all the reasons I've stated, the board should not sustain the appointing authority. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to open it up for public comment at this time. We're going to limit it to 2 minutes per speaker. Just raise your hand, quick raise your hand of how many people intend to speak. Yeah, 2 minutes per. Start over here if you'd like. Ma'am? I'll give you a, you want me to tell you when it's 1 minute?
Sure.
Halfway.
And what do I start with my name? Janet Mulder. Speak until I saw all the people that were going to speak, and I need to bring my courage up to say that what I find the most upsetting here is when she came to the door, it was obvious to me that they got the wrong house. The woman opened the door and said, "You're at the wrong house." She tried to close the door. I would do the very same thing. The fact is, you have 3 police officers at your door is not something that we should just accept as, oh, okay, they get to come in. The other thing that just is so upsetting to me is that you didn't release her right away. As soon as you knew it was a mistake, the apology was good, but the fact that she was handcuffed while you were saying it, it kind of just takes it all away. It's like immediately we have the wrong person. Let her go, and if she doesn't want to hear all your stuff, because that's kind of how I felt, is keep her handcuffed so she's forced to listen to me. And I just don't agree with that. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir?
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Don Kelly, and I honorably served with the Baton Rouge Police Department for 32 years. I retired as a captain and commander of 2nd District Highland Road Precinct. I held various other commands during my career, but I spent the bulk of my career as a public spokesman for the department, and I was entrusted with that responsibility by 4 different mayors and 8 different chiefs. I'm now very happily retired. I have no connections left to the department. I'm not bitter or disgruntled in any way. I don't have a personal axe to grind or a score to settle with anyone presently there. I'm not an administration basher. I don't have a hidden agenda. I'm not toxic. I have absolutely nothing to gain personally by being here today. Frankly, I'd rather be playing golf. But I spent the day here and I was motivated and moved to come speak only for one reason, because I'm greatly dismayed and disturbed by over what appears to be an unwarranted action against a quality police officer. When I heard that John Doce had been suspended and demoted accused of serious offenses. I had trouble believing that was the same John Doce that I once worked with and knew. So I watched the video for myself. And I watched hundreds of these videos as a district commander and a shift supervisor in patrol. My reaction was immediate and twofold. The first thing I would have done if I was still the district commander and I watched that video is I would have written a letter of commendation to Sergeant Doce for the professional way in which he handled a difficult situation and an unfortunate one. The second thing I would have done is made that video mandatory training for every other supervisor under my command to show them how such a situation should be handled. Was it perfect? No. Police work rarely is. In hindsight, as I think you've heard, there are things that they would do differently were the same situation to present itself again. That's why we have training. That's why we have counseling. We learn from our mistakes. But we reserve serious discipline. 60 days off and a demotion for much more egregious offenses, corruption, bad police officers. That's not what we have in this case. And you've got two other officers who were on the scene who participated in everything who weren't even investigated. I don't know what's in the chief's heart. I don't know what took place or what the motivation is, but I know what this looks like and what it smells like. I've been around for a while. It smells like retaliation because this has become something personal between the chief and Doce. An abuse of power and authority is wrong at any level, by any officer of any rank, up to and including a chief. And if this board believes that that is the case here, and that's why the punishment was so excessive, you've got a duty and an obligation, legally and morally, to intervene and to stop it. So I came here tonight just to urge you, as one person who's given his career to this department, to intervene and simply do your job and do what's right, and that's overturn the demotion and suspension. Thank you.
Who's next on the left? I'm sorry. Whoever would like to go next.
Hi. My name's Stephen Chenevert, and I worked 30 years for the police department. I recently retired 10 months ago. Spent my entire career in uniform patrol. The situation that those officers found themselves in that day, I've been in before. Can't say it was exact, but we have an obligation many times on situations like that where we have to look, we have to go a little further, see what we have, see if we have any other victims, see if we have any suspects. Do we have an injured suspect? Do we have a crime scene? You got to push a little further sometimes. And sometimes that does mean entering a home, a car, a building. It has to happen. Sometimes, and many times, I have had someone try to slam a door in my face, and I have stopped the door from shutting. I have pulled the people out because I had an obligation at that point to see what was going on. That was my duty, to see what was happening. And I can't just let this person slam the door and maybe there's something else going on in there, an emergency that someone needs immediate help. I've had times where officers called me and said, hey, we need you over here. I'm on my way over there. And they may call me back and say, hey, you can 1022, we don't need you. Many times I said, no, hang tight, I'm still coming. And I would still go there and see for myself. And I just wanted to see for myself what was going on. Sometimes it's because I was really close, but sometimes I just had that feeling, no, let me go stop and see myself. Never have I seen anyone disciplined for doing what they did. I've done it myself. I was never disciplined for it. As a supervisor, I've seen other officers do it. I never disciplined them or considered them to be investigated. I never recommended it. It's just you, in good faith, you had to do what you had to do. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chris Rushing. I retired from Baton Rouge Police as a captain with 32 years service. Excuse me, my voice is going away. I'm here, I came on my own volition today because I had heard about the degree of discipline that was issued to Sergeant Dothier. Sergeant Dothier worked for me in internal affairs. I was a commander of internal affairs before I retired, the past 5 years. I was second in command for the first couple of years. Then after the captain retired, I took over the division. Sergeant Dothier came in under my watch. So did Sergeant Beard, as well as Sergeant Sergeant Angelos, who is the commander of Internal Affairs now. This was a bad situation that was unfortunate on both ends. But what I saw was once they figured out that this was wrong, they did everything within their power to make sure that it was right. I can tell you I've dealt with officers whose response would have been to yell from the street to the two officers on the porch, "Cut her loose, we're gone." And no explanation, nothing. That would have been their response. You didn't see that from Sergeant Dothier. You saw him come, offer his sincerest apology. That is a man of character, and I think that's been displayed here. I've also got to say this, and OB, I love you, buddy, you know that. I would have kicked back your report. This guy can tell you that I've kicked back his reports, Jacques Angelos as well, Kyle Hill, who's right there. They've all been under my command as internal affairs investigators. And whenever I read a report, I read it very carefully and thoroughly. And many times I had to make that walk down the hall, sit down with them and say, guys, it's not complete, this is not correct, we need to make it right. I tell you, I would have had to kick that back. Those other two officers needed to be investigated or interviewed to gain any information, as well as anybody else at the scene. EMS and fire personnel possibly try to find the identity of the brother. And I have a problem with that. I've also never seen chiefs or deputy chiefs add extra charges after the investigation is turned over to their office. That may be a practice that's now being adopted by this administration, but that's something I had never seen during my time in internal affairs. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for the time.
Thanks, sir.
Hello, I'm Tim Henderson. I'm a recently retired lieutenant from the Baton Rouge City Police. In January, I retired. I've had the privilege of working with people on both sides. I have no agenda. What I would like to say is, I believe that Sergeant Dothier did exactly what he should have done, given the situation and the information that he obtained from his officers and from the civilians when he arrived. If the encounter at the door, if the exchange would have went different and the female would have just complied and gave a little bit instead of being so argumentative, then he wouldn't have had to do what he had to do. I would have done the exact same thing. I commend him for even reacting quick enough to stop her from getting back inside, because if the situation was that she was in a house that he believed she didn't belong in, then the situation could have escalated to the point where you may have had a hostage, not a hostage situation, but a barricaded suspect or something. It would have changed the scope of the whole entire call. So by him doing what he did initially, it helped out. I know it looked bad to some extent on the video, but police work doesn't always look good. What he did was he reacted to her reaction. He secured her, and I believe he had the legal authority to secure her. I would have done the same thing. She would have been detained. She was given an explanation as to what happened. We don't always get the truth when we're police officers. A lot of people tell us they live there, they don't live there, and he did the best he could with the information he had. There was some mention earlier about warrants. He never made entry into the house. He didn't need a warrant. I believe what he did was justified. There was mention earlier of no-knock warrants, people going to the wrong house and stuff like that. Accidents do happen. Accidents do happen. I believe the deputy chief mentioned something about SRT making entry into a house that, you know, maybe was the wrong house. So he went to the house that he believed was right, and I believe that y'all should realize that the discipline that was given to him is not warranted, and I would hope that y'all would take that in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, this is a family channel.
I'm gonna try to keep it the family channel. My name is Caroline Odom. I retired from the Baton Rouge Police Department almost a year ago with 38 plus years of service. My question or my comments are going to be directed toward Myron. Myron, we worked together at First District when you first came on the department. We were on evening shift together at First District, opposite rotation. Are you going to deny that I didn't see you beat the crap out of someone that ended up having to go to the hospital and that you beat him for no reason? Are you going to deny that? Are you going to also deny that my husband helped you with your reports when you brutalized black males in North Baton Rouge for no reason other than the fact that they ran into their house to get away from you? You kicked in the doors and you went in and you brutalized them. You're going to deny it? Because my husband would be more than happy to come testify. My husband was a police officer for 25 or 26 years. And Myron would come and tell him some of the incidents that he was involved in. And Myron would want to know how he could keep his job and how he would not have civil rights violations brought against him. Y'all have a nice evening.
My name is Brent Arsenault. Thank y'all for listening to everything tonight. Unlike the people that have spoken before me, I am a current BRPD officer. I've been a law enforcement officer for 18 years now, with BRPD for 14 and a half. 6 of those have been spent as a detective. Unlike some other people who have spoken here tonight, I do have detective experience. As a detective, we are taught, or even as officers, not to just depend on the information given, but to go with the most credible information that we have. Dispatch likely, many times, gives incorrect addresses. They do the best they can. But when we show up on a scene and you've got a brother, you've got a first responder, and you've got 2 officers that all point to the same address, along with an EMS wagon that's parked at that address, the most credible information is that's the address to go to. There was no reason for Sergeant Dothier to question that in the beginning. The attitude of Ms. Smith definitely made that situation go in a very bad way. I had a similar situation happen at my house not too long ago with a law enforcement officer in my jurisdiction. I simply went to my door and said, "Yes, sir, what do you need?" And it was a very simple conversation. I didn't get drug out my front door. He didn't know I was a police officer, but it went very smooth. Also, as a police officer, you have an obligation to secure the scene. That means making sure that nobody's in that house, there's nothing in that house that's going to harm the public or hinder an investigation, because not only do we have an obligation to Ms. Smith, we also have an obligation to Mr. Brady to do the right thing and to complete a thorough investigation. That wasn't known until someone could go in that house and secure that scene, and Ms. Smith was hindering that. Albeit they were at the wrong place, it's a mistake, but it's happened to every single officer I can guarantee you who is a senior officer at a police department has had the same situation happen to them. With regards to the body cam, I remember during my time as a uniformed officer, a certain lieutenant, Deputy Chief Daniels, referred to the fact that it takes just a second just to doop doop, hit your camera. A certain lieutenant took that second and it almost cost him his life, getting shot through the windshield of a car. Sergeant Dothier could have taken that 2 seconds to do that when he noticed this woman at the door, and there could have been a shotgun in his face and we'd be going to his funeral instead of standing here today talking. My last point is I was warned not to come here today. I have nothing to gain and everything to lose. Y'all remember my face. I have no current open internal affairs investigations. So if you see me again, you know maybe what's going on. Y'all have a good night.
there anyone else? Go ahead. Ladies first.
I'd like to say something. I'm Mary Jane Marcantel. I wasn't going to speak, but one of the things that has come to my attention is the problem of a wrong address. I have filed multiple emails to both Chief Daniel and to Chief Paul when me as a citizen has called and have problems with filing a report. A call, shots fired, whatever's going on. 389-2000 doesn't answer. They send it to the wrong place. We don't get responses. I've called to talk to a police officer downtown. They send it downtown to the district. It's a dead phone. It doesn't work. So when these officers are talking about problems that they have being directed somewhere, so does the public. Y'all need to know that. And that's the only thing I wanted to offer to y'all. It's not just a police problem, it's also a civilian problem. That's all I want to say.
My name is Pat Lane. I don't work for city police, but I've worked with city police for about 40 years as a state police crime lab employee. I'm now retired. I've personally known Officer Dodier, sergeant at that time. One of the things that I've seen and I've noticed today, through the course of the day, the attentiveness, and I sense from this group, it's not just about this action, but it's about how do we fix it? How do we keep this from happening again? And I think that's genuinely at the heart and soul of what this issue is. Mistakes happen. And I can tell you, in the State Police Crime Lab, I was on the scene. I was investigating the worst of things. For the bad information that happened here, nobody died. Nobody got shot. Nobody got hit with a taser. There are so many things that we see so many times that are the outcome of bad information that led to bad confrontations, that led to horrible results. That's not what happened here. This is a success story. As has been said earlier, and I'm telling you from what I've seen personally, this is a textbook. What do you do when you find yourself in a hole? First thing, you stop digging. And then where are we at? We found out we're on somewhere that we think we're not in the right place. Go resolve that, find the information. You can tell this witness, she was agitated. She was mad, visibly mad, and to have uncuffed her prematurely could have led to a second confrontation that could have left her in a worse position and potentially a confrontation that didn't need to take place. The last thing that I would say, y'all have great points on the law. And in everything that you said, if it was evidence that's going to court, it would absolutely be true. This isn't a case where something was going to court. It was officers that are tasked with the job of saying, did a crime occur here? We have a person who's gravely injured. We don't know if it's natural causes or whatever. And as a crime scene investigator, I've been called to such scenes. And part of that determination is determine, was there a crime? Is there evidence of a crime? And what we're looking for, and it's been well said here today, they're looking for something. In the first instance, there is a house that's supposed to be unlocked, that they have supposedly been given permission to go into. And they get to that location and find it to be something very different than what they've been led to believe. The second situation, which is totally now different, and what separates it from the first scenario, that house is supposed to be open. It requires no warrants to go into. They've been given permission. That dynamic changed. The second house they go to, it's locked. And they shut it down, as they should.
Sir, I need you.
With that, I'll close.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? All right, it's time. I'm closing public comment, and board members will discuss it openly, and a motion will be had, seconded hopefully, and voted on. Who would like to start?
I think today we did a real good job of critiquing what we should have done, what could have been done, what we could do in the future. But unfortunately, John Dothier didn't have that opportunity when he was presented with the situation. I do believe he acted within his full rights as a police officer, as a sergeant, as a leader, to do what he did, to investigate potential death, man down. He didn't know what man down was because of he was investigating that. Like I said earlier, I was in the same situation. Broke down the door next to the victim, next door to the apartment I was supposed to be in the middle of Mall City. And I thank God I wasn't shot that night. In a perfect world, we know all the information we need to know whenever we get the call. I've been dispatched to shootings, been told, got on scene, told to hold back, the seller still on scene. And I can't. I gotta go there. Like I said, in a perfect world, we'll know all the information. We can make decisions, right decisions, but it just ain't possible all the time. And in my opinion, I think that John Dothier did everything textbook. That's all I got.
Okay. I'm gonna say I agree with you partly on some of the things. I respect what the police are here to do, protect our community. But I also believe that with that comes a certain amount of responsibility as well. And just looking at the gravity of the situation, 2nd District is less than a mile and a half away from this location, right? It took more than 30 minutes to respond to a location where the EMS truck was there, where you had the first responders there, to where there would be no problem as to ascertain what the location of the house was. That didn't happen. Then after the police got there, they spent another 15, 20 minutes in which no one had the wherewithal to say, hey, what house did he come from, right? We have had several testimonies that indicated that the person, which was the brother of the man that was hurt, pointed as he left the situation to say that way. And we use this as a litmus test to say that that was the location of the incident when we had a 911 address that nobody thought to look at. So I don't have a problem with somebody, hey, look, I want to protect our police, but I want our police to protect us too. And that means when we give body cameras to wear, that's to protect the public and to protect you, so that we can have a full picture of what happened. We had 3 people that were supposed to have body cameras. Only 1 person had a body camera. That is unacceptable in any situation. We talked about, whether the house was inhabitable or not, where someone lived there. I think had there been some investigation, it took you less than 5 minutes to walk the perimeter to find out what you found out. Did it not? From the other location, hey, look, this house, this must be what they're talking about, because when you walked it, you saw, it was different. The lady said, hey, look, I have my car's here, obviously I live here. And I do agree that, hey, you did an excellent job of owning what your mistake was. You explained to her, you said, hey, look, this is my information. If you want to file a complaint, this is my badge number and everything else. That was wonderful. More people should do that, to be forthcoming like that. But also, the other point of that was you cannot leave her in handcuffs just so she could pay attention to what you had to say. She is not a criminal. She is a citizen that pays your taxes. So I think more respect should be given to the individuals as well as the police. Thank you.
Dr. Robinson had a quick question.
Any question?
I wanted to ask Mr. Raines, Mr. Hamilton, I think when Corporal Woodard testified, she talked about the practice that they have. And I want y'all to address this issue of practice versus policy. Because I know there's a difference. There may be a practice of the way she said it, but how does that relate to the actual policy that the department has, and that's written?
Can we allow Myron?
We can allow Myron to do it because he's
Fine,
the administration.
that's fine.
You address that issue for him?
Yes. Come to the mic.
Would you please?
Yes.
Dr. Robinson, to answer your question, when we start talking about policy versus practice, policy, and when I say this, one of the things we talked about was changing cultures. And you have to have definitive rules as far as policy goes. Those are those definitive rules that all should adhere to. Based on that, and I won't take anything from Corporal Robinson Woodard. If that is a practice, we definitely need to change it. The law requires certain things. And just as I stated, this is something that we've had deep discussion with our DA about, to the point that we've implemented training to ensure that a citizen is safe in their homes. So I hope I'm making the distinguishment between the two for you. But I'm not familiar with that practice as was just described. But it definitely doesn't fit policy.
I think the thing that's confusing me is that, for instance, she said that they had a right to enter that residence. In your testimony, you said that they did not have a right based on law and policy. So I'm just trying to see which one is correct here. That's going to make a difference in the way I look at the situation.
Absolutely. Our policy should be in accordance with law. That's something that's established. Our policies shouldn't violate law in any way, shape, or form. And in this case, again, there weren't any exigent circumstances. There weren't anything that would lead a reasonable person to believe that a crime scene was in that home. Again, we as law enforcement officers just don't have a right to show up at a medical call and enter your home. If you are welcome in, that's one thing. But just as was stated, that young lady had a right to deny anyone enter her home. And I think based off of that, there were too many options that could have slowed down that process, and we would never be here in the first place.
And if you would you further comment on why the 4 deputy chiefs came to the conclusion that they did as to the extent of the violations?
Yes, sir. So, one thing that we've seen throughout this process is that though there was stated accountability, I've heard nobody argue or just accept fact that policy was clearly violated. The report wasn't turned in according to policy. The body camera wasn't turned on in according to policy. The use of force was not lawful at all according to our policy. And the other 2 items, as far as the arrest, was not in accordance to policy, and as well as the entry to take her into custody. So based off of those things, one of the things we look for is to change behavior. When we read that letter, the letter that you have, that Corporal Dothier submitted to be read into record, and not one of those addresses to the policy violations did he ever admit to violating policy. There was no accountability. As a matter of fact, I listened to Corporal Woodard testify that she actually told Sergeant Dothier at the time about her camera, which is what she's required to do. And then all of a sudden we saw it brought back up. Well, why not her? Well, she reported what was supposed to take place. And again, those duties of supervision should have happened. There was a clear failure to supervise, in our opinion, and there was a clear failure where this was truly egregious. And the 4 deputy chiefs looked at it, and they looked at it, the 4th Amendment right, which you are guaranteed from unreasonable searches and seizures, which includes arrest, was violated. And it is not something that we took lightly. And we based our decision off of the standard or the charts that we have, which is a recommendation of punishment. We had the opportunity, if we so chose, to move forward and with any penalty for a Category 3 offense, anyone, to give a 1-day suspension all the way up to termination. We did not feel that Corporal Dothier should be terminated, but we recognized the seriousness of the events that took place. And again, based on that, we were very comfortable in the way that we ruled.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm gonna probably ask the same thing just to be clear, because like I said earlier, I think the way, yes, mine, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm talking to you. Just to clear my head, because amendment's gonna make a difference for me as well. Because, like I said earlier, the way he handled it, I agree with, because he went to the wrong address. There was someone there that wasn't supposed to be there. You know, he had the right to ask questions and figure out what was going on. He had the right to, you know, detain is a word, or pull out and ask questions and go find the answers to what he had to do. I disagree that he had her handcuffed once he found out, but I didn't see wrong address, they should have already got it right, they passed the mailbox with the address, they did that. Didn't see him, you know, body camera, supposed to be wearing it, click a button. I know he said you can get shot if you click a button, but I think it's important that you do wear your body cam. She didn't have hers on. The form, tell me, it was turned in, or was it filed?
It was turned in a month after the actual incident, and it's required to be turned in at the end of the shift, or if granted permission by your supervisor, within 48 hours.
Okay, and then when it wasn't turned in, did anybody notify him?
That I'm not sure of.
Okay. Is that a policy that you say, hey, We don't have your information, or no? Or no one does that, or he's just supposed to turn it in after that?
Yeah, he should have turned it in. And it goes again, like I said, through the chain of command. It should have been turned into a supervisor.
And I guess.
And just to add to that, that's where that check and balance should have been. When his supervisor read the report and watched the video, then I guess that supervisor, in most cases, that shifts sergeant or lieutenant approving reports would question as in reference to the response to resistant behavior form, whether it's turned in or not.
Okay, so based off of what you're saying, and what we all know, in order to follow the policy of the police force, he broke policy on body cam, he broke policy on the form, he broke policy on detaining her.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, okay. Just, all right, that's it.
Thank you.
I'll be very brief. As far as policy violations that you alluded to, everybody kept glossing over this exigent circumstances note that's right here that says, an absent of voluntary consent or exigent circumstances, meaning if you don't have consent and you don't have exigent circumstances to conduct a warrantless search, officers of this department are to secure, the word they use in our policy procedures, secure suspects / evidence and obtain search warrants, which I believe is why they secured Ms. Smith. We can't look at whether, my opinion is that we can't look, just like the expert said, we have to look at it from the viewpoint of the officers on the scene at the time. They thought they were at the right address. We're assuming dispatch gave them an address. We're assuming they knew that address, because it could have been a block number, it could have been a cell phone, the brother might not have known the numerical of the address. Also, most houses in North Baton Rouge and in the area don't even have the numbers on their house. So there's no way to even know where you're going, and that alludes to what this lady was talking about, that it's so hard for police to show up at people's addresses. Now, the law is that you have to have the address displayed on the residence, not a mailbox, but it's neither here nor there. And it has to be facing the street, but that's neither here nor there. It's very normal for us to show up to a scene and jump out of the car and have to ask again, dispatch, what was that address again? Am I even at the right address? That's very normal. I think that they did I think Mr. Dopier did a great job. I agree with Mr. Kelly in that he should have been commended. I mean, you talk about a learning textbook way of what you hate. We always make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. I don't care if you're an accountant, a garbage man, or a police officer. You're gonna make mistakes. It's what you do once you make those mistakes that defines you. And he was apologetic, sympathetic, and everything, and informative. He explained it. He was awesome. I think that if I was the chief, that's what I would want. Every supervisor on my police department to act like when they screw up, and not. And you as citizens of this community should want that every time they screw up when dealing with you. Now, at some point in this nation, communities are going to start realizing they can't throw everything at the police department. It's not all our fault. At some point, they're going to have to take responsibility and say, you know what? If that individual complied, even though the officers were wrong, he'd still be alive today. At some point, the community has to take responsibility for their own actions. We'll take it. We're the police. We can handle it for now. But eventually, when we stop making excuses for Miss Smith, who acted like garbage when she was confronted, but rightfully so, I would have answered the door, with the barrel of a gun if somebody was yanking on my front door. But I also wouldn't have made it impossible to get an explanation if they're still outside. And I would be pissed. I don't blame Ms. Smith for being pissed. But if she would have handled it a little differently, the outcome would have been completely different. At some point in society, when we stop giving people excuses and everybody starts taking responsibility, it'll be a better world.
See, I thought she cut up. I thought her behavior was bad. I thought he handled it very well. He stayed calm. He wasn't, and I thought he got her to the point where she was sitting down. So I thought he did a great job in de-escalating her, being more agitated. She was upset. Because I don't believe that bad behavior should get you killed. I don't think police officers should take your life for being disrespectful. I don't think you should be, I don't think those things, but I do commend him because she was, irate. He handled himself very well. He did, in my opinion, he de-escalated the situation. And I can't fault her because she's upset, because I'm telling you, if you just hang me out, I would flip out. I mean, I'm not a customer like that, but I would be in tears, I'd be emotional, and I don't know, I don't want to get shot for crying, you know what I mean? So, but I think he did a good job there in de-escalating it, so I'm gonna give him that. Having all these, and the deputy chiefs got together, and they made this determination, and like I said, it's based off of culture, how they want everything to fall into place with policy. I do think you should give him some leeway in the fact that he went to the wrong house, in my mind, he acted accordingly at some points, but he did not wear his body cam. That's a policy deal, so you can't, that was wrong, you should know that. And I just think he detained him too long, but all the other stuff, I just think that he, in the situation that he was given in, he handled it the way it was. I mean, I'm not a cop, but I thought he did what he was supposed to, but like I said, they want to give you a policy which you should stick to because it sets the culture. If you set a standard and you make everybody apply to that, you can't go below it because people will cheat and barely get there. So you always have it here and they should go higher. If whatever culture they're trying to set and have this policy go, they should apply it to the officers to get there. I don't know why they went harsh or went 60 days of suspension and demotion. I mean, they came to that determination based off of,
What I found to be consistent in a bunch of the meetings that I've attended is we have policies and then we have standard operating procedures for cops, and they don't always coincide with each other. So we have a policy that's been in place, and then we have protocols or what people have always done, and we confuse that gray line. And when we, over and over again, we hear police saying, well, that's just the way we've done it since I've been here. That doesn't mean it's right. That's what the policy is for. So if we're gonna create policy, then it should be adhered to. It's not a gray area. It's either you wear your body cam or you don't. It's policy. Thank you.
Public portions of which I'm real quick, the policy is that we wear, and this might be the culture here, I can't recite to you our body camera general order. I don't know what number it is and I don't know what it says, but I can tell you what I practice. And my understanding of the policy. And that is that I have to activate my body camera anytime that I'm doing police business and interacting with the public. That's my understanding of it. So when Mr. Gauthier went to that scene, he was going, now we don't have to, we can mute, if it's already on, we're allowed to mute it if we're talking to another officer, or if we're dealing with strategies or tactics or things like that, we're allowed, there's times that afford us the opportunity to mute it, maybe even turn it off. But he didn't expect to talk to anybody in public, so shame on you, you weren't even wearing your vest. Wearing your vest as a sergeant.
Really cold that day.
I get it, but you went back to his unit where I'm sure his body camera was attached to his vest.
I got a question though. Can you go to work without your gun?
You can. You can. Now, is it right, and should you do it? Should you rush back home and get it? Absolutely.
Correct. Then why should you show up to work without your camera? if it's a part of your uniform.
Are we talking about him or are we talking about corporal?
But we're talking about the corporal, his subordinate. That should have been something, listen,
So do you think internal affairs should have investigated?
no, I was clear earlier when I said that my issue with that as a supervising officer, when you were on the scene and you realized that your subordinate didn't have the punishment should have came from him. He should have been the one that brought it. His reasoning was it should have been handled by IA because it was a level 3 offense. And what I'm saying is, this is the first sufficient point of contact is him as a supervising officer. If you show up to work without your gun, and I'm your boss, I have something to say about it. Not only that, I'm going to document it. It wasn't done.
On that same vein, he didn't submit a piece of paperwork. So he got with his supervisor, Lieutenant Clarida, and was corrected, that action was corrected, so it was moved, it was over with, right?
When you say,
The use of force form.
okay, I'm clearly talking about as a supervising officer that your subordinate does not have the necessary equipment to perform the job.
Violated policy.
Violated policy.
It was on you to
Put him in a worse predicament for not having the viable evidence that you needed because that angle was missing. At no point was it, we went through an expert witness that we paid, that the defense paid for to still say that everybody was right with their body cameras. And I'm like, how the hell does that happen? How is it that you're gonna agree that the body cameras were used to policy and 2 of the 3 people either didn't use them or didn't have them? I just want us to make a delineation between what's policy and what's always been done. And maybe we'll stop having as many hearings as we have, we've been in here for over 12 hours. This is the second time we've done this in 2 months. At some point, it needs to stop. I like to sleep, do you?
Okay. Obviously, this is not a black or white situation. If it were, it'd be an easy decision to make. We're in that gray area that we usually in with these decisions. We commend Sergeant Gauthier or Corporal Gauthier for what he did in terms of the apology. But we have problems with other things that happened. The department says that he violated policy. The interpretation of police policy is left to the chief of police and his staff. And that's what they have done. In my mind, the question is, does the, and I don't want to call it does the suspension and the demotion is justified by the actions? Should we modify that? I definitely don't think that we should dismiss what the department has done. There should be some punishment. What that punishment should be, I'm willing to discuss, but I don't think that we should dismiss it.
Well, I personally don't believe Mr. Gauthier deserves any punishment. I think he did good. However, I will compromise and say that, and the one thing I disagree that he did was he left that woman in the cuffs. He shouldn't have. I think as you look back on that, you agreed to, yes, you should have done that. At the second you knew that woman should have been in his freezer, that's the only thing I can do. And I'm not saying I would have done it different, I'm just saying it was a mistake. That was the only mistake that I saw you make. That being said, a class 3 violation, first time offense, 1-day suspension all the way to dismissal. Now we've got 6 feet on the table. I'm okay with, and a demotion, I'm sorry. I definitely don't think he should not be a supervisor. The way that he handled the call, the way that he made it a teaching moment afterwards, I absolutely on board with that, and I think he should continue to be a supervisor in our department. Now, for me, it's a matter of how many days should we suspend him for keeping that woman in cuffs after he learned that it wasn't her house. I don't think his intent was to degrade her, diminish her, treat her like an animal. I don't think that he just wanted her to listen, and he really wanted to apologize to her and have the floor so that he can sincerely apologize to her. I don't think he was BSing her. I think he was truly sorry. I think he's still truly sorry about them getting the wrong house. But guys, this does happen. It happens more often than you think. We're just seeing about this one because there was discipline.
Well, I'm also concerned that the department says they want to change the culture. You don't change the culture by not doing anything. You change the culture by making changes and sticking to them. That's the only way you're gonna make a change. And the only way you're gonna get people to listen to that and be respectful of it is to realize that there are real consequences when you don't do it. And in this case, we need to have some real consequence. Now the question is, what is that real consequence? Is it the 60 days? Is it the demotion by itself without the 60 days? I certainly could look at that. I'm not quite sure in my mind what that should be. I'd like for us to kind of kick it around a little bit and talk about it.
I agree. Know that no matter what we choose, no matter the days, it's going to be appealed to the 19th.
Absolutely. But
Both
that-
sides, probably.
But that shouldn't bother, that
Right,
shouldn't
it
have
should.
anything
We
to
should
do
make
with
our
us.
decision based on it.
Right. We should make a decision based on what we think, and what we believe, and what we thought we heard,
Right.
and what we think is correct for this department and this city. So what can we do in addition to what's on the table, and that is the 60 days and the motion? What would be reasonable for us to do?
I mean, my vote would be 1 day suspension for the keeping her in cuffs. That's it. That's me.
I can't agree with that.
Okay.
Board members, what's your thoughts about that? I mean,
That's my biggest thing, is keeping her in touch longer. Once he knew that she was not, he should have let her go. Should have let her go. She's free to go. And because he did not do that, you know, I think that's something that you want to have to set a standard to teach other officers to make that choice of finding out when he did. Finding out was the right house, going in, doing his research, going, walking like the city, walking across the street, he asked questions. That was right, I mean, he did a good job of doing that, but I think where he felt is, he's critical, so I don't know what that would be, I think more than a day.
More than that.
Yeah,
Throw out numbers.
I don't know.
Well, based upon the suspension started in June, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I say he gets the promotion back and 5 days suspension. I mean, how bad do you want to punish him for holding up a lady too long in handcuffs? I mean,
Well, yeah, sure.
that depends, I
That
mean,
can't happen though, you can't throw that lightly, that can't happen, I mean.
I'm guaranteed, I guarantee he learned his lesson.
Right.
Hindsight, we
For a
can
man
sit
that's never
here,
had a suspension. it's-
Right.
Well,
we can sit here and critique it all night. I mean, I know what to do now.
My recommendation would be, given where he is in his, number of days off, let's stop there and give him his promotion back.
and how many days is that?
That would leave approximately 2 weeks left on his time off.
Go back to work.
Yeah.
I think we at least stick with 60 days. Let the 60 days run and give him his promotion.
So we have 2 for 60 days, but give him back put him back to supervisor status. We have 1 for 1 day, we have 1 for 5 days. Ms. Lewis?
I'm kind of with Brandon. He served his, I see, his promotion, his title back. And you've already been off, right? Suspended?
How many days have you been off suspended so far?
It's amazing how you lose track of days. I know I had, today's 26. I had 22 days left, so 30.
I think it's time to come back to work.
So 30 days. So whatever it is, go back to work. You like that?
And be back to start.
I'll make this motion. I don't agree with it, but I'll make a motion to expedite this hearing. I hope that you do it. But I'll stand for the motion, and I'll vote on it. My motion is that we overturn the chief's decision, reinstate Mr. Dopier to sergeant, and his suspension days, possibly 30, whatever it is for him to go back to work immediately. Whatever he served, goes back to work whenever his squad goes back to work.
I think we rounded up to 30.
As of today, I don't know what that number is, we can do the math and figure it out, but I'm sure you can do it later. I need a second on that.
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Smith. And that equates to roughly 30 days. Ms. Penny, roll call vote, please.
Will you repeat the motion, please?
Motion is to overturn the chief's decision, reinstating Mr. Dopier to the rank of sergeant. And we'll give you an exact number. I'd kind of really like to give her an exact number now for this motion. Is there any way you can figure out for us how many days you served? Other 60?
Well, then, if I go back on the 17th, I return on the 17th, so that means August 1 through 16, today's 26. So that's 21 days left on the suspension, which comes to 39 days as of today, unless it's tomorrow.
Having served 39 days.
In 6 minutes, it'll be tomorrow.
Say.
So you get a day, count.
39 day suspension, reinstatement to sergeant. That motion's been seconded by Mr. Smith. Will you call?
Brandon Williams?
Can you affirm what yes and what no means?
I'm sorry. A vote of yes means that we agree with overturning the decision and amending that decision to reinstatement of rank and 39 days of suspension. A vote of no is that you don't agree with that and you would like the original punishment to stand.
Or you just disagree with that? You're not necessarily wondering.
Brandon Williams?
Yes.
John Smith?
Yes.
Sharon Lewis?
Yes.
Chris Robinson?
No.
Rob Maruzzi?
Yes.
4 yea, 1 nay. Motion
Sergeant Dovier.
succeeds.
You will have,
I make a motion to adjourn.
thank you, seconded.
Thank you, public members, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Members of the public.
Oh.
What is it? 11:53. As that is, we have a motion
that we'll be able to get this taken care of, although, wait till you find out who it is.
You gonna be there tomorrow, huh? Not you. Yeah, right. All right, buddy. See y'all later.